Good morning, distinguished guests. The conference will begin now. Please be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. To use the Wi-Fi access, please use GM6P guest Wi-Fi. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, welcome to the International Monetary Fund MENA Research Conference. This year's edition, hosted at the Faculty of Governance, Economics, and Social Sciences of Mohammed VI Polytechnic University. Thank you for joining us here in Rabat for 2 days of discussions and exchange on the theme, Rethinking MENA Integration in a fast-changing global environment. For the start, please welcome our professor, Mr. Touami Abdelkhalq.
Merci. Merci. I can speak Arabic, French, or English. I choose to speak French. OK, thank you. Merci beaucoup. Donc, je suis Touami Abdelkhalq, je suis professeur à l'UM6P, à la faculté de gouvernance, sciences économiques et sociales ici. Bonjour donc à toutes et à tous. Au nom de l'Université Mohammed VI Polytechnic et du Fonds monétaire international, c'est un grand plaisir pour nous de vous souhaiter la bienvenue donc, à la conférence de recherche FMI MENA 2026. Nous sommes particulièrement heureux d'accueillir aujourd'hui des représentants des gouvernements, des banques centrales, des organisations internationales, des universités et des centres de recherche venus de toute la région du Moyen-Orient et Afrique du Nord, ainsi que d'autres régions du monde. Je souhaite donc adresser une bienvenue toute particulière à nos invités de marque ainsi qu'aux responsables publics dont la présence témoigne de l'importance du dialogue entre la recherche académique et l'élaboration des politiques économiques. Donc le thème, comme ma collègue Mariam vient de l'annoncer, le thème de cette édition est repenser l'intégration de la région MENA dans un environnement mondial en profonde mutation. Avant de commencer, je voudrais remercier toutes celles et tous ceux qui ont contribué à rendre cette conférence possible. Cet événement est le fruit d'une collaboration étroite pour plusieurs mois entre le Fonds monétaire international et l'Université Mohammed VI Polytechnic. Je tiens également à exprimer notre sincère reconnaissance au comité d'organisation, à l'ensemble de nos collègues à l'UM6P, tout particulièrement aux équipes de l'ERS, dont le professionnalisme, l'engagement et le souci du détail ont largement contribué à la réussite de cette conférence. Comme vous le savez tous, je crois, l'organisation d'une conférence internationale de cette envergure représente un travail collectif considérable dont une grande partie reste invisible pour les participants. Donc, nous les remercions profondément. Encore une fois, merci à chacun d'entre vous d'être aujourd'hui parmi nous. Nous espérons que ces 2 jours seront l'occasion de discussions stimulantes, de débats constructifs et de nouvelles collaborations entre les institutions et chercheurs. Donc, sans plus attendre, j'ai le plaisir d'inviter le professeur Karim El Aynaoui, vice-président exécutif de l'Université Mohammed VI Polytechnic et doyen de la faculté de gouvernance et sciences économiques, à prononcer les mots d'ouverture. Professeur El Aynaoui, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
أهلاً وسهلاً.
Okay, first of all, let me congratulate the IMF for this initiative, and particularly Director Azour and his colleagues for making this happen. A second edition, I think it's not yet institutionalized. It'll take a bit more for something to be grounded and become a sort of a routine, which I think you wanna get there at some point. I join Professor Touhami in thanking my colleagues, and I won't say names because I always forget someone. So, but all the colleagues, and they'll stand up at the end. That's how we do it usually. We will stand up at the end of the conference. But thank you for making this happen. It still takes people to make these things happen in this world. Sending an email or, doesn't make this happen. Okay, so I think it's important. Let me say a few words about the spirit of the place where you are. I think it's important. This is funded on the basis of a social license to operate Moroccan phosphates. This is done through a state-owned enterprise, OCP Group, that can reinvest its dividend, of course, that has to pay dividend to its owner, the Minister of Finance and the government, but that has negotiated with these shareholders to reinvest part of this profit in this form. And this is not the only campus we have. We have 3 campuses, and we don't do only social sciences and economics, but we do, of course, colleagues do STEM and so on and so forth. Marhaban, tfadlu. IMF conference are not World Bank conference. IMF, they're on time. Still on time, actually. And that's a nice rigor. So let me say this again. So, as you know, and why is that? As you know, the challenge of a country like Morocco is to move, to be very short, and we'll have opportunities to discuss that, is to move from, let's say, imitation to innovation. It's about increasing productivity across the board. It's about moving labor to higher productive activity, which we're partially doing, but not sufficiently. And of course, therefore, it's about human capital and research and the very complex interconnection between research, innovation, and here I mean research in science, in hard sciences, to industrial innovation, to leap forward. And that's why this project has been sort of put in place. It's also, of course, about human capital, and this is why we train. We, of course, have standard graduate and undergraduate programs. The idea also, we do lots of professional training as well. So we try to intervene, not only right after high school, but we have very intense and dynamic training program for professionals, both here with public policy makers, but also in industrial sectors, agriculture, so on and so forth. Basically, it's an intellectual infrastructure we try to create. And during the summer, since we don't have students, we don't do summer sessions, we organize conferences like this and summer schools. So for colleagues here that are in academia, you are more than welcome. This year we'll be organizing 12 conferences, and we have like 4 or 5 summer schools. And we're, it's very practical. We have, sorry, I do a bit of commercial, but that's my job. We have 2,000 beds here, so we can host, cohorts of large students all in one here on campus. So that's for what we do, and I'll be with you and my colleagues over the next 2 days. So you're welcome to come and talk. I do deals. I don't only, this is an entrepreneurial project as well, and we try to keep that spirit. This is not a legacy university, and we're trying to build a university for the 21st century, not mimicking the best universities, I would say, of the 19th, 20th century that are still with us together. They're here, but they're great, but that's not what we want to do. The second point I wanted to mention, we have great students. Our students, after their bachelor, we retain only 3 out of 10 students here for our master degrees. 7 out of 10 of our students go on in other institutions and in all the big names. I'm not going to list them, but they go and, and are very successful in many universities, best universities around the world. I'm saying this because it works. When you invest, you structure, you provide the opportunities, it works. And they'll come back already. Some of them are coming back. We have a very strong PhD program, which is led by Tuhami as well, and you'll meet some of our PhD candidates here as well. And we have also a program. This is a master in sort of MPP, which provides, after 5 years, professional economists, particularly in 2 areas, central banking and macroeconomic policies, and on one side and the other side, public quantitative evaluation, impact evaluation. They're great students. They're already working in very nice institution. 95% of our students find a job before 6 months. Let me say a few words about the spirit and why we, thank you again, Jihad, why we accepted. We like you, we like the IMF, but again, I'm a bit transactional here. We accepted because there is a specific issue in the MENA region, in the relation, I think it was also why you did this conference, in terms of how academia relates to public policy making. And there are many reasons we can discuss, historical, etc., but I think we can do much better. And thank you for all of you for being here, particularly those who belong to official institutions. Why academia it's important, and science. We want to put science back at the heart of public policies. And I think it has to do also with ethical values and truth. Academia is not only just about, ism and schism. It's also about a sense of truth, a sense of ethic in society, but also ethics in public policy. And I think that's essential, and that's what we try also to convey to our students, where we prepare the next generation for this country, and beyond. We have a specific issue in this region, including in this country, with data. There's a sort of a psychodrama around data in our countries that we need at some point to move beyond, in a way. I don't know where it comes from, but we need to extract that and try to sort of a psychoanalysis of why there is this issue. And speak very freely today. I'm in academia, and it's getting better in Morocco, but it's not yet there. When in 2026 we still are researcher, and you know that very well, some of our PhD students can't work on Morocco because we don't have the data necessarily. I think we should, this is urgent, needs to be urgently corrected, and we're doing what we can at our level, and we have developed actually a capacity to collect data here, but that I don't think it's optimal. These are sort of not collective actions, but actions at our level that are not optimal at the global level. What it means, and I think the program is very nice. They're great people. And I think underlying to what I read in this program is also, what is it to be an economist in 2026? It's a question I ask you often and our faculty as well. What is it to be an economist at the IMF or at a university? I think you need to be very thick in terms of your knowledge about history, culture, civilization, philosophy, etc., if you want to understand this world, because it's not based on economic rationality only. It is highly political. And I think the best economists, the most interesting one, are the ones that are capable to, with the mind of an economist, to look at all these dimensions. And that's what we try to convey again to our students as well. It's not enough to be, sort of to be satisfied with the fact that your exports are increasing or you're attracting more FDI because of what's going on elsewhere. I don't think that's a development strategy. I mean, we're more here, in an institution that does macro policy, but I don't think, there's a serious issue in all our countries on the continent, middle income and low income countries. What is the development strategy beyond, let's say, the consensus of Washington consensus that has died long time ago? There is no more recipe. And I can tell you that most policymakers, and you know this better than I, that they're a bit sort of lost. What should I be doing? There's a huge list going from up there to down here. That's not priorities. And that's very, very difficult. And they're turning to you in academia, IMF, and they will turn to the next generation to be capable of sort of, devising a strategy that makes sense for, to a given country, which goes again beyond a recipe. It has, my conviction, and that's more personal. I'm convinced that there is a secret formula, an alchemy that every country needs to find. It's written nowhere, but it can come only from the interaction that you create between individuals and institutions. And this is why I said intellectual infrastructure before. You provide the space for things to happen. You don't know the formula. You can't replicate it. It's not on sale at the next pharmacy. And this is where we are here in Morocco as a middle-income country, trying to escape the trap, but also our friends on the continent, all countries are facing the same kind of challenges, being low income or middle income. So these are the reasons why we sort of immediately agreed when Jihad proposed us to organize that. We're very curious and we're in search of the formula. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, professeur Aynaoui. C'est notre doyen. Merci beaucoup. On va vérifier ça avec monsieur Jihad Azour pour voir de son côté pourquoi il nous a choisi, pourquoi il nous a proposé la chose, pour vérifier de l'autre côté. Il y a toujours une offre, une demande, on va vérifier comment ça s'est passé. Jihad.
Merci beaucoup. C'est un partenariat, c'est pas un marché. Je vais, si vous le permettez, parler en anglais. Good morning, distinguished speakers, participants, and colleagues. It's a great pleasure, a real one, to welcome you to the second IMF Research Conference hosted at this magnificent place, the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University, here in the imperial city of Rabat. Let me begin by expressing our deep gratitude to our hosts. Thank you very much for their strong partnership and also warm hospitality in bringing us together in this remarkable setting. And congratulations for what you have achieved at this university. And to each of you, scholars, researchers, and policymakers, experts, and leading international institutions who have joined us from across the region and beyond. Your presence is deeply appreciated. The breadth of expertise and the diversity of perspective represented here in this room are precisely the intellectual resources that the MENA region requires to address the economic challenges of our time. Building on the successful inaugural edition that we had last year in Morocco at the American University of Cairo, this conference aspires to establish an enduring platform at the interface of rigorous economic research and frontline policymaking. The IMF has long held that sound policies is grounded on sound analysis. It's in this spirit that we convene today to translate high-quality analytical work into actionable policy insights, but also to ensure that the best available evidence informs decisions with real consequences for the lives of people across the region. What makes this gathering particularly valuable is the composition of its participants. The coming together of leading international scholars, distinguished regional academics, and senior policy experts from across the MENA's diverse economies creates a uniquely productive environment for substantive dialogue. Over the next 2 days, the dialogue will itself contribute to something larger: the strengthening of a regional intellectual community, the deepening of economic discourse, and the promotion of the analytical foundations that underpin effective policymaking across our member countries. In fact, my colleagues and myself have an ambition, and our ambition is for this conference to serve as a catalyst for durable collaboration, fostering knowledge networks among universities in the region, reinforcing the ties between academic research and policy institutions, and sustaining an internationally anchored dialogue on economic questions that matter most for the MENA region. And personally, I look forward to 2 days of rich exchange, and I'm confident that the work presented and discussed here will make a meaningful contribution to that collective endeavor. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year's conference takes place at a pivotal and challenging moment for the MENA region. Over the past several months, the war in the Middle East has set in motion one of the most complex and far-reaching sequences of overlapping shocks in recent history. Geopolitical tensions, sharp swings in energy prices, disruption to key trade routes, and tighter global financial conditions. These developments had a serious humanitarian, political, and macroeconomic consequences across the region. For many countries, these events have amounted to a major adverse supply shock, affecting energy markets, food security, production cost, and value chains. At the same time, heightening uncertainty and risk aversion have tightened external financing conditions, constraining policy space precisely when it's most needed. What makes this current juncture particularly challenging is that these shocks are unfolding alongside profound structural transitions. MENA economies are simultaneously navigating geoeconomic fragmentation, energy transition, rapid technological change, most notably artificial intelligence, along with the need of generating sufficient employment for a rapidly growing labor force, and in several cases, elevated debt burden that further constrained policy space. Therefore, together, these pressures are reshaping the region's economic landscape in fundamental ways. They are testing the resilience of policy frameworks, exposing structural vulnerabilities, and forcing difficult trade-offs. By that matter, and also, they offer an opportunity to rethink growth models, strengthen resilience, build most robust and inclusive economies, and accelerate the structural transformation that the region's long-term perspective demands. The key question animating this conference is precisely this. How can MENA countries manage successive and overlapping shocks in the near term while sustaining the momentum of longer-term structural transformation? There are no easy answers, and this is precisely why analytical work that is going to be presented here today will be very valuable. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is designed around these challenges. We opened this conference with a session on geoeconomic fragmentation and economic integration, examining how shifts in the global trade and production networks are reshaping opportunities and risks for MENA economies. We then turn to the transformative potential of artificial intelligence and technological change, exploring what these forces mean for productivity, employment, and inequality across our diverse economies. Our third session addresses trade policies and regional integration, exploring how MENA economies can better integrate into regional and global value chains to unlock new sources of growth. A dedicated session on labor market will follow, focusing on job creation, the economic inclusion of women, and the need to better align skills and rapidly evolving economies. The day will then close with a keynote lecture from Professor Velasco, which I'm very much looking forward to. Tomorrow, we turn to the policy dimension with a panel designed to rethink MENA's integration in fast-changing global and regional environment, complementing the analytical discussions with a policy perspective. We conclude with a session on monetary and fiscal policy challenges in an environment of persistent uncertainty, addressing how countries can maintain macroeconomic stability while supporting growth and managing elevating debt and financing costs. Over the next 2 days, our goal is to bridge research and policy. While many of the issues we are going to discuss are global in nature, our focus will remain on specific challenges and opportunities facing the region. And also we'll explore how policies can be tailored to its diverse country circumstances. We hope that this conference will continue to strengthen a lasting regional network and will leave each of us with new ideas and also renewed convictions that rigorous research and open dialogue, capacity development, and closer collaboration across institutions are among the most powerful tools that we have in shaping a more prosperous and resilient region. Let me close by thanking once again our hosts, our distinguished speakers, and also in particular those who worked hard over the last, I would say, year to prepare this conference. Organizing an event like this is not an easy endeavor. It takes time, it takes resources, but among all, it takes conviction and commitment, and the team that worked on organizing this conference had and has a lot of this. I wish you a very productive and engaging conference. Thank you very much again for being here today, and I look forward for our discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Azour and Mr. El Aynaoui, for this warm welcoming and inspiring speech.
Merci beaucoup, Jihad. Je voudrais témoigner d'une chose au niveau du comité scientifique, combien la complexité qui avait fait que l'on choisisse ces axes et puis les papiers qui ont été retenus. Donc maintenant, nous passons justement à la première session, fragmentation géoéconomique et intégration économique. C'est professeur Aynaoui qui sera président de cette session, professeur Aynaoui. Modérateur, okay. Modérateur de la session. Merci.
Please welcome for this first session, Mr. Andrea Presbitero, Mr. Alexander Plekhanov, Mr. Ali Fakih, and Mr. Francesco Grigoli.
Okay, let's begin the serious things. So thank you for all joining us. Let's make sure we keep 20, 30 minutes for a good discussion with the room. So the theme is geoeconomic fragmentation and economic integration. So, globalization is still there. You'll tell us, is it changing? The flow of FDI, the combination, in fact, of politics and economics, and the aim for countries to self-protect and insure. So let us start with you, Andrea, on the remains of the trade, US-China trade war. Please, the floor is yours. 10 minutes, good? 10, 12 minutes? 20 minutes? 12, yeah?
No, I thought 20 was the...
20, yeah. It depends if you want to discuss with them. It's your...
Sure, I want to discuss.
You have agency on that.
I try to be fast.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much, and thank you, the organizer for having the paper on the program, and it's a really great venue. It's a real pleasure to be here. So I'm going to present joint work with Paul Antras and Adrian Kulesha at Harvard, and this is a paper about the change in trade flows following rising geoeconomic fragmentation and tariffs and tariffs uncertainty. Let me give you a little bit of motivation, trying to be fast in the interest of time. Clearly, we all know that global trade has been changing. The world is not yet deglobalizing, but under the hood, there is a lot of reshuffling in trade flows and linkages. And you can see that trade over GDP as a measure of globalization is somehow flat since the global financial crisis, but there is a change in the composition, and most importantly, there is this rise of China in the share of global trade, which is something we're going to exploit in our analysis. And this reshuffling of trade flows is visible in certain country pair, and one very salient example is the relationship between the US and China. And here you can see a couple of things. On the right-hand side, you can see that the share of Chinese market share on US import has been declining substantially since the start of the tension between US and China in 2017. And so the US was importing something like around more than 20% from China at that time, and now the share in the beginning of this year is close to 6-7%. So it's a very sharp decline. On the other hand, if you look at the flip of the coin and you see how much the US market matters for Chinese export, also you see a very sharp decline from above 20% to something around 10% right now. So that's very big change, and as I said, it's something we're going to use in the paper. And clearly, change in trade policies behind this change and of trade flows, and you can see here these tariffs imposed from US on Chinese products. On the other hand, the red line is the Chinese tariffs on US products. And a lot of us has been studying trade flows and the shock around 2017, 2018, which seems to be a very large shock at the time. If you see compared to what has been happening in the last year or so, you see that the share of increase in trade tariffs most recently is kind of dwarf what has been happening in 2017 and 18. So we're really experiencing something which is very large. And clearly that triggered a lot of reallocation in trade flows. If you zoom in on the most recent period following the second Trump election, so here we basically look at US imports, and from selected countries, we normalize them in November, so at the time of the election. And you can see this reshuffling. Here are selected countries. So there is this decline in Chinese import, which is the red line. There is nothing happens really with Mexico and Canada because there are some agreements. But then you see there are some countries which gains a lot of market share. Two clear examples are Vietnam and Taiwan. And this is not simply a trade diversion. It's not that the usual story around the 2017 and 2018 was a story about diversion. You impose tariffs on China, and then you're going to import somewhere else, okay? That was the usual story. So here, if you like, this chart on the right is taken and a little bit of a modification from a recent paper by Laura Alfaro and David Corr. in which you try to look at what's happening right now, but right now compared to 2017-18 is that tariff has been imposed broadly, not just against China, but against all the countries. And if you look at the relationship between how much trade is changing, and so how much US is importing more for certain countries, and the size of the tariffs which are imposed, this relation is basically flat. Especially if you drop China from the sample, there's basically no relationship whatsoever. So that to say that it's a little bit more complicated than what happened in the past, and that basically what motivates our analysis. The last chart I'm going to show you here is that if you look at Chinese export, again, normalized in November at the time of the election, you can see a fall in the export to the US, pretty large, and then this means that this money, these goods have to go somewhere else, so they're going and they're redirected to other countries, and here you can see most of them tend to go to either Asian economies or Europe, so there is this diversion of flows. And this is exactly what we're going to study. So we're going to study what are the implications of this reduction of Chinese export to the US in other countries, and how that is going to affect other economies through competition in third markets. So our focus is exactly sort of spillover on third economies. This is basically what I just said. So we're going to think about what people now label as China Shock 2.0. We want to sort of put some structure about how policymakers, academics, and practitioners should think about this China shock. And I think we are mindful of what has been happening around sort of the first China shock, in which there was a lot of discussion, and mostly speaking, like especially academics, has a very sort of negative view about this is China shock, and that's clearly dominated by what's been happening in the US. Everything is going to be bad. At the end of the day, we know from experience that that was not necessarily that bad. Meaning, if you look at sort of general equilibrium effect and stories, like it was not that terrible. And so we want to think about like different margins through which people should think about the effect of the shock. In other countries, there are some channels through which this China shock 2.0 can have negative effect on certain economies, but there are also potential positive effect of having like cheaper inputs or cheaper, and you could have deflationary pressure on certain economies. So our contribution here is like we zoom in on certain margins. A caveat is that we are not looking at everything, like China's effect in economies can go through many other channels, like FDI. We are not looking at that. We are simply looking at trade. And so we have two margins in which Chinese competition can have negative effects. The one I'm going to put much of my attention during my talk is export competition in third markets. So let's say if you're a country, like you're Morocco, you're exporting in certain countries, China is also pushing product in those countries, and US Morocco is going to be affected by this kind of Chinese competition. Then you can have an import competition, meaning that China is really exporting in Morocco, and your domestic producer is going to be affected by Chinese competition. So they're going to reduce their sale domestically. These are the two channels that's negative effect on the economy. But then you can think about positive effect. One is on the consumer side, you're getting cheaper Chinese products, which are cheaper, and so that's good. The other one could be you can be like Moroccan producer that use inputs coming from China. These are generally cheaper inputs, and so they could be better for domestic producer. They can sort of expand production because of these cheaper intermediates. So these are the margins we want to study. So our contribution here is try to think a little bit more carefully about how we measure this this competition from China. General economists and policymakers, there's a lot of things now in the financial press, in policy report, whatever, they tend to use this measure of export similarity. So this measure from Finger and Craning on this 79 paper, which basically tells you like you are much more exposed to competition from China or any other country if your type of exports are very similar to the Chinese one. So basically, if you export the same products in the same destination markets. That's how people tend to think about that. But if you think a little bit more carefully, this kind of measures are problematic for a number of reasons. Let me say at least a couple of them. One is they're very symmetric. So the measure basically tells you that, let's say, Honduras or Morocco is exposed to China the same way as China is exposed to Morocco or Honduras, which clearly doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And the measure is also symmetric along products, which again is not, it doesn't make much sense in reality. And the other one is that for a country to be very similar to China, clearly it has to be a large economy. China basically exports more or less any kind of product at HS6 code to almost all destinations. If you think about smaller economy, even some middle income economies, clearly they cannot export as much and insert this as many countries. So by construction, export similarity is going to be low. Export similarity is going to be very high for like Germany and the Canada and the like. So that measure is very difficult to sort of be used to give you a sense of like how much smaller economies, like think about African countries, can be exposed to Chinese competition. So we're going to propose something different, which is grounded in theory. We start from a very standard gravity Armington model. And then we try to derive sort of what is the exposure to China's competition. I'm not going to go into the detail, but I'm going to give you the intuition of how this happens. And so we construct a bunch of measures which are relatively straightforward to construct using only trade data. And so they should be should be transparent, easy to use, but sort of with a little bit more ground in theory. And so we have sort of three main blocks that we use to construct this measure. Like intuitively, the first part is basically the size of the shock. So for us, the shock is the US tariffs into China. So the size of the shock is basically a function of how much China is exporting a given product to the US. Okay? So if China is exporting a lot of certain product to the US, so there is a large price shock globally, and that's going to transmit in other different countries. Then clearly, the other important dimension is how much China is exporting to a certain destination, a given product. Okay, so if China is exporting a lot, there's a lot of market share, let's say in Morocco, then the transmission of the shock is going to be larger because China is a larger presence in that product in that market. How third countries are going to be affected? That's the third component. So how much a country is exporting to the same destination market in which China is also exporting. So if Germany is also exporting the same product in Morocco as China is doing, then Germany is going to be very much exposed to the size of the shock. So we can compute from trade data these shares very easily. We can combine those and give a sense of this export similarity. So that's basically what we do. It's a little bit more complicated. We take into account the size of the tariff. We take into account demand and supply elasticities. And then we can come up with sort of this phi p, which is the size of the shock. And so basically that's product specific. So these are basically the products which are much more hit by the shock. So the product for which China is exporting a lot to the US. There is a lot of different products. There is, electronic, there is medical equipment, but there is also agriculture. There is many different things. So you can see that many different countries can be differentially hit by the shock depending on their export structure. And so if we compare the export similarity on the horizontal axis with our proposed measure of export competition, you can see there is a correlation, but it's very far from perfect. And it's very difficult to see there, but export similarity, as I was saying, outweighed larger economies, while our competition index showed that a lot of smaller economies are very much exposed to the China shock. This is consistent. There is a very recent paper on foreign affairs by Arvind Subramanian talking about the squeeze of China, for instance, on Africa and low-income economies. Then we can sort of think about like a different version of the index in which you can think that China does not only expand their export in a given product in a given market where it's already present, but given the size of the shock, it can also export in the same product to different markets. So we can allow for China entering new market for a certain product, and we can compute a slightly different version of the index. Again, that is somehow correlated, but some countries, especially European countries, are much more exposed if you take into account of that. And then we do the same thing, and I'm going to be faster here on import exposure. That's basically, again, the size of the shock, how much China is exporting in your country. And then the last component there, SDP, is how much a given country is producing in that product, okay? So this gives you a sense of like how you are going to expose to Chinese competition. Here, we would like to measure in theory like SDP is going to be the share of domestic demand in that product. Those data are not really available in the cross country. So we do that with export share. But policymakers, if you care about like one given country, if you have the data, you can actually compute for certain countries using domestic demand. Then the other two indices, like you can look at consumer opportunity. This is again the same thing, but the last point, we're going to look at how much a country is importing of a given product. And then it's going to tell you like products are coming in at cheaper prices, so you're going to be better off because of that sort of increase of importing from cheaper products from China. And finally, we look at this idea of sourcing opportunities, and the idea is that economies can import cheaper intermediate input from China. It's a little bit more complicated because here we have to bring in input-output tables. So we want to see, like for a given product, how much it's an input for other products which are produced in a given country. So here we use this pretty cool, as a disclaimer, I'm not a trade economist. So it's pretty cool, like AI-generated production network, in which basically at HS6 you can see from any given product which products are part of sort of their input and supply chain. So we can basically reconstruct that, and we can come up again with an index that tells us how much countries are exposed. So in the last part, this is basically what we can do, and we can do in the paper, we can take all countries, so we try to be as extensive as possible, and then we can rank them depending on how exposed they are. And so here I'm looking at only countries in the region, and you can see like the red one are sort of the countries which are very highly exposed. And if you take, for instance, Morocco is very much exposed to import competition from China, but it's also like on the positive side, it's this idea of consumer opportunities index that tells that Morocco is also importing a lot of products for China, which are going to be cheaper. So there are, again, two potential offsetting effects. We're working on how to aggregate these four indices, not straightforward, but the idea we would like to have something that sort of put everything together, something positive and something negative, and can give you some sort of effect. Another disclaimer: these are all first round effects. You can think about second round effect, general equilibrium effect. This is not something we can do here. And then the nice thing is sort of from a policy perspective, you can take those indexes and unpack them and see what is driving certain exposure. And look at some examples here. Morocco, for instance, seems to be very much exposed to Chinese competition in the car industry for different margins. So in terms of export competition, like controllers, vertical panels, are products for which Morocco is very exposed. So meaning that Morocco is exporting those products, but China is also exporting the same product in the same destination. And if you look at, for instance, sourcing opportunity index, Morocco is producing a lot of microcars, and these microcars use a lot of inputs coming from China. So the Moroccan producer can actually benefit from cheaper Chinese intermediates. The final point, we try to provide some validation of our measure, meaning, so do this measure that we're going to propose are pure noise, or they're kind of able to predict actual trade flows? So we're working quite a bit on that. So we have some very preliminary results, which we run very simple diff in diff. We look at the export of a certain destination from a certain origin to a certain destination for a given product. So it's basic standard sort of gravity regression at the product level, in which we look at before and after, and where before and after is the second Trump presidency. And then our post-dummy interacted by our measure, and we would like this export-import competition indices to predict trade flows. And so far, that's what we find. Just focus on the first two columns, which is our baseline measures. And you can see that post sort of election, you can see that export competition predicts a reduction in trade flows in export, which is consistent with what the model should predict. And you can see that instead, like when you have import competition, since you move along the supply curve and you reduce your prices, you're going to export more. And if you have positive sources opportunity index, meaning that you are getting cheaper inputs, you're also going to push stronger export. And again, the coefficient is positive and significant. So it seems that our indices seems to predict, at least very recently in the last 8 to 9 month trade flows. So to conclude, we can see that US-China trade wars has not led to deglobalization, but instead is causing a sort of an increase in fragmentation of trade flows. US sourcing shifted away from China, and China's export moved towards third market. And the third market faced a mix of competition from China, opportunity, and also rerouting opportunity pressure that are not something we studied here. And so the title of the paper is from this very nice Ishiguro's book or movie, depending on your preferences, that says that the drama lies in the rupture than in the organization, continuity in the aggregate, but a profounding reshuffling in who trade with whom and at what terms. Thank you very much.
Excellent. 17 minutes and a half. To be beaten. So next, Mr. Alexander, the floor is yours. Connector economies in a fragmented world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to present here. Let me try to do it in 17 minutes and a half as well. It's a simple anatomy of foreign direct investment flows, mostly since 2022, but also a little bit before that, looking at what happened in response to more or less China-US rift and the rest of geopolitics that Andrea has introduced. It also builds on Andrea's earlier papers with Gitte and others. And basically what we are trying to do is to have a view of, okay, we established that connector economies that are not strongly geopolitically aligned with China and the US can benefit as destinations of FDI from the shifts in geopolitics. Well, actually, who exactly benefits and for what reasons do they benefit? And what we find is really a number of vignettes about what countries can be good at and attractive to investors from various points of view. I'll skip the literature in the interest of time. But basically, it's hard to put it actually into a regression. You don't have to be good at everything. You don't have to be a linear combination of being good at this and that. You just have to have some comparative advantages that are really attractive in the modern world. What we mine is the Financial Times FDI market database. These are announcements of projects. Not all of those projects go ahead. Some of them get re-announced. The benefit of that data is that it's very responsive to changes in policy. When changes in policy happen, Inflation Reduction Act and so on, EU Commission Industrial Accelerator Act, which is just a draft, but BID, the Chinese company, immediately announced that they're shifting their major investment from Turkey to Hungary because of EU local procurement rules and so on. So you can actually see how investors respond. And most of these things actually do get built as announced. We have reasonable data on various sectors, countries, dates of announcements, and so on, and a couple of interesting variables. The interesting variables are a fairly detailed sectoral information that we use, but also a special economic zone tag. And what we show is that in recent years, in particular, the rise of the use of special economic zones is quite pronounced. We use the counts. The counts have been shown more robust. You just count how many projects, but we also can show similar results with capital expenditure and to a slightly lesser extent with jobs created. We also use the data on investment screening procedures from 38 recipient countries that are covered by OECD PRISM data. It's relatively few countries, but actually they cover 50 to 60 more recently % of FDI investment projects globally. That's the share over there. You can also see that the share of OECD countries as FDI recipients peaked around 2021 at 60% and has been declining relatively fast. So that's another illustration of changing and geopolitical rifts. So overall, it's about 300,000 projects. So this is just looking at investments from China. And it's indeed, the greatest increases in investment to Vietnam, as Andrea just presented, and there is quite a bit of reduction in investment to US, UK, Germany, France, basically the advanced economies, plus India, a special relationship of China, and Russia, a special relationship of everyone else these days. But you also would see that in addition to fairly expected, I think, connector economies up there, Vietnam, Mexico, Thailand, Malaysia, etc. You also have the likes of Uzbekistan, but also the likes of Hungary and Egypt and UAE and Saudi Arabia, other Gulf destinations, but also Serbia, etc., appearing in this mix. And you can also see at the dynamic of investment of US, And you would see a slightly different list on the right, but actually with similar overlap with Vietnam featuring in top 20, but also Serbia and a few Gulf economies and Poland instead of Hungary and so on. And this is basically the starting fact about who attracts more and who attracts less on the right, and something that we would like to rationalize. We can so here the results are quite robust if you just start with that empirical premise. You look at the US and you look at China. But we also, in the spirit of literature, have some aggregation of economies around US and China into Bloc East and Bloc West. You can define it in different ways, and it works. You can use UN voting distance. It works a bit more strongly empirically if you aggregate into Bloc West countries that imposed sanctions on Russia, and these are about 45 economies. They are mostly kind of Western economies, as you define them, and a few in the Balkans, but also Korea and Japan. You have China bloc here is kind of very narrowly drawn around China to include Russia, Iran, a few others, but you can also draw it more broadly. So you can kind of establish this drop in investments within these blocks more recently as a share of the total, and the rise in the connector middle, which is the middle of that chart, and that's the starting point that has been reasonably well established. You can show it in regressions as well. You can kind of disentangle it a little bit into what actually happens with the cross-block investment, and you can show that empirically more action is in China's investment into these connector economies. So China coming to those economies in response to shifting geopolitics, and what Andrea just presented is more action than US responding, but US responding is also there. You can do some event studies and basically show that if you draw somewhere the kind of China to connector economies there top right, you would actually see some action around 2018 if you really zoom in onto that chart, reasonably short-lived, in response to the first China-US trade war, but it's much more pronounced since 2022. Coinciding with Russia's invasion of Ukraine and second Trump administration coming out of COVID. So in terms of what actually economies benefit from and what unites the list of economies, we do several exercises. So the first one is to show just the importance of market access. It's a fairly straightforward point, but actually comes through very strongly. And we also extend it a bit with the analysis showing how investor screening comes in. So if you're in the old world, say, of US-Japan tensions, how do you respond in the 1980s as Japanese car manufacturers? Well, you come and establish car factories in the United States. Toyota, Honda, etc., they all more or less relocated production to where their exports are not particularly welcome anymore. The complication with the current geopolitics is, although Chinese imports may not be very welcome in these economies, Chinese investment is not particularly welcome in these economies either. And this investor screening that has become a lot more widespread throughout OECD economies, but also elsewhere, Mexico is now designing its own, is basically more or less designed to discourage China investment. So what do you do in response? Well, you go to economies that may still welcome your investment and provide access to large markets. So for the US until recently, and even now, that would be Mexico, but also in this vignette that I will come to in a moment, countries with other free trade agreements with the US, of which Morocco is part, and a large production capacity. For European Union, It could be countries within the EU, and it's very strong specialization. Hungary and Spain accounts for 2/3 of all China's investment projects in the EU. They basically decide that they specialize in the China investment and others keep it out. But it would also be Turkey and again countries like Morocco and the Balkans, so hence Serbia. You have also sort of other versions of market access that you can show. In this particular example, we also show how market access overlaps with industrial policy incentives. So we look at Inflation Reduction Act in the US that got enacted 2 quarters after the war on Ukraine. So they're very close treatments, but you can nonetheless see them separately on the chart. We look at investments that come to US, to rest of the world, and to countries with a strong manufacturing base and FTA with the US, the likes of Korea, Morocco, Mexico, and so on. And we distinguish between 16 sectors tagged in the data set that are labeled with something which Inflation Reduction Act provided strong local content premier for the US, and that would also apply to countries with FTA back then. So you could produce batteries in Morocco and ship them to the US, put them into electric vehicles, and it will count towards US local content to get a bonus basically from the US government. And we can show differentially that investment in these markets, in these particular sectors, in a triple diff setting, responded very strongly to these investments. So people do come and set up these battery factories in Morocco's and Mexico's of the world. So the market access is very important, but also the history of manufacturing and just the capacity to produce at scale is very important. And indeed, if we distinguish between countries with an FTA US like Oman or Honduras that actually Andrea also referred to in the China example, well, people don't come to Honduras because there is no track record of actually manufacturing at scale there. So, and manufacturing at scale is also what would distinguish India and help it to relocate there. You can put it into triple different regressions, and it would also work. You will see a strong interaction between the three. So why does it work? Well, we mine this data on restrictions for greenfield FDI imposed by various countries at the OECD. The nice thing is that they imposed from year to year differentially. So you can do some diff in it. It also has quite a bit of differentiation across sectors. Tourism will be the least restricted and defense production will be the most restricted. It makes certain sense. You can look at the investment, and this investment screening has been on the rise. So actually, if you adopt the most sort of broad definition of brownfield investment, non-sector specific classification, and so on, 95% of investment projects to these countries become subject to special notifications. We can also show that actually they just discourage investment. It's not that people, apply and fail. I think in Italy there were 2 or 3 projects that were actually not allowed to go ahead. They usually just die in a bureaucratic limbo and people get discouraged. We can show that it's a large coefficient of about 30% in PPML regressions and OLS regressions, that once you have this investor screening, it just discourages the investment. We can do some of this analysis specific to sectors, and basically this is more or less the channel. The market access and manufacturing at scale becomes particularly attractive because you don't do the Japan-US of the 1980s. The investment screening kind of discourages China to come and bring EV factories into Germany or the US, at least without special restrictions on transfer of technology. So you do it where you can. And then there is investment in special economic zones. It has started rising quite fast and even faster in the last 3 to 4 years. Historically, it was a very small percentage, 1 to 2%. Now it's closer to 5% of all investment. It's still a small percentage. The top special economic zones are actually fairly concentrated here in the MENA region. The Gulf and Egypt are big users of this, now accounting for about 60% of all foreign investment projects coming into these countries. And what you can also show here is that investment without free economic zones are very much subject to geopolitical fragmentation. So investment within blocks goes up, investment across blocks falls. For investment in special economic zones, you actually don't observe it, because special economic zones, they do exactly that. In addition to tax incentives, infrastructure, and all that, they have a very simple rule book. If you do this, then you get that, and it's subject to fast-track approvals, and you more or less know the name of the game. So, in these special economic zones, China investors, US investors would be welcome under certain predetermined conditions. If it doesn't fit the envelope, well, then it doesn't fit the envelope. It increases certainty, and that seems to be a particularly valuable thing. You can also show that a huge rise in PPML regression, more than doubling. You can look at it differently. You can look at between block investment and how many of them start differentially using free economic zones after 2022. And you see a huge jump in basically use of special economic zones by more geopolitically difficult investments that are subject to more onerous approvals. You can also do various other interactions, but to stick to 17.5 minutes, which is the gold standard set by Andrea, I will nonetheless split that. And then there is still the old kind of gravity model things. They work about cultural, geographic, and geopolitical proximity. You can put it into gravity regressions, and yes, you will find that China investment will first and foremost go to ASEAN countries for all the usual historical reasons. So that will also hold. It will not hold, fundamentally universally, but if you zoom in on Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, etc., you will see these jumps in red bars. This is the share of investment from China, and they are very discontinuous jumps after 2022, Cambodia, etc. But if you look at Philippines, kind of a bit more difficult relationship with China and ASEAN, then you don't see the jump. So that would still apply. The last thing we do is that we do look at the identity of Chinese investors, and we do certain decomposition, and you can show probably what you expect. State-owned enterprises start investing more, less across blocks, and firms specializing in investment, but the US gain market share. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to take questions later.
Excellent. Almost exact same timing. So nice complementarities actually on with those two papers. So we have the third paper. Please, Ali, the floor is yours. Connector economies in a fragmented world with more structural dimensions, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Karim. First of all, I would like to thank IMF for this opportunity to present our paper. So basically, I had a map here, but I had to remove this morning because of I received a request to remove it. And this is a joint work with a colleague, Zain Alama from Concordia University. So I promise I will try to make it simple, straight to the point, and focus on some key outcome. I don't know if it works. Green button. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so what we are doing in this paper, so simply, the question is simple. We are trying to relate between geoeconomic fragmentation, and now we're turning to focus on MENA region. So our main application is on MENA countries, and we are benchmarking with a global economy. And we are trying to examine the association between geoeconomic fragmentation and economic complexity that may lead to structural transformation in the MENA region. So the main idea is that the sample seems to be simple, but it's really complex because of the complexity of MENA countries, and I'll go in details a bit. Essentially, we are trying to examine whether maintaining a broad commercial ties across or between competing geopolitical blocks may help or constrain structural transformation in the MENA region. So this is in a nutshell what we are trying to achieve in this paper through different econometric techniques that I will not go in detail. Simply, I will show the main ideas a bit. The argument behind this idea is that is it true that being internationally connected may lead to being sophisticated in our export activity or not? So being internationally connected may generate some benefits and some returns being connected through intermediary effects or maintaining trade flows, etc. But as a region, if you want to focus on the region, are we having in return some deeper productive upgrading? Are we improving our economic complexities that I will define in a bit? So the main motivation of our paper indeed comes from the global changing of or changing nature of globalization. Basically, international trade investment are substantially shaped by sanctions, export barriers, and investment screening. And more importantly, for the MENA region, the region is exposed substantially to repeated external shocks. So this makes interesting case for the MENA region if you want to put it in the global context. Adding to that the MENA region is really distinctive and unique in terms of being located on the international trade routes, energy market, and being subject to conflicts and continuous external shocks, like I mentioned. So we believe in this paper that the main question, the key policy question, is not maintaining or being internationally connected, but whether this will translate into generating some benefits and upgrading our productive or being technologically sophisticated. So basically, this is what, in a nutshell, we are trying to do in this paper. So we have two components: geoeconomic fragmentation or connectedness, that will measure how a country is maintaining or diversifying its export structure between different blocks, and will looking at a narrative story. So it will measure or it will capture external position, not the productive capabilities that may generate. However, on the other hand, if we want to link it with economic complexity and to go in depth into structural transformation, so economic complexity, it will be measured by an index shortly, will classify the export sophistication of a country. So moving from being focusing on simple product to complex products, and reflecting our productive technique, technologies, know-how, the skills formation, level of innovation, and so on. So to sum it, complexity, capture, capability, depth, and broadly structural transformation. So the MENA region is really interesting case and unique. And it's true that many MENA countries are internationally connected, but it doesn't necessarily mean that will lead to some structural transformation. For instance, if we give an example on countries rich in resources, so being highly connected or internationally connected may secure trade flows and may enhance the capacity building in few products, and as a result, may not necessarily translate into productive capabilities. So let me skip this part to go directly in a bit to our results. We are contributing in this paper in three main items. So the first one, we focus on the connection between geoeconomic connectedness and economic complexity, rather focusing on trade flows, some outcomes, and volume of trade. So this is a new paper that will provide evidence. And second, we are carefully look and extract a country regional panel. It's a small size, but through some techniques that we are trying to provide robustness and to check for our results. So we provide a new empirical evidence to the existing studies. And last one, we really contribute to the policy debate about what is the key question, to be internationally connected or to focus more on the quality of integration rather on being integrated. So this is on policy side. So let me go directly to the application. We run two applications. The main one is at MENA region. Our sample is a regional panel sample composed with from 15 economies covering the period 2003-2022. And we are benchmarking with 141 countries with 2,785 observation. The key independent variable is a geoeconomic connectedness that is defined as follow. So basically, it will measure how broadly an economy can diversify or distribute product across different trading partners with different geopolitical position. So the composition of this indicator is based on geopolitical distance between the trading partners, and we rely on difference basically to construct this indicator using differences in UN General Assembly ideal points in order to see the points you allocate with a trading partner. So a higher value means that a country distribute or export to geopolitically diverse partners. On the other hand, our dependent variable is the economic complexity index, and it will measure the export sophistication of an economy. And a higher value, it indicates that the economy is more diversified in terms of product. They have less common product, and they require deeper productive technique. So if we want to just describe the two main indicators, and we control for a set of micro indicators, oil rents, political stability, trade openness, GDP. And let me go briefly into the econometric application. So let me present the general idea. We run the baseline model. We run two-way fixed effect model with a year fixed effect and country fixed effect to capture some macro variation in terms of geography, institutional quality, historical background, and so on. So, and we run our model against a series of robustness check and change in statistical inference in order to, so the big tables, and they are in the paper and appendix. So what I'm trying to do here, I will focus really on the key results, the key coefficients that will reflect our story and will tell us the narrative that we are convinced to provide in our paper. So they are controlling for common shocks, the country fixed effect in alpha I, lambda T. So our dependent variable economic complexity index, ECI, that will be a proxy or indicator for structural transformation, and GOC, the key independent variable. So here we are taking our independent variables at lagged T-1 for a number of reasons. So the first one is to control or to reduce the simultaneous concerns, and second, actually a change in trade exposure may have a delay effect on productive change or productive or technology. So we have a delay effect. However, our dependent variable complexity index is at level T, current year, compared to lagged year. So basically, we just to sum up the methodology and the empirical identification. So we changed the statistical inference, the error term, through a number of scenarios. So we run the Driscoll-Cray standard error to account for small sample size and to account for serial correlations that may exist in a small sample size across years. In addition, to account for cross-sectional dependency that may be observed across countries. And also, we run additional robustness checks that is convenient for small sample scenarios, wild cluster bootstrap. Also, we run a simple country, or we cluster our error term at a country level. We expand we have many scenarios we control for through different combinations. So this is the extended controls. We control for linear trends at country level. In addition, we run heterogeneity models where we control for post-2016, where the regional geoeconomic fragmentation intensify. And we control for all rand as additional analysis and robustness check if you want. We run a placebo test in order to control for timing. If future geoeconomic fragmentation can predict the current economic complexity, and we run a long difference horizon across 5 and 10 years to see if the effect can be maintained in the medium and long run. It's not only a short run fluctuation. So this is in a nutshell what we are trying to do and to run this series of robustness checks and control. So let me go directly to the results. So in a nutshell, the key result is that there is so here we are careful about causality. We don't claim causality in our paper. So we focus on statistical inference and how we identify the question. So a 1 unit increase in geoeconomic connectedness last year is associated with a decline by 0.77 point in the current economic complexity. That is a proxy. We'll go in details in the policy explanation in a bit. It's strong, it's statistically significant, and is negative. When we run the several robustness check, it remains negative, statistically significant in the preferred model when we change the clustering error terms, when we extend our model, when we run country trends. And we basically, in the last 2 results, we interact our key independent variable geoeconomic connectedness with oil rands. So we noticed here that the result is stronger. It remains statistically significant, indicating a negative association between the 2 variables, indicating, among others, that countries that are rich and resource dependent may benefit from being connected to secure trade flows and some benefits. However, they may indicate, among others, they are specialized or focusing on improving productive capabilities in these specific sectors. In addition, we interact our independent variable with a dummy variable to measure post-2016, where the level of regional fragmentation increased. We have the same results. So it's negative, statistically significant across all specifications. So this indicates a stable results across different empirical applications. So now we are comparing our key result with benchmarks that we run. So here we are focusing on the baseline with the Driscoll-Cray cluster of standard error. So both are negative, but globally the value or the coefficient is small, but not statistically significant. So this narrative about the negative association between being globally connected and having less complexity in our economy, or our economy is less complex in terms of structure, may be unique for the MENA countries and hide or alter a number of policy implications and explanations. And this is really interesting to observe it across several applications. And now we are expanding our paper through additional techniques, and it remains negative. This we are using different sample also to control. It remains negative, statistically significant, and it's really something to talk about it and to explore more in the policy section. So additionally, we run only for the interaction between geoeconomic connectedness and oil rand, it increased. So countries who are resource dependent, the coefficient will become stronger if in the moderate and the high level of dependency. If you are in a lower level of dependency in resource-based activity, the coefficient is minus 0.5, but it's not statistically significant. So it will become stronger as the level of dependency increase. And we observe that the association will remain negative and stronger in the 5 and 10-year horizon, indicating it's not only a short-run association or fluctuation, it will remain in the medium run, if you want, or across time. So the connectedness complexity trade-off is really more pronounced in resource-dependent setting and may be observed to be persistent across time, if you want to put it in this context. So what we have learned. So let's try to, what is the narrative we are trying really to achieve behind this exercise and running all these settings and leading to the main implication is that connectedness may be negatively affected by fragmentation, where the narrative really we are convinced here in this paper is that the results provide evidence of breadth versus depth for the MENA countries. So in reality, partners may really benefit, develop market access, intermediation, arbitrage, trade continuity, and different, but it doesn't translate in most of MENA countries. And this is in line with some narrative studies and policy studies and descriptive studies about fragmentation. And did we really achieve some complexity in economic structure? And yeah, a few minutes. I tried my best to be short, but it didn't work. So anyway, yeah, a few minutes. So 2 minutes exactly, almost done. So the idea we are trying to convince ourselves and to convince you is that we want to move from being transactional connectedness to be transformational connectedness. How we enhance and how we use the level of connectedness to improve quality of integration and to generate some learning process that will translate into deeper productive capabilities, skills formation, adoption, innovation, rather than focusing on trade flows. However, they are important and may generate some benefits. So the key message for policymakers is that what could be the best intervention tools in order to enhance the quality of our integration, and the type of integration, rather than focusing on being integrated and being connected, and to make it more, to achieve this structural transformation that will lead to the real economic complexity sectors and better outcomes. So this is what I want to say. Let's stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Francesco, do we put this in perspective? You'll try. How much you need? You need 10 minutes?
Yes.
Good? Okay.
10 minutes is fine.
10, 15 minutes you can take, then we have 15 minutes to discuss. Thank you.
Let me see if they... Okay, great. Thank you so much for the invitation to this conference, and thanks to the organizer. It's really a pleasure to be back in Rabat. So it's typically difficult to discuss a paper in 10 minutes, and today I have to discuss 3 in 10 minutes. And I don't know what I did bad to my ex-colleagues at the fund, but this is the task. The good news is that these 3 papers stand well together. And in my view, there are really 3 chapters of the same story. So I'm going to try to tell that story and raise a few questions for both the authors and you. The green one, right? Is not moving. No, not even. Okay, so. Okay, so the common thread across the 3 papers is really the same structural shift. You have the world economy that is not deglobalizing in the aggregate, and the trade over GDP has been relatively flat, but is fragmenting along geopolitical lines. And you have, through this fragmentation, what comes out is that there are a bunch of connector countries that finds themselves in the middle between these blocks. So if you read in sequence these three papers, you have basically they trace one question at different altitudes, if you want. You have the first paper by Andrea that gives us a macro picture, the great reallocation of global trade, the reshuffling of who trades with whom rather than a collapse in trade itself. Then you have the second paper by Alex that zoom in on the mechanism, and when investment can no longer flow directly across rival blocks, it reroutes, and it reroutes through these connector countries, such as the UAE, Morocco, Vietnam, and Mexico. And then you have the last paper by Ali, who asked the question of, well, the first two that actually raise the same question, but they do not answer directly, which is, well, when this happens, what happened to the country that received these flows? Do they actually develop? So the whole session to me hangs on this common question that is, connectors clearly capture the flows, but what happens? Do they build capabilities out of these flows? So they are very different papers in the sense of, or in the type of data that they leverage. Andrea's paper works with monthly, highly disaggregated trade data, essentially for every country in the world, running through 2025. And the headline number is that China's share of US imports fell from 22% to 8%, so a major collapse. But, and this is the point of the paper, that is reallocation and not disappearance of this trade. The trade went just somewhere else, and they give us a taxonomy of 6 channels through which third countries are exposed to this shift, well anchored in trade theory. The second paper worked with the Greenfield FDI announcements, nearly 300,000 projects over 2 decades. And the headline is that cross-block FDI fell by about 30% after early 2022, and the connector picked up the rerouted investment, especially through special economic zones, free trade agreements, spillovers from US industrial policy. And the last paper worked with panel data. Basically, the headline there is that it goes the other way in a way, that is geoeconomic connectedness is associated with lower subsequent economic complexity, and the relationship is steeper for oil exporters. So I'm going to just, in the interest of time, try to say what I really like in each paper, and maybe one main comment for each one of them. So what I really like in the first one by Andrea is that the timeliness and the discipline through which the analysis is conducted. It's a careful documentation of trade flows rerouting through the Liberation Day. They identify also, at least to me, a novel channel, which is goods with long production cycles decouple more slowly. And they provide this theory-grounded taxonomy, which they show that is to some extent uncorrelated with the theoretical measures. So basically arguing that looking like China is not the same as being exposed to China. My main comment there is that, and I think, Andrea, you actually addressed that to a large extent in the presentation, but the taxonomy is built from 2023 trade shares, but it's not validated, at least in the paper. And the paper I got, I think that you have a new version against what happened after. So I would love to see maybe that countries that these indices flag as exposed are in fact the ones that saw the displacement and the rerouting in 2024 and 2025, which I think you showed to some extent in the presentation. The second paper, what I really like is that it's the first systematic mapping of connector economies at the FDI level rather than trade. So changing really the dependent variable here. They present a clean event study. The IRA spillover is sharp. My comment there is why particular countries win. So you have these advantages that are identified essentially by comparing the top and bottom rank connectors and noting what winners share in terms of these characteristics. And to some extent, I would think that some of these features travel together. So the comparison, I would think, cannot tell us much about which one of these channels does the work. So I don't know if it is possible or not, but letting a race in a single regression to understand which one prevails would be an interesting aspect of this. I have some other minor comments. The 30% decline of project counts is super interesting, but I think to a large extent what we care about is the dollar amount. So I would try to show it in capital spending terms, which is eventually what matters for jobs, and some minor or say discrepancies across the magnitude depending on the empirical technique that is used. Finally, in the paper by Ali, what I like the most is that really that's really the key question that we should ask, right? What is the development question in all these? How do countries benefit or not? And my main comment is maybe a mechanical one, in the sense that connectedness and complexity are coming out from the same export basket. So a commodity exporter tends to score high on one dimension and low on the other simply by construction. And I would test this mechanism directly and flag also that, you know, there is a large concern of reverse causality there, especially when you substitute with the current, with the lead of the variable, you see some much reduced statistical significance. So let me now try to lift up what these three papers together tell us. First, and I think this is the most important point, we have three different definitions of connectedness on each panel. First one is on trade openness or trade exposure, better said. The second one is on FDI rerouting. And the third one is the dispersion of export partners across geopolitical distance. So they are not clearly the same object. They are equally interesting, each one of them, but there is the questions of which one is the most important one, maybe. The second, all the three papers are candidly correlational. So I think that obviously the important question is always like, what can we learn policy-wise? So can we make an effort towards potential causal claims? And finally, what is the right outcome variable, right? Is it trade? Is it FDI? Is it another dimension that maybe matters more? So and then, you know, just offering some synthesis about this, which I think ties the three papers together. You know, there is this idea of a smile curve here, where the value added is high on the two ends of the smile of the production chain, which is research and design on one side and branding and services on the other, but is low in the middle, right? So in the assembly and packaging. So the production stages that move first when the geopolitical shock forces production to relocate are the central one. So basically the codifiable, low skill, quick to set up stages of the production. And the high capability ends are the more sticky ones, and they tend to stay in the core. So this is, you know, what also Andrea's own result, that goods that decouple first were the ones that are fast to produce. So a reallocation-driven boom basically trickles down almost by construction into the bottom of the smile, and connectors are offered the middle of the chain and not really the ends. So this is exactly why the paper by Ali find that connectedness going together with low complexity. It is really the smile curve working out, right? To summarize, connectedness buys you participation in the global chain, but what MENA countries actually need is this upgrading that Ali has been talking about. So moving towards the ends of this smile. Okay, so just also to connect to what our chair was telling us at the beginning, it brings the debate to the question of, you know, the optimistic case comes out from the two first papers. Rerouting is bringing projects on the ground. You know, you have special economic zones filling up, the clean tech investment flowing to places with a free trade agreement, genuine industrial policy spillovers, and the Gulf, Morocco, Turkey are visibly winning this reallocation game. This looks like one in a generation opportunity to industrialize very fast. The cautionary case comes out of the third paper, which says, you know, connectedness without complexity is something like, as they say, a Dutch disease with a geopolitical face. So you can earn the middleman rents without ever learning how to make anything new, and which is clearly the fragile point. So the question I want to put to the panel is what turns a connector into an upgrader? Is it absorbing capacity, local content rules, the kind of FDI they receive? So let me close by, just mentioning the 4 questions to hand over to the debate. One on the measurement. Do the same economies sit at the top of the trade, the FDI, and the complexity rankings? Or are we conflating these different dimensions and calling them all connectors? The second is on flows passing through this transformation. Under what condition does the connector status build domestic capability rather than just rents? Which policy lever matters the most? The third is on durability. If the rules of origin tighten and the blocks harden, is the MENA building resilient capabilities, or it's just renting out on its geography, basically? And last point, the fourth, specifically for the oil exporters, is whether economic complexity is even the right yardstick, and does geoeconomic connectedness deepen with the diversification agenda like Vision 2030 that many of these economies have? With that, I'll end back. I think I'm still within the minutes, right? Yeah. Thank you.
So, congratulations to all of you. Floor is yours. Wake up. Great questions. Come on. Please. Just behind you. Oh, wow.
Giancarlo Corsetti from European University Institute. I just wonder, there are 2 issues in the last few years that are on the table. One, I label trading around geopolitics. Firms look for profits. They don't necessarily care about politics. So they go around. And we did it with Beata Javorcik at the EBRD on Turkish expert. So there is a sense that corporate are moving through this connector, are moving through. On the other hand, there is the geoeconomics that says that the blocks are not defined today, and there is a race towards defining the blocks. And the race can be, I know if we believe majority, would be like trying to kill the opportunity cost of the other blocks, trying to reduce the temptation, the incentive to go with the other block. So how this connector, a little bit what the discussant was saying, how this connector and blocks can be treated so differently, no? Dynamically, it seems that we're playing a game there. And connector could be creating dependence, the same way in which blocks are already there.
Okay. I think it can be very brutal, but we'll come back to that. Please, here.
Hi, thank you very much. Really interesting presentations. I'm Hassan Hassan from IISS. 2 questions, a broader question and then a specific question to Ali Faqih. To what extent is the block frame of reference, is it as much a prison for the analysis as it is an illuminating concept? Because in a sense, yes, if you think at the superpower level, there is a block rivalry, there's a block dynamic. You have a US-centric Western bloc and a Chinese bloc, or a Chinese-centric bloc, and then everyone else is a connector or is somehow irrelevant. But if you de-emphasize the superpower level, and if you zoom out and you don't necessarily center the analysis at that level, then actually what I tend to see more of as a geopolitical specialist is a messy a group of various overlapping coalitions that have very different issue-based alignments depending on the sector that you look at. So to what extent is the analysis sort of being overly determined by this a priori assumption about the world as being sort of block-driven? My question to Ali Faqih is really just to take your analysis to the country level discussion. So are you essentially saying at the country level, when we look at the MENA, that really it's the Gulf states being, on the one hand, these these countries that are benefiting from increased flows as connectors. So they're doing a good job being connectors because of their geopolitical sort of positions, but they're doing a terrible job at diversification away from oil. Is this really the country level takeaway from your paper?
Thank you. please.
Yes, Antonio Spilimbergo, IMF. Two questions. First question, is there any attempt to assess the welfare cost of fragmentation? Second question, is there any historical example of fragmentation in the last decades, or is a new thing unprecedented?
Please, I won't come back. I just take one round because once it comes here, it never goes back. Shahir, please.
Thank you. Shahir Zaki from the University of Orléans. I have two questions.
You are affiliated to
and
here.
affiliated to MCSP, exactly.
What is that?
No, I just want to make it
no
short.
No bonuses this year, please.
Two questions on the, I think they are mainly related to the first two papers. Have you thought about testing the impact of those indicators or the structure of FDI flows on the likelihood of signing new trade agreements or deepening existing trade agreements? Thank you so much.
Please.
From IE University from Madrid. I have a question about trade. Your paper spans after 2018, and a lot happened after 2018. We got COVID, we got semiconductor stuff. I want to know how much confidence do we have that the estimated effects are attributed to the trade war rather than those events?
Roberto, please, here.
Thanks, Roberto Cardarelli from the IMF. I was a little bit surprised at the results that, there's this negative correlation between geopolitical connectedness and complexity. And Francesco is trying to reconcile this by saying, well, if you connect into global value chains, you do it at the very low level of the value added. But that's kind of a good interpretation of diversification of connectedness. On the service side of things is not necessarily the case, and a lot of countries in the region are trying to diversify and to connect in finance, in logistics, I mean, in high value added kind of sector. So it's not completely obvious that the explanation is so simple. When you join global value chains, you do it at a low value added. So that kind of solves the puzzle. But again, if you look at the service sector side of integration, of diversification, it's not that obvious. So I was wondering whether you can differentiate between goods and services type of integration and diversification.
Okay. Last question.
Last question. Thanks, everyone. Yassine from Queen's University, Belfast. So my question for Andrea specifically. So regarding this rerouting, I'm wondering whether it makes the supply chain more resilient, more stable, or it simply creates like more complexity in terms of production and also for supply chain. One second. Did you identify what are like the properties to be a third economy that will be like a rerouting road from the main side to the supply side? Thanks.
Please, we have time for another one. Then you have 15 minutes to answer. Each, no.
Good morning, everybody. So Karim El Aynaoui from the International University of Casablanca. So all the three papers describe economies gaining trade by intermediating between the US and China. But the MENA paper warns of connectedness without complexity. So my question is the connected trade actually a developmental opportunity, or is it an actual trap? Thank you.
I'll have to stop here. Is it very short? Okay. So two last questions, but make it short, please. It's a good test to your memory, please. It's a friendly meeting, so when they give you a mic, it's on. Don't touch it. They're your friends. It's not an hostile environment.
Wow. Thank you. Okay,
Don't
now it's
the mic.
working.
Just speak.
Yeah,
Go
thank
ahead.
you so much. My question is from a central banking perspective. I'm used to be working in Bank Al Maghrib. Now I'm working at Central Bank of Oman. So my question is, what policy mix best ensures that geoeconomic connectedness translates into long-term productivity gain rather than the temporary trade gain and FDI gain?
If you're interested in that, you should work in a sectoral ministries. You're in the business of short-term cycle. Please. Not much, I think, but they will
Thank
tell
you very
us.
much. Because we are talking about me, or at
Please
least
introduce
rethinking.
yourself briefly so people introduce yourself.
Oh, Brahim El Hadid from Central Bank of Jordan. And
Marhaba.
because we are talking about, MENA countries and rethinking about how the integration and the connection between MENA countries. And as you know, most of the exchange rate regimes in MENA regions are either picked or managed. Is there, like, in the studies, have these factors been included and see how the exchange rate regime could help or worsen the effectiveness of the trade connection? And this could be maybe factors to help the reconnection in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Great questions. Let me start in reverse order of the speaking roles. Francesco, you want to say a few words? Okay, excellent. Ali, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your questions. I'll start with Hassan, if I may, for GCC. So basically, as I mentioned, and I make it really, we make it clear in our paper, it's a sort of association rather than causality, because the relationship may not be seen to be strict or one-to-one between geoeconomic connectedness and economic complexity, but it is a sort of in-depth empirical exercise to describe the current situation in the MENA region, and it intersect with the narrative that we understand from the descriptive. So my guess for GCC country is that the geoeconomic connectedness, rather than reinforcing these interlinkages, they don't lead necessarily to diversification. So this is a simple interpretation that if you want to put it at a narrative and describing the current economic situation in the region, they are doing a great job, like you mentioned, but at the same time, still regionally across the MENA regions, our economies are not well diversified, and we have issues in capacity building and skills and different aspects in our economic structure. So a second question, if I may, regarding a colleague from IMF regarding low value added, it's true. So, but at the end of the day, taking the regionally, so the level of, if you are investing or if you are trading in low added value, it could be a trap. So that may not lead to a intermediate sophistication of level of export. We may be trapped in the low level of trade and specific sectors. So here I didn't mention in literature, they focus a lot on the transmissional mechanism and how fragmentation may be affecting some fragile sectors. So here we don't control for sectors and or services against goods, but it could be the reason. So in a different context of if we have data to go in depth across sectors, so here we can see if really the negative association or relationship may remain the same or suddenly it will disappear and it will remain negative. And on central bank, and if I may put it in the general context, so the aim is to provide a message for policymakers that is really we still need to do some policy intervention. So it could be incentive mechanism for firms to provide some sort of skills training or to start with some diversification, but it should be initiated by policymakers in order to see what type of mechanism we may want to intervene in order to enhance the productive capabilities generated from being highly connected across the MENA region. So this is what really among the key messages we are trying to provide in the paper. Thank you.
Excellent, Ali. Please.
Thank you very much. A lot of great questions. Let me try to run through them. There was a question about maybe going in backwards on the policy mix for long-term productivity gains and whether exchange rates matter. One interesting stylized fact from crunching this FDI data is that a typical median foreign direct investment project goes to a country at 89th percentile of income per capita distribution globally. And this is up from 63rd percentile when the data set started. Investors target ever more expensive and richer countries, actually, in part because these are markets, but in part because skills are increasingly expensive. A lot of production can be automated. You need a few good skilled people. So actually, probably the most important ingredient that is very hard to build is the skill base. Exchange rates would empirically matter a lot less. Supply chains, do they actually get to be more resilient? Very little evidence of that in the data. Giancarlo made a related remarks that firms trade, not countries, and this is, I think, very true. If you look at a median number of suppliers per firm per product, it's one. We actually looked in a related paper at what happened in Russia sanctions shock to Russian firms, because more than 60% of all suppliers changed. Well, the distribution of suppliers per firm did not change. A typical firm sources a product from one supplier. It's just a new supplier. There is always a profit maximizing supplier. It's a bit like you go to Tesco supermarket or to Carrefour. The supplier never changes. It's the same supplier. So I think that remains. Whereas shocks, can they be disentangled? Well, not really. You can have philosophical discussions about what COVID contributed to geopolitical fragmentation that followed. I think that's the beauty of and the problem with this. But we try to draw these different event study lines, and you can make your own judgment. Whether the geopolitical shifts lead to more emphasis on trade agreements and investment agreements, I'm not sure. Actually, empirically, the value of these agreements, I think, is a little bit under strain. It's less and less clear how they're honored, what Jordan-US free trade agreement is worth, what Turkey's custom union membership with the EU in the context of Industrial Accelerator Act or the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism and so on. So probably the opposite. On welfare costs, maybe, and historical precedents, maybe Andrea could comment. I think historical precedents are plenty. Finding good data on that trade is difficult. I think the Cold War paper is probably the closest to that attempt. What are blocks? And will they ever be defined? Well, I think the blocks here really is the US-China shift. This is important and real in part because more than 25% of all goods are now produced in China. So everything that we wear, laptops, pens, notebooks, etc., chances are at least 1/4 in this room is from China, and 15% of global demand is in the US. So this is big. Everything else shifts around it. And in fact, in the paper that I showed, Hungary would technically be, of course, in the Bloc West with the EU, but it very much has the features of the connector economy, as we show. The causality versus correlation is really tough always in here. I think Inflation Reduction Act in exercises that we do comes closest because the list of these 16 sectors that are eligible is a bit random. The implementation, it is a bit random, etc. But of course, nothing like the implementation of investor screening by a given country in a given year is never fully random. I think it's a very good point. What does it take to get upgraded? We're doing some empirical work on it for the next year report, and maybe we'll write it up. I think what actually matters a lot for development of product capabilities are the existing product capabilities alongside the industrial supply chains. So either you are already good at input sectors or you're already good at off-taking sectors domestically, then you have much higher chance empirically to become also good at a particular sector. So actually you build these capabilities along this production networks. There seems to be no magic bullet to suddenly upgrade to somewhere to where you don't have connections. So even a not so glamorous part of that production work may be a good place to start as a nudge, as long as you can build skills and those connections. And there was a good question about whether the breadth versus depth trade-off. really exist? Well, we're looking at it now actually, and a typical product is exported by a typical country, just not China, the median, to 3 destinations. So we think about, you know, if you export something, you export to all the world. It doesn't really work like that. But AI and defense products, say, are exported typically to 6 to 9 destinations. So once you try to crunch this data, it's really not obvious, as others have said, that this breadth-depth trade-off is universal. But I think the fact that as a connector, you first gain is not so glamorous sectors and then try to upgrade from there. I think there is a lot of truth in it. Very finally, do particular countries win, and can it be put in cross-country regressions? Very hard to put in cross-country regressions of averages. You have to be really good with special economic zones, really good with market access, really good with something else. Just to be at the very top of anything, then it works. Just to be 2 times more mediocre, well, that doesn't work. And it's like for economists who wants to be an average economist. Thank you.
You can keep it. Thank you. Andrea, in 3 minutes, please.
Yeah, I will do my best. I think there was a lot of good questions. I try to I think they are more or less in 2 camps. One is about sort of the connectors. The other one is about the ideas of blocks. So I will try to answer probably building on other work compared to what I presented. On the connector side, I would say, like, you know, do country benefit, is it stable or not? I think the whole idea is like, the first part of this idea was mostly about like this trade and sort of connector being in between the 2 blocks and managing trade flows, and this is mostly like rerouting. Then it's not clear exactly what the potential benefits are. I think that the key part comes from what Alex presented about sort of this FDI component, and I guess in previous paper we also show that, you know, there are this FDI, and we have a follow-up paper in which, for instance, we try to merge the trade and the investment data, showing that, you know, certain countries hit by tariffs can sort of, you know, not necessarily only relocate trade, but also like try to invest elsewhere and move production abroad. And when they try to, you know, it's true that firms do choices, and for instance, in that case, you can see that investment tend to go to countries in which the firm then don't face in larger trade barriers as in the source economy. So there is this idea that, you know, firms make smart decisions. So let's say if you're a Chinese firm, you want to relocate in countries in which you are less likely to face, let's say, US barriers. But then it's overly complicated, and sort of this rerouting and supply chain. First of all, it's not obvious the case that you become sort of more resilient. If anything, supply chain becomes much more complicated. And also, I want to reiterate what Alex said about sort of diversification is very hard. You know, again, I guess the one number comes from one of Paul's paper about firms not being able to diversify. We have in addition, we have some other work, like when you look at US importers, large US importers, and even large US firms. It's not about Amazon and Apple, but even large US firms tend to basically source inputs from 1 or 2 countries at best. And so we find that, you know, the time it takes for you as a US importer to find different supplier out of China is in the order of like quarters, if not years. And if anything, for talking about like policymakers, and some of you are like in financial sector, like we really emphasize, for instance, that banks are really important to provide sort of credit information for firms to relocate. Then on the other part is about these blocks. And again, I want to emphasize, like, clearly, like there is all this literature that looks at these blocks about the US and China. Alex mentioned that. Clearly, if you take those blocks and try to explain what has been happening now, those blocks don't make sense anymore. Things have changed dramatically. And so meaning we need to think a little bit more about that. And we have ongoing work. So I'm going to sort of flag a little bit what we are doing so that maybe I get an invitation for next year. So we have some work on this rise of middle powers. I guess this idea, somebody mentioned about this pushing of new trade agreements. That's exactly what we see. For instance, we look at, you know, all this sort of announcement or sign of new trade agreement could be, you know, India and Europe or the Mercosur, a lot of other countries. And we try to see like how this middle power coalition can actually be beneficial, and especially like can actually sort of be stable coalition. And I think there is a lot of very fascinating literature that bridges like geoeconomics and political science and econ, where the story is about like to what extent then sort of the blocks or the large hegemons can try to sort of bribe, if you want, countries to come closer to them. And we have some earlier work, we have a chapter in 23 on FDI, in which we look a little bit of potential sort of general equilibrium effect of like welfare effect or the welfare cost, if you want, fragmentation. But in that case, we would also say we split the world into these two blocks, and then we can say which are sort of the incentive, and are it's actually possible for like one of the two hegemons to bring the country in the middle, like say the Indonesia or the Vietnamese, closer to you, and under which conditions. So I think that's exactly where the inter-research questions are. Like, can middle coalition be stable, or where are the incentive for like the Chinese or the US to sort of bring in countries closer to that? I think to conclude, like the big point is the role of European Union in that discussion. Thank you.
So many thanks. Let's acknowledge also the presence of graduate students. I mean, they have a specific program. You'll see them in the program tomorrow. So they're with us here. It's part of the conference. And you've heard some of them asking questions. Many thanks. It's fantastic and passionate topics. We won't conclude here, but please join me to congratulate our friends here, and let's have coffee. Thank you.
We now invite you to take a 30-minute break. Please join us at the hall for coffee.
I'll make a few remarks to start, and then we'll open it up. Yeah?
Okay. Une seconde.
Do we take the time for us a little bit? Just go for it. Because this the only thing that is between us and lunch is you. So so we'll have, you know, you'll have a very strong incentive not to go beyond.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Please take your seats as we continue with our second session. We're starting in about 1 minute.
Okay. So, welcome back. We now continue with session 2, dedicated to artificial intelligence. The session will be shared by Mr. Farid Belhaj. He is fellow for the Policy Center for the New South here in the same campus and affiliate to IMC in our faculty. Farid, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. I guess I'll start with a couple of comments, and in order to make sure that we have an orderly conversation with time respected, I will be as loose as possible for one simple reason, because what is between us and lunch is basically these four great economists. So I'm sure that they will restrain themselves without me having to be too directive. So a couple of comments. MENA today is battered by geopolitical shocks and geoeconomic shocks, and all of them, I would suggest, or the vast majority, are self-inflicted. And we have today three transformations that are colliding. One transformation is something that I've been talking to my colleagues at the World Bank forever. It's the demographic transformation. You know, by current demographic trends, by 2050, the Middle East and North Africa region will be looking at around 300 million young people knocking at the door of the job market. 300 million, which is basically the population of MENA if you take Iran away. And the issue is that the way the economies of our countries are put together, notably with the heavy presence of the public sector, the chances for all of these young people to find a job are not totally bright. And that's a big deal. That's a big issue, because instead of having the capacity to look at this demographic dividend as a positive, we may actually be looking at it as a negative. So this is one shock that we need to be very much aware of. The second one is the technological shock, the whole discussion about artificial intelligence that promises the productivity gains that the region is extremely in need of, but it is already distracting some of the jobs that those young people are supposed to be, competing for. And the third is a geopolitical shock, and that is that AI is becoming the defining technology of strategic competition, yet frontier innovations remain concentrated in the hands of a very few countries. And there is one issue that is really, should really keep us all awake at night. Because the region is facing a familiar trap. The Gulf risks repeating the oldest script in its economy. Yesterday, it was oil export, the resource, import the technology and let others capture the highest value added. Today, it is energy and data centers. Gulf countries are positioning themselves as the energy backbone of the world's AI revolution, hosting the infrastructure that powers others' nations' intelligence. So the question, therefore, is not whether AI will transform MENA. It will, whether MENA likes it or not. The real question is whether MENA builds the private sector, the skills, and the institutions needed to own that transformation, or whether it merely hosts whatever it has on someone else's terms and for someone else's benefit. And I believe this is a conversation that we should be having. It is more of a geoeconomic and geostrategic conversation to be had, but I believe it feeds very much into what our four colleagues will be putting on the table for us. Phyllis, Barry, and Carlos, they will start, and then Antonio will be discussing and questioning what they're saying. So we'll start with Carlos, I understand.
Thank you very much for the welcoming words. Thank you very much also for the organizers to allowing me to prepare this paper for this conference. It's been a pleasure to think about AI, which is something that everybody has in his mind these days, but also about MENA countries. That is something that in my previous agenda there hasn't been much of a focus in opposition to Latin American or emerging economies. So this paper is motivated by something that is common to most emerging economies, which is the idea of youth unemployment as a persistent problem. And that's something particularly true for MENA countries. It's also true in Latin America. And this is in contrast to the expansion of higher education that in principle should provide young workers entering the labor market with more skills and better prospects. However, the entry in reality into the labor market has proven to be very difficult for these workers, and you observe large unemployment spells and also precarious jobs in the informal sector. And perhaps this is talking about a possible mismatch between the skills of those workers, of these youth, of these young workers, and the requirements of formal jobs. And in this context now, the technological progress, and in particular the introduction to artificial intelligence, might create new pressures in the labor market that might exacerbate some existing problems, or perhaps, in a positive note, provide some opportunities to solve those. So what we want to do in this paper, this is going to be a little bit more abstract than other papers in the conference. We're going to start trying to clarify in our own minds all these different measures of AI exposure through the lens of a model. So I'm going to talk about a model that is very simple, but it has some of the ingredients that allow us to talk about AI exposure to different workers. So the model is going to start from a seminal work of Azour and Restrepo and have this substitutability between capital and labor that will lead to displacement due to technological change. But it's going to be accompanied by some new ingredients, like productivity effects and complementarities between labor and technology, and also what is the role of a skill mismatch in the sort of displacement led by technological change that these models predict. And then in the second goal that we try to address is we're going to try to take some of these things into the data using some micro data from labor surveys in MENA countries. So we are going to document the distribution of employment across different occupations and quantify what is the exposure of those workers of different types to AI technological change. And because of the particular focus on mismatch between skills and occupations, we are going to try to evaluate empirically what is the sort of mismatch that we observe in the data as well. So this is what we plan to do in this talk. I'm going to talk about first the basic model. Then we are going to talk about the measures of exposure to AI technologies in MENA countries. Then I'm going to extend the model one further step to allow for this skill mismatch. And we're going to talk about measuring this skill mismatch in MENA countries, and then we are going to conclude. So the basic model builds on the seminal framework of Acemoglu and Restrepo. The idea is, sorry, does this has, oh yeah, it has a laser pointing. The idea is to think about production as the combination of different tasks. These tasks that are going to be ordered between 0 and 1, sorry, are going to, the combination of those tasks is what is going to produce the output of a particular occupation. These tasks, these individual tasks, are going to be able to be performed by labor or capital. And we are going to order the task without loss of generality in such a way that tasks that are closer to 1 are more amenable to be substitutable by capital, while tasks that are closer to 0 are more amenable to be produced using labor. So a picture, I think, helps to understand what is going on. So we have here all the tasks organized between 0 and 1. Then the cost of producing each of these tasks using labor is uniform, but the cost using capital is decreasing. There will be a cutoff points in such a way that tasks that are below the cutoff point are going to be produced using labor. We're going to call those labor tasks. And then tasks that are above this threshold, and how this threshold evolves over time is going to be the key prediction of the model, are going to be produced using capital. And then the typical exercise that we're going to perform in this model is to increase the productivity of capital. And that will be the adoption of AI will lead to capital being more productive at some tasks that were previously produced using labor. So this technological change is going to drive this down, and then is going to increase the set of tasks produced with capital and displace the workers that were producing these tasks in the middle. So this is the displacement, that technological displacement that the basic Acemoglu and Restrepo model has. So what are we going to add to that? We're going to add two things. One, we're going to add a set of weights for each of the tasks in this 0 and 1 that is going to have this linear form that very succinctly what it says is that depending on the value of this parameter rho, the particular occupation is going to have a higher weight towards tasks that are better performed by capital or by tasks that are better performed by labor. So if rho is greater than 1, that means that tasks performed by capital that are closer to 1 have a higher weight in the production of this occupation, while the opposite happens if rho is less than 1. So we show in the model, because we have a set of propositions to analytically describe the behavior of the model, we show in the model that a higher parameter rho, which means a higher weight of capital tasks, makes the displacement effect higher. So in occupations in which the weight of tasks assigned to capital is larger, not surprisingly, the same technological change, the same improvement in the productivity of capital is going to lead to more displacement of labor. So this is why we call those occupations with higher rho occupations that are more exposed to technology. Then the other thing that we are going to add is some productivity effects coming from the adoption of technology. So what we are going to assume is that the productivity of the remaining workers is going to depend on the set of tasks that they are going to perform. What I mean is the following. If the same set of workers perform now a narrower set of tasks, they are going to be able to focus on those tasks, and then they are going to become more productive in those tasks. So this is the complementarity of labor technology. If you have now a larger set of tasks between your occupation performed by capital, that allows, for instance, lawyers to focus only on the decision part or on the recommendation part instead of all the paperwork, and they become more productive to it. So this is a very compact way of getting this effect there. And what we show in the paper is that occupations characterized by a higher parameter rho, that is by higher complementarity, are going to be less exposed to AI, in the sense that the same AI shock is going to lead to a lower displacement of workers. Sorry. So much so that it might lead in some cases in which the complementarity is large enough that an increase in the productivity of capital might actually lead to more employment in that occupation, just because the remaining workers are so productive that they will be highly demanded. So this is the opportunity part of the AI technology. So if AI raises the productivity of labor so much because of the complementarity with technology, we might end up having not a decrease in labor demand, but an increase in labor demand for those occupations. Now, some caveats about this analysis. This is just a partial equilibrium model. Wages are supposed to be fixed. So what the model says is, given some shock, that will lead to an impact on labor demand. However, labor demand, this reduction in labor demand could lead to lower wages, could lead to more unemployment, or could lead to a fall in employment. So the model is silent about how the shock is going to be closed in the labor market via quantities or prices. Okay. Another limitation of the model is that the total income of the economy is given, meaning that if this type of improvements in technology occur everywhere, and that means that everybody becomes richer just because of the effect of operating better technologies, and this increases the labor demand across the board, that effect is going to be absent in the model. Again, we think that for developing countries in which a large fraction occurs in agriculture or workers live in agriculture, these very high aggregate productivity effects are very unlikely. Okay, so then what we do, coming back to the empirics, is we map these two concepts that we have introduced in the model, which is the exposure and complementarity, into well-known measures of exposure to AI. So we start by some standard measures of exposure, in which basically this is looking at the description of its occupation and making a judgment call in terms of how likely is that this occupation is going to be substituted by capital or not. And we use also some measure developed actually at the fund and by people that are in this room that adjust this raw measure by the possibilities of complementarity between technology and labor productivity. And then what we do, and I think it's a contribution, is to apply this using very narrow 4-digit occupation level numbers for MENA countries coming from labor surveys. One caveat, again, I'm sorry, I'm being very academic, but I want to point out my own caveats before anybody does. One caveat, all these measures were constructed to the US. I mean, the description of an occupation is a description of how this occupation is done in the US. And of course, occupations might vary across country. The way in which the task inside an occupation might vary across country and across the development spectrum. I'm going to skip in the interest of time. We do that, let me tell you, the countries is Egypt, Jordan, Sudan, and Tunisia. These are the 4 countries for which we could get this micro data. And in all these countries, what we see here is that for the case of the younger workers, there is high exposure to AI, but also high complementarity to it. So high potential for complementarity for young workers between technologies. So the risk of displacement is high, but also the potential for complementarity are also high. So a better way of conveying this information is to run a regression. In this case, it's only for Egypt, what I'm presenting here. We did that also for other countries, in which we regress these indices, the indices of raw exposure, complementarity, and complementarity adjust exposure against a set of characteristics of different workers. Again, let me be clear. Here, complementarity and exposures are characteristics of occupations, not of workers. What we are doing is just to plug the distribution of workers across these occupations to see who is more or less exposed. Okay, and what we find is that a small effect of age in terms of exposure and complementarity. So younger workers are less exposed, which meaning again they tend to work in occupations for which exposure is lower, but also less complementary. At the end, their net exposure is positive, but these numbers are relatively small. However, in the case of education, we do see, in particular for university graduates and secondary, we do see that higher educated workers are more exposed. They tend to work in occupations that are more likely to be substituted by AI, but they are also more complementary, or they have higher potential for complementarity. Again, the net effect is positive in the sense that they are more exposed than the rest of the rest of the population in terms of the exposure to AI. This is what this summary is saying. Then very quickly, let me just mention the model with skill mismatch. In that model, what we say is that workers are now going to be heterogeneous in terms of their skills, and a skill is going to allow them to produce a particular task with the maximum productivity, and as long as they deviate from the task for which they are more suitable, their productivity decreases. Okay, so if this worker, in particular S, works in this occupation, in this task, performing this task, his productivity is going to be to 1. But if the same worker were to work in performing a task that is further away from this bliss point, the productivity is going to fall. That's what we're going to call mismatch. Okay. And then we're going to assume, and this is just a black box, we're going to assume that with some probability, the worker is going to be perfectly matched. That is going to be the assortative part. And with some complementary probability, the assign of the worker is going to be random. So you will end up performing a task for which your productivity is lower than what your skill requires. And then in the context of that model, what we show, again, in the analytical part of the model is that the more mismatch there is in the economy, then the higher the displacement effect will be to the same technological shock. So if you compare two countries with better match worker and worse match workers, those that have worse match workers will experience a higher drop in labor demand produced of the same technology shock. So how well matched are workers in MENA countries? That's a very difficult question to answer. But what we did here is just to a very simple exercise. What we did here is we plot the cumulative distribution of workers across all the 500 and something occupations. And these occupations, the ISCO labeling of those occupations starts with the highest skilled occupations and moves towards, this is not linear by any chance, but it moves towards low skilled occupations. So if there was a perfect assortative matching, we should observe, for instance, university workers clustered at the beginning to the higher skilled occupations, while basic workers without secondary education to be clustered at the end. And of course, you see that pattern, but it's far from perfect. And if you look at countries like Sudan here, the three are very hard to distinguish, meaning that we have people with the same type of educational credentials performing basically the same occupations. That is less the case in Egypt and in the other three countries, but still you do see an overlap in terms of these categories. And we compute then, using this distribution, we compute what is the share of high skill of university degrees that are occupied in occupations which are not high skill. That's what we'll call overeducation. And these numbers tend to be very large, 41% in Egypt, 65% in Sudan, 27% in Tunisia. And that is suggesting that there is a big level of mismatch in the sense that this expansion of higher education hasn't come with the work, with the type of jobs in high skill occupations that for which these workers are prepared. The opposite phenomenon of undereducation seems to be less of a problem according to our results. So in conclusion, I'm going to try to conclude. There are several challenges faced by young workers in MENA countries. One of them is the overeducation and mismatch that we have documented. New technologies like the adoption of AI might displace workers in some occupations. And this might, according to our ex-ante measure, I mean, nobody knows what is going to happen, but this is the best that we can do in terms of understanding what might come in the future. Workers that are young and educated might be particularly vulnerable to these new technologies. But on the other hand, since those workers are also more complementary, it might create important employment opportunities due to the complementarity with the new technologies. So in terms of policy implications, I guess that policies should try to focus in exploiting these complementarities between workers instead of trying to slow down the adoption of new technologies. The goal should be to benefit from the potential productivity impact of these technologies, at the same time trying to exploit the complementarities with labor. How do you do that? I'm not the right person to ask, but part of it has to be done to addressing the mismatch in the labor market through changing the curricula and trying to make, well, as the first talk today, trying to make the university more 21st century university rather than a 19th century university. And of course, tackling the demand side, having more workers well prepared cannot do nothing if the private sector is not able to produce jobs for those. All the things that are mentioned here are common sense policy that should be taken in any point. However, I guess what the paper is trying to say is that there are now particular reasons to try to stress those in the light of the technological change that is coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, Barry.
So it's nice to be back here at this conference a second year in a row. To echo something Carlos said, the MENA countries have not been my specialty historically, so it's nice to have this commission and this invitation as an opportunity to learn something new. You can see from the slide that the paper is very much a team effort. One of the co-authors, Asma El Ghanani, is here to answer the hard questions, but there were plenty of other people involved in developing the paper. You have heard about connector countries. In a way, this is a connector paper, so it is an effort, perhaps an overly ambitious effort, to connect the two principal issues that we have already heard about this morning, geoeconomic fragmentation, number one, and AI, number two. So it is very much an effort to connect those two issues, and I think the reasons to connect them are self-evident. They are have been highlighted by recent events. So we've heard in the last couple of weeks the Trump administration putting an export ban on Mythos 5 and Fable 5, which prevents other countries from adopting those new AI-related technologies, and then partially reversing itself and allowing certain firms located in certain countries to make certain use of Mythos 5 in particular. So that's an illustration of how geopolitics leading to technological fragmentation and barriers to trade and diffusion in new technology can have implications for economic growth in the countries responsible for the development of the technology, and in other countries aspiring to adopt it as well. So in the paper, we do try to understand how the two factors, changes in the AI landscape and geoeconomic fragmentation, affect one another. We look specifically at the MENA economies, and we use a simulation model, basically a trade simulation model with a detailed input-output basis, if you will, to simulate outcomes under different scenarios that I will describe. So to anticipate the principal findings, we find that the implications of AI are potentially far-reaching, but the impacts and benefits are unevenly distributed across countries. Frontier AI innovation is concentrated in a small number of economies, the United States, China, the European Union, but countries benefiting from AI advances through participation in global supply chains, through their participation in global trade and production networks, can be much more broadly based. We show that geoeconomic fragmentation slows AI diffusion and reshapes its distribution, operating through several channels by raising trade costs, by restricting technology transfer and data flows, by fragmenting digital services, by reducing cross-border investment and collaboration. Proactive policy responses on the part of the MENA countries, for example, can mitigate some of the negative effects of fragmentation, can strengthen gains from AI, and specifically reducing AI-related trade costs, improving AI readiness, building local AI-related capacity can cushion the effects of fragmentation. So many of those findings are straightforward and intuitive. If we had a simulation model that yielded strongly counterintuitive results, we would probably go back to the drawing board. But what the simulation model can add is it can give you additional detail. Economists say things like additional granularity about how different economies are affected by these positive shocks relative to one another. So the paper builds on previous research undertaken at the fund and undertaken elsewhere as well to show that the effects of AI on productivity will differ across countries depending on how AI ready they are, on how ready their access is to AI-related inputs, data, knowledge, computing capacity, which they source mainly from the US, China, and the European Union, and the sectoral composition of economic activity, not unrelated to what Carlos was talking about before. We aggregate up to the sector rather than looking at tasks and occupations. We distinguish the frontier AI innovators, the big three, if you will, from supply chain and infrastructure providers, producers of chips, suppliers of critical minerals, advanced chips, telecommunications networks, data centers, and additional countries that don't fall under those two headings, but nonetheless are still potential adopters of AI. So at the heart of our simulation is spillovers from principally from the AI innovators, the frontier economies, to others that adopt their new technologies, and from the input suppliers as well that benefit from increasing global demand for these technologies. The spillovers operate through, in the model, operate through trade in AI-related goods and services, cross-border investment and technology transfer, and specifically intermediate inputs, which are either produced at home or imported from abroad, efficiency in whose production may be affected by the availability of this technology as well. So turning to geoeconomic fragmentation, we heard in the first session, in the very first paper that was presented this morning, about how trade is being reoriented along geopolitical lines, in the sense that countries are trading more with their own bloc, with other countries with which they are geopolitically aligned, and there is less trade across blocs, notably between the US and China, but more broadly between blocs as well. What is true of trade in goods is also evident in trade in services. It is also evident in portfolio investment and FDI flows. So here I have grabbed a figure based on some analysis in the World Economic Outlook, I think in the spring of 2023, reminding us that there has been some reorientation of both FDI flows and portfolio capital flows, such that they flow mainly within blocks as opposed to between them. All of this due to tariffs, technology export controls, and more generally aversion to economic and political risk on the part of firms. So the bottom bullet point here is exactly consistent with what we heard in the first paper this morning. Globalization is still a thing, but we're seeing a reshaping of globalization, such that the even more rapid growth of trade and financial flows than global GDP, and the growth of those flows across blocks as well as between them have largely become things of the past. So this aforementioned fragmentation has implications for AI adoption and AI spillovers. Tariffs and export controls can importantly shape those incentives for adoption and those spillovers. I mentioned export controls on large language models, if you will, but there have also been and are export controls on chips, chip making equipment, rare earths, all of which affect hardware development as well as software development and their diffusion. And further relevant here, although we don't analyze this in any particular detail is data privacy policies, which famously vary between the European Union on the one hand and the United States on the other, but are another reason why third countries may be forced to choose to align with one bloc or another when they seek to adopt AI and import the relevant inputs. In thinking about all this, we distinguish three channels. We distinguish trade fragmentation, which impedes the cross-border flow of goods and services, geopolitical tensions that disrupt investment flows and create risks for the development and deployment of AI infrastructure, and the aforementioned export controls, investment screening, and so forth. What does this AI geoeconomics interaction imply for the MENA economies specifically? So here you can see how they look in terms of AI preparedness. So this is a measure developed within the fund to capture the development of the relevant physical infrastructure, human infrastructure, and so forth that are prerequisites for the productive adoption of AI. And you can see how the MENA economies compare to the advanced economies as a group, and emerging markets and developing economies as a group in the crosshatched bars. Main message that comes out is they are a heterogeneous bunch. There are good historical reasons why they are included in one department at the International Monetary Fund, but they are nonetheless very heterogeneous, starting here with their AI readiness, where the UAE, Saudi Arabia, I think Qatar, and Turkey as well score relatively high in terms of AI readiness. Other economies in the region much lower. In terms of concentration and tasks where AI can in principle enhance productivity, again, there's a lot of variability across the region. UAE and Saudi Arabia, and interestingly, Jordan score relatively well. I think the latter reflects the composition of Jordan's services exports. Other lower income MENA countries score relatively poorly. MENA is also very heterogeneous in terms of the AI intensity of intermediate inputs, the share of AI-related products in intermediate inputs. These are mainly sourced domestically as opposed to being imported through AI-related global supply chains. You can group the MENA countries in this into these 5 groups as well. Countries that are close to the AI frontier, which are again the aforementioned Saudi Arabia, UAE, and so forth. AI adopters, which have programs in place to foster the development of the sector and foster use of the new technology, and Morocco falls into Group B according to our categorization. Group C is resource-rich, AI institution poor economies. Groups D and E are other lower income or more economically and geopolitically remote economies grouped under the heading of MENA that are less connected to the AI revolution. And a similar picture emerges if you turn and consider support for startups, the development of local venture capital sectors, data center finance, and so forth. So it will not surprise that the UAE and Saudi Arabia have more finance for the development, more finance and resources for the development of data centers and so forth. And we heard earlier this morning, and I think I would support the arguments that we heard there about how focusing on data centers and so forth may turn out to be something of a mixed blessing. In terms of exposure of the region to geoeconomic fragmentation, MENAP is interesting in that it trades with much of the rest of the world, that it is not heavily China-focused, it is not heavily US-focused. If it's focused anywhere, it's focused on trade with the European Union, but it trades across the different blocks, which means that a fact that reduces its dependence on any single block, but also creates exposure to costs if there is a decoupling between the blocks, and especially if the MENAP economies have to choose in terms of trading with one block versus another. If you look at MENAP's trade in information and communication technology related products, which is about how close as we can get to focusing on AI, you see that MENAP shows up in a wide variety of different product categories, but not at scale. So this is the breadth without scale point that we emphasize at several points in the paper, that MENAP economies have fingers in a lot of different pots in terms of trying to develop industries and sectors which are part of the AI supply chain, but it hasn't developed any of those products and sectors, if you will, at scale. It's true of trade in goods. Previous slide, it's true of trade in services. This slide, again, the point would be breadth without scale. So what might the future bring? We use the IMF's eclipse model. To find out what eclipse means, you have to read the paper. And the paper provides more detail than I can provide in this presentation on how it can be used in these kind of simulation exercises. It's basically a trade model with a rich I/O structure. So it uses the OECD I/O table for 81 economies, disaggregating 24 sectors. I think the OECD has like 48 sectors in its original I/O tables, which we aggregate up a little bit. The model that we use allows us to impose and remove, increase and reduce tariffs. And it also includes other non-tariff related trade costs modeled in the convenient standard iceberg trade cost manner. So it allows for productivity gains in AI related sectors in the frontier economies, and then can be used by tracing these channels to analyze the impact, the spillovers onto other economies. So we do a couple of different simulations of of AI progress and geopolitical fragmentation. We look at the impact on the MENAP economies, and then we ask how can different policy responses adopted in MENAP attenuate any negative effects, amplify any positive effects. So for simulation, increases the magnitude of the positive productivity shocks in AI-related sectors in the three frontier AI producing and exporting economies, the US, China, and the EU. That increases competitive pressure on AI-related sectors elsewhere, but it also lowers the cost and enhances the applicability of AI-related inputs elsewhere. So we both here posit an increase in the productivity of AI-related sectors, a reduction in the price of AI-related exports from these three economies, but in order to capture the broader applicability of their exports to more activities and sectors, at the same time we assume the iceberg trading costs of importing these products from the frontier economies go down. And when you do that, you can see that you get positive GDP effects, not only on the economies enjoying faster productivity growth in AI-related sectors, but also in the rest of the world, effects that vary across MENAP, with the UAE, with its readiness and its sectoral composition experiencing the largest gains, other countries experiencing much smaller ones. We consider how geoeconomic fragmentation might slow AI trade, so we basically increase the trading costs between the US and China and ask how that increase in costs may spill over to the rest of the world, finding that it slows AI development in the frontier developers, but it also has a negative impact on the rest of the world. And then we go on and show how the effects can be amplified or mitigated by policy, where we consider multiple scenarios. So the intuition for what we find is again, I think, straightforward and obvious enough. If countries are forced by their relations with the United States to curtail their trade connections with China, that has a negative impact on China, a modest positive impact on the US, and the more AI-related connected countries with China in the MENAP region suffer more. We assume that countries in the region are forced to align with their most important frontier AI-related economy. Countries with tighter connections with China now enjoy better outcomes than in the previous scenario. MENAP could position itself as a connector region. We reduce its iceberg trading costs with the US and China both, and show in straightforward fashion that the MENAP economies benefit from that. And finally, MENAP could enhance its own AI preparedness and its own capacity to develop AI. Again, I think the direction of the effects is straightforward. More time would enable me to go into the individual country differences in more detail, but more time I do not have. So to conclude, the effects of AI are potentially far-reaching. The benefits are uneven. Frontier AI innovation remains concentrated in a small number of countries, but the potential benefits are much broader. Those potential benefits will depend on the position of different countries in global trade and production networks, on their AI readiness. Geoeconomic fragmentation is not a good thing from this point of view. It raises trade costs, it restricts technology and data flows. It has negative impacts on the MENAP countries as a whole, although positive policy responses can help to mitigate those negative effects and strengthen the gains from AI. So for MENAP specifically, reducing AI-related trade costs with partners, improving AI readiness, building local AI-related capacity can all help to cushion the effects of fragmentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I am Filizun Sal from the OECD. So, as you have seen, there are a lot of discussions about what the economic impact of AI will be. So now I'm going to take you a step back to see how we can actually identify and quantify what will be the productivity impact of AI. Because at the end of the day, the essential element of all this growth, GDP impact discussions is what will be the impact on productivity. So of course, for many of the economies, including countries in the MENA region, the one of the most important economic challenge is how to lift productivity so that we can lift the economic lives of people with all these challenges going on in the global economy. And AI emerged as a string of hope for all of us. At the end of the day, however, when you try to see how this task level gains, for example, coding or even less, writing an email or something else, for preparing a presentation is a task level gain. When you think about a job, it has a lot of different tasks, and therefore going from a task level gain to first a sector level gain and then to aggregate level gains are actually not that straightforward, and you need a systematic approach to do that. So this is what we do in OECD Economics Department and what I will present today. So as you see here, there's actually quite a bit of divergence across different views. And although people have been converging lately to each other on what we can expect from AI in terms of productivity, you see that on the one side, we see the productivity impacts around 2.5%. However, on the other side, we have Acemoğlu basically expecting a very, very small gains. And so our estimates just at the very start, we are at a bit of on average expecting around 1%. In 2025, we actually updated our numbers with the more adoption of AI based on what we observe in the data. And what we have seen is actually that just last year, we upgraded our estimates for 30%. So you can see that where this is going as we get more adoption numbers on AI, we continue to revise our estimates. But then how we actually get into this, this impact, before I move, I should mention that these impacts are actually within the range of what we have observed in the previous ICT boom, especially in the US, around 1.5%. So what we do is we take a micro to macro approach. We start from the sectoral level productivity gains. As I mentioned you before, it's not that straightforward. This has 3 steps. First is the micro level gains. So you take the task level gains, the coding, others, and then you merge this with the sectoral AI exposure, which means that not every sector's tasks are composed of the same type of tasks, right? Some, for example, you may think that knowledge-intensive industries such as ICT and some others will have much more exposure than sectors that are much more human-intensive, such as agriculture. And then we combine this with AI adoption scenarios over the next 10 years. In the second part, and then, again, to go to the aggregate gains to welfare, you need a model to connect these task level, sector level gains to a global macroeconomic picture. And there, of course, in order to incorporate the general equilibrium impact of these sectoral gains, you need to have a model where you think of the reallocation across sectors as well and changes in relative prices. That's what we do with the global model. What we also do with using the model is to take into full account of all the input-output linkages and supply chains across different countries so that we can actually map these relative price changes in comparative advantage across countries so that we do not, overly estimate the impact of AI, because with trade, as you will see, there may be gains through the import side because the countries will be importing cheaper goods, but we will see what happens on the export side, particularly on relative prices. So just to start with, as I mentioned before, there is the micro level gains these are estimated from a very careful studies, randomized experiments where people were exposed to AI or without AI, and these gains are reported. As you can see, some are much more knowledge intensive, general writing, business consulting, etc. Overall, actually, all these studies are done for tasks that are relatively knowledge intensive. in our work, we take an average of 30%. This could be cautious, but again, you know, we might be looking to a lamppost because we know that they're exposed. We are looking to impact of AI, so 30% sounds relatively reasonable. And then, of course, as I mentioned before, not every sector is exposed to AI the same way. And you see here our baseline exposure and exposure under expanded capabilities with the green bar, meaning that if the AI moves away from large language models to something else that you can combine with the other digital tools, what type of sectoral exposure we can expect. Again, you see that the knowledge-intensive sectors are much more exposed to the AI compared to the other ones. So now, if we look at these sectors, what is the percentage of these sectors for MENA region in our sample? You see that they are actually not that part of a big numbers, but they are relatively substantial. And in fact, when you compare with G7, G20 economies, there is not that much different. And basically, the region is about the same range with other emerging market economies. Of course, there's some country variation on what type of sectors that they are exposed to AI. So now that's the third part. Remember, I started with the tax level gains, and then I switched to the sectors because the sectors I need to combine with the tax level gains. And then I need to see what type of adoption number I assume while combining these numbers. And here for this, we look at the previous technology. We look at the previous technology and we looked at what happens after 10 years. So what happens after 10 years is that for electricity, it was 23% of the firms. For internet, it was around 40% of the firms that adopted internet after 10 years. And for mobile phones, it was around 60% of the firms. So you see where this is going. In our simulations, we looked at the small, medium, and high adoption scenarios respectively. So, of course, all these scenarios will assume that the firms will adopt. Not that we have great adoption numbers across countries, but here, I would like to point out that one of the most important elements of firms deciding to adopt AI or not is the cost of AI. However, when we look at the cost of AI in our work, actually, it looks like it has been declining quite fast in the last few years. And this may be a positive contributor to how firms will adopt AI. However, I should point out that, of course, before you adopt AI from a firm's perspective, it's not just the cost of AI. There's also the fact that you may need to do some frontier investment to benefit from AI. You know, you need to have enough computers, you need to have data infrastructure. However, there's also the organizational management side of things that the firms will need to adjust. So it's not just the cost of AI, but at least on this side, it seems that the technology will favor lower cost going forward. Okay, so let me just go to some of the results that what we can see here. So we look at when we combine the task level gains with sectoral exposure and with adaptation, we see that with sectoral exposure and how firms adopt, you see how the sectors, different sectors, will benefit from AI in the sense that they will increase their total factor productivity. And these will, of course, change with low, medium, and high adoption scenarios. So moving, maybe that I should mention here, so now the second part of the model that let me explain you, because this was the sectoral gain, now we need to move to the aggregate gains. And this is how it looks across countries when we merge these sectoral gains with our global model where we incorporate input-output linkages, demand changes, and relative price changes. Here, as you can see, some of the countries that we see here, like the US and some of the more advanced economies, are on the other, at the higher end of the range in terms of how much they can benefit from AI. And this is around, closely about 1% percentage of productivity gain. So, you may say that, okay, well, what does that mean? It means that basically doubling the productivity, what we observe in advanced economies in the last 2 decades. So these impacts are quite substantial. If you take it directly to the growth tab, you are talking about doubling the growth rates. So for the region, we see that the productivity contribution that we expect from AI is for some countries like Egypt and Morocco is a little lower than 0.4% and a little higher for Saudi Arabia and Jordan. However, I think that the region's productivity rates for the last 2 decades are also around 0.5, 0.6. So these numbers are also pointing towards almost the doubling of the productivity. So these are quite substantial. Of course, the numbers change with slow, medium, and fast adoption, but you can still see that they are meaningful. Now, I don't want to leave this as a black box for you. You know, I mentioned a lot of things, the task level gain, the sectoral gain, the global model. So what type of channels we have in this global model? Because you may say that, okay, these countries like US and advanced economies are the ones that have potentially the best digital infrastructure, and they are probably adopting much more AI. But let me tell you upfront that the story is not just about the domestic side of the economy. The international linkages are very powerful, and it works in the positive or negative direction depending on how countries will situate themselves in this AI race. So the first channel when you think of the global linkages is the import channel, which means that even if you are not adopting yourself, because you're importing from other countries, and because of AI, their prices will go down. So you are going to benefit, right? Just because you're importing from lower, cheaper inputs, intermediate inputs or final goods. So this is channel 1. Channel 2, however, is pointing out to something else, that as you are adapting to AI and other countries are adapting to AI, your relative prices of your exports will also change. This may go in the positive or negative direction because it all depends on whether you're adopting as much as your trading partners, your competitors, and as well as, of course, your export structure, what type of goods you are exporting, whether they are exposed to AI. And the third channel is the international knowledge spillovers. Of course, we expect that there is some, and you can see that this is actually quite substantial part of the overall welfare gain we expect from AI. However, we shouldn't be, fooling ourselves to think that, okay, so if I only trade, then I am all good from AI side. That is not the case. And to show that, we move to one step further and ask the question, if my trading partners are adopting AI, but the domestic economy is not, what would happen to export prices? Again, because we want to see what happens to the relative price of exports and their demand in order to evaluate the overall impact on the economy. So you see here that when we look at this allocation channel, actually, if the countries do not adopt themselves AI, their AI gains are much smaller because these import gains, these gains from cheaper import prices, will be largely mitigated by the loss of export competitiveness. So here you see that actually the diamonds come down quite a bit, and for many economies, the productivity gains comes to zero. This is especially the case for countries where some sectors are very exposed to AI, like finance. That's the case for Israel and United Kingdom. You see that the numbers are very close to zero. So we also did this exercise for the region in the context of this conference. And you can see that, again, for the countries that we have in our sample, the aggregate gains from AI actually could really be limited if they do not adopt themselves. And this reallocation channel works on the negative direction. So you see that, of course, again, there's some country heterogeneity, but still the reallocation channel will be powerful and will wipe out most of the impacts of AI if the countries do not adopt themselves. Okay. Now the third channel, the knowledge spillovers, the technologies that, through trade, companies and firms learn from each other and adopt new AI practices. I present here 3 scenarios. In this case, in the spillover scenario, and even the stronger spillover scenario, you see that actually for some countries like US, they don't have much to learn from international spillovers, from technology spillovers. As you come to the lower end of the AI spectrum, you see that for developing economies, the gains from these technology spillovers are actually quite substantial. And of course, this will be a function of both how in some ways less adopting you're not adopting AI, and second, your international linkages. For the region from that side, we see that actually the knowledge spillovers potential could be quite large. You see that not for all of them, but for many of it, particularly for Morocco, for example, the gains could be doubled, including these international spillovers, technology spillovers, part of the story. So the trading is not just about import-export prices, but also it could involve these technology spillovers that help countries to benefit from AI quite substantially. So let me now conclude with some thoughts. So we talked about all these AI gains, but these are not just going to happen by themselves. Countries, the policies and enabling conditions will play a very large role on whether the countries will benefit from AI or not. As you have seen in my presentation, what we highlight is that unless there is domestic adoption, the gains from AI for all countries will not be substantial. And this is one of the major threats. I think that the domestic adoption is critical, both to benefit from AI for your trading partners, but also to retain your competitiveness in the global economy. For that, what are the most important channels that we identify through the use of this model are of course, investing in skills and building trust and adoption. Adoption is the most important variable in these simulations. So the countries need to adopt. Again, we are still at a very low range. This may surprise you, but even for the United States, the adoption rates, the current adoption rates is official survey is 6%. 6% of the firms. That's so low, so you can imagine what happens in other parts of the world. And of course, enabling digital infrastructure is going to be the most important, and allowing reallocation of labor and capital will be important to deliver these productivity gains. Here we talk about flexible labor markets, training, and of course, the allocation of capital across different firms is also important. And then coming to the international dimension, we all hope that the trade may help spread gains through imports, but export competition could make this a little more challenging. And access to leading AI models is a prerequisite if the countries do not have their AI models. However, with the geopolitical fragmentation, as Barry mentioned also, there is a chance that there's a certain risk that countries may lose access to frontier AI models, which would have a very detrimental consequences. So, in all this discussion, whether the countries should develop their own AI systems or just be the users, that's one element that should be also considered. So since I'm here, some of the new work from the OECD on AI, we have a strong research agenda, so go check out the website. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. My name is Antonio Spilimbergo, IMF, and I have the difficult task to comment on 3 excellent papers before lunch. So I will be quick and to the point. And they are excellent papers because, they complement each other very well. The first paper was about labor market, product market, productivity, and they are very similar because they use this model-based approach. The issue with AI is that it's new, so there is no historical things to go through. You have to think about models, and you have to to go about the models and to think what it's about. As you know, I don't know, in Spanish you say the chorizo machine, I don't know, the tagine. The tagine comes out as good as the ingredients you put in. And the authors put the best ingredient for the tagine, and I'm I'm pointing out 4 possible challenges in the ingredients they put. they are state-of-the-art aging. It's not and these comments are mostly on the literature as a whole, but I think for policymakers, it's very important to know what is there, and it's very, very important. And okay. The first, sorry, I go back. So I will highlight 4 challenges. First, theoretically, the AI is very difficult to model from a theoretical point of view, and I will explain why and why there is limitation because of that. Second, empirically, how these interact with the main characteristics, which is of interest of this conference. Third, politically, I think it's very important. And at the end, geopolitically, which is even more important. So the first, the basic. We all analyze AI using the task approach. The task approach is imagining that each occupation has a set of tasks, and you simplify some tasks, you become much better, and you improve your productivity. So for an assistant or a secretary in the 50s, they were spending 30% of the time answering the phone. You invented the answering machine, they became 30% more efficient because they could do this the same. It seems a reasonable assumption. Think about internal combustion engine and ask how many existing jobs could be substituted by with the internal combustion engine. You would not have predicted at all the car industry. Zero, zero. And so this approach is good for some innovation, but for general purpose innovation is very limiting. It's the best we have. I complained with Daron Acemoglu, who was pushing this approach, and he said, well, it's too difficult to go beyond that. But I think that we have to keep in mind that when the task approach to labor market impact and to productivity has this serious limitation. We cannot predict the new sectors, and most of the action comes in new sectors. Okay, this is very important. So, but even within the same sector, there is the famous Gibbons effect, which is when it's historically motivated. When the textile machines were invented, the price of textile went so much low that people start demanding so many textiles that actually employment in textile industry boomed during the Industrial Revolution, despite the fact that the workers became much more productive. So this is important. So many doom ideas about the labor market may be misplaced if you think that the demand for the final product will go up. This has an important lesson for policymakers. Look at the labor market, but look even more at the product market, because you need to place yourself in a good position for new product market. And it's very difficult to predict, but and this has implication for the blocks and fragmentation, but this is where the action, most of the action probably will come. So this is the first caveat. The second issue, the challenges in the labor markets in MENA. Well, the models have to simplify, and they simplify imposing assumption on perfect labor market, full employment, and so on. But we know that in MENA this is not correct. You have so many challenges in fragmented labor market, labor for participation, youth unemployment. So I think that the next class of models should incorporate this and study how how AI interacts with this pre-existing large labor market interaction. Because this abstraction to think about the perfect labor market may work in the United States, but may not work here in the MENA region. Third point, income distribution. AI is productivity. It also generates some rents. And it's important to know where the rents will go. And this has, for domestic policy, tremendous political implication. Just there is a famous example during the California gold rush. People who really made money were people selling stuff to the diggers, not the diggers themselves. And for instance, Levi-Strauss built a fortune, supplied durable clothing rather than gold mining. So this is, I think it's important to separate where the productivity goes and who appropriates the rents. And this is it's very, depends on the political economy, but it has a big implication also. Geopolitical challenges. Well, we always say, we sometimes make mistake that the countries that benefits more are the countries where where the resources are. But think about the region. Up to the 60s, all the oil rents were appropriated not in the MENA region. It's only after the 60s where the rents started to stay with the region. So I think this is very, it's a mirror to what I said about the internal politics. Rents are different from productivity, and the gain from productivity can go to somebody else. So I think it's very important to keep this in mind also in our model, the political economy is geopolitics is very important. Finally, okay, conclusion. I had another slide in a new version. It was good that it's not here because so AI is just to sum up, is a revolutionary technology, general purpose technology. The only way we have to analyze it up to now is through model. The models we are powerful, but with serious limitations. The serious limitation we have for the regions that they are not incorporating very well in perfect labor market and the characteristics of the labor market. They are based on the task approach, which is doesn't take into account new sectors, and a lot of action will go there. The input-output table, which are very useful, are used, for instance, in the Eclipse, also cannot incorporate new sector because we simply don't know. So it's a state of the art, useful, but if you are a policymaker, you have to be aware of these limitations and challenges. And the new researchers should be on this. And finally, the nature of the competition is important. Saying that there is more productivity doesn't mean that the rents will go to you. And this depends on the political economy, both domestically and internationally. So I think we are excellent. We do an excellent job, but with the help of AI, I added a researcher. We are looking under the lamppost. It's very bright under the lamppost, but let's not forget that we have a dark area. And this is done by AI, myself, and Margherita. It's a threesome collaboration.
Thank you. So, and I hope that whatever you are looking for under the lamppost is under the lamppost and not elsewhere. So now we have the tale of two appetites. Appetite, well, we have a lunch, and appetite for questions. So that tension will have to be managed by you guys. So who would like to start? Yes, please.
Thank you. Riham Reza J. MENA and University of London. My question to my colleague Feliz. In one of your slides, you mentioned that you use randomization. I'd love to know more how you control for the contamination effect and spillover effect for your counterfactual. Thank you.
And if you don't mind, we'll take the questions and then we'll come back in one shot. We have two here, first row.
Thank you very much. Excellent presentations. I have three questions. One question is on the financing of AI. AI is very much capital intensive, and the financing of AI is not using the traditional way of providing financing, i.e. through loans through banking system. Given that in the region, most of the financial infrastructure is very much bank related with very limited VC or risk capital, how do you see this issue impacting the AI expansion in the region? Second related question is on the structure of the productive sector. The economies in the Middle East are dominated by two main categories. One, SOEs on one hand, or state-related entities, and very small entities on the other part of the spectrum. Very small companies or companies in the informality. Those dominate the, I would say, big chunk of GDP. And usually those two entities are not the most active in investing in innovation. How do you see the capacity of the region to increase its the build-up of its skills in terms of AI? The third one is related to the readiness. We see a certain number of countries, I think it's mentioned in the study that the fund did, that there are countries who are among the most ready. And when you look at those, it's not only about infrastructure, it's also about the utilization of services using AI. If you take the case of, for example, the UAE or Saudi or Qatar, it's not only that you have the bandwidth, but also most of the services are now becoming using AI and automated. Is this a factor that could accelerate the adoption of AI and being more at the cutting edge of competing or not?
So for me, a question to Carlos. Carlos, you talk about labor mismatches kind of at the end of your presentation, a little bit independently on the AI, but how do you think AI adoption, the AI shock, is going to affect labor mismatches? I mean, it's just it wasn't clear for me from your presentation. And to Feliz, you presented this impact on MENA countries from the global spillovers. What I mean, it wasn't clear to me. If you can clarify, what does justify the differences across our countries? It's just a level of preparedness. I mean, the countries which are less prepared are going to be more affected, more prepared are going to be more affected, or there's something else that justified the cross-country variation in the region?
You have Roberta, Mohammed, and then you. And then, okay.
Thank you for the great presentation. I have a follow-up question, which is particularly for Carlos. When you talk about mismatches, something that is very important for our region is the segmented nature of labor markets, one where there is flow of workers within the formal and particularly public sector, but not too much porosity between the informal sector and the formal sector. This is something that is going to sort of stop adoption. And I think that we tend to think too much about adoption at the firm level side, like by managers. But how is it going to happen for workers when labor markets are not dynamic? Thank you.
Thanks everyone for the 3 awesome presentations. My name is Ayman Tibi. My question is a bit conceptual. It seems like the way that economic models are incorporating AI is like just any other technological shock to me. So what is like the conceptual difference between AI in these models or any other new technology that we actually introduce? Because it seems like maybe we add some spillover effects or complementarity effects, but it seems like any kind of technology can produce exactly that. And the very amazing thing about AI is that it has the capability to think, and this economic models seem to miss that. So I mean, probably it's very hard to model that, but this is one question. And the other question, it's maybe a bit different than what was presented, but one major thing about AI in the region is the issue of data centers. So this is more about infrastructure probably, but I don't know if you have any insights about the role of data centers. Like, do they have any role in that, or is it just like another infrastructure push? Thank you.
Can you give the mic next?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very quickly, like on Felice, meaning just to clarify, I was a little bit puzzled, or maybe I didn't understand well. When you look at the aggregate effect, like there is a lot of heterogeneity, but if you look within buckets, the advanced economy seems to be very similar effect in terms of, and it's a little bit puzzling having, let's say, Belgium on the same par with the US or something like that. So maybe understanding that would help. Thanks.
Anyone else? Yes.
Thank you for the excellent presentation. I'm Yasmina Isa from the American University in Cairo, and I have two questions. They are both to Felice. The first has to do with the firm level. When you mentioned the cost of the adoption, are we talking about the fixed cost of the certificate, or are we talking about the change in the marginal cost after the adoption? And if so, are we able to capture this from the available data or not? And the second question has to do with the global framework. I think you are using the patents as the spillover, right? So are we talking about the patents that have to do with the adoption of the tool, or the patents that have resulted from the adoption? Thank you.
Okay, we'll take one more. Yes. At the back.
Thank you, by the way, for the awesome presentation. My name is Walid. I'm a student in the International University of Rabat. I study computer science. And so we often talk about the AI widening the gap between developed and developing countries. So could the AI, instead of allow countries that missed previous industrial revolutions to leapfrog them, like instead of spending decades building traditional industries, a country could use AI in the healthcare, education, agriculture to like surpass those countries. And another question is, do you think the MENA should invest in developing its own AI models or focus in adapting the best existing ones?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Since Felice, you had the most questions, shall we start with you and then we'll go around?
I hope I make it justice, but if not, please stop me at the end. Very, very happy to talk about these things. So randomized experiments, it's not something we do. We take it from the literature. So, but these are very good studies from QJE and the rest. So I'm sure they did good checks, but perhaps, yeah, something to look for. So this is not ours. On Jihad's question on the financing, that's a very important point. So of course, this is not just confined to MENA region, right? Even within Europe, there's just so much little venture capital or financing or non-bank financial institutions virtually doesn't exist. And one of the most important elements when you look at AI and overall actually ICT sector, the investment is the collateral when the banks are lending to the firms, and unfortunately intangible capital. So you just, when you go to the bank and say, I have this great idea and the innovation, that's intangible capital patented on your name, in some cases, it just doesn't work. And the lack of intangible capital, unfortunately, it works really against the firms in many parts of the world, including in Europe, but especially in developing countries, also my own country, Turkey. One thing that I think there is extremely important is that, how we regulate the banks makes a big difference there. I'm not saying that all should go for risky business investments, but it does matter, how much risk we tolerate within the banking system. At the end of the day, we should, the regulators should have the trade-offs in their minds that the regulation is one side of the coin, but economic growth is on the other side of the coin. And if you regulate too much, you may be risking not growing enough. So that's also a risk, not just the financial system risk. I would like to highlight there are other parts of the regulation, like insolvency frameworks. If the firms cannot go insolvent, if you do not allow firms to default properly, and this takes a long time, nobody would like to give them a loan. So there are some structural policies that I think even within the bank-based financial systems, countries can invest in. I'm going through the differences, Roberto's question on, so most of the difference, so when we say across countries, especially within MENA region, most of the difference comes from the adoption rates that we estimate. That's a function of the digital infrastructure, something very similar to what IMF done readiness, both the digital infrastructure and the skill base. So, what type of readiness from the labor side we can get. However, what we add is that the sectoral decomposition of the countries also matters, and how they are linked to the global value chain. So these two elements differ across countries in the MENA region. So that's important. There was a question on, whether across advanced economies, why there are differences, why there are not too many. These are mostly also from adoption, and happy to talk more. But I would like to highlight is that even for advanced economies, we do not have cross-country adoption rates. And I don't want to advertise too much, but we are doing a survey with Google, OECD Google Global AI Monitor, which will present across all countries, I think 89 countries, how countries are adopting AI currently. So I will keep you posted in a month on this. Is this another technological shock? The way that we model is more or less yes. As Antonio mentioned, it's very important in the case of AI, especially to model, the new sectors. What is new is going to come, not only the dying ones, but also what's going to come. But I also should mention that in our thinking still, we are not assuming that AI learn how to think. So we are still taking it as a general purpose technology, not something beyond. And so we will see in the few years how this change. On the importance of data centers, they are critically important, is one of the most important of the driver of the pace of AI. So actually I tested this in different parts of the world. I can tell you that if you close the data center, the pace of AI is so much more. And this could matter from a user perspective, how much you would like to add. In terms of the firm level, when we talk about adaptation cost of AI, we are thinking currently of the fixed cost only. And we are using patents data, but this exercise on the technological spillover through trade, it was done mostly at a relatively high level. I think there's more research to be done more carefully on how we can model the technological adaptation. And just one thing on the use of AI in the public sector, somebody pointed out there's an opportunity for developing economies. I 100% agree. This is the one area that I am most excited about AI, that how it can affect education and health. In fact, we are doing some work on the public sector efficiency implications of AI at the OECD, and I think the results are looking very, very promising there. And who should develop their own AI models versus use whatever the existing ones is. As I mentioned before, countries need to adopt AI and need to get used to AI, learn these tools, and develop the technology. What I would say is that it's too risky to rely on OpenAI or other type of AI models. Every country should invest some thinking and some learning into this technology. Otherwise, I do not think that's a very sustainable way to think that you will forever and ever will have access to AI models. As we have seen the geopolitical fragmentation these days, things are very volatile. So I would think of not spending all your money on AI investment, but think about it a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm pressed for wrapping up within the coming 2 to 3 minutes. So Barry, Carlos, and then Antonio.
I'll use one if you use one. I'll simply echo some things that Felice said. Bank versus non-bank finance, I think that has been a problem for MENA more generally. AI highlights the problem. Stodgy banks are good at lending to known borrowers for known projects. If you want to take bets on uncertain future technologies, you need capital markets, starting with venture capital and proceeding eventually to publicly traded shares. Similarly, I think industrial structure dominated by a large number of micro firms and a small number of large state-owned firms is a problem for MENA more generally, but AI again highlights the dilemma because neither type of firm is well suited for capitalizing on the opportunity. In our model, as in the OECD model, cross-country variation depends on cross-country differences in AI preparedness, but also on the sectoral composition of economic activity. And finally, how is AI conceptually different from other productivity shocks? I think AI at some point is supposed to be able to teach itself to do new things. So that kind of highlights you have to think about it as endogenous productivity growth. And we have models of endogenous productivity growth that we can apply to this context. And finally, because it's a general purpose technology, it has general equilibrium repercussions of a first order, and you have to model those too.
Carlos?
Yeah, very quickly, let me try to defend my tajin. I think that these are all models based on automation. So you are right that this is just the same thing as adoption of robots, for instance. One possible difference is that the cost of adoption of those technologies is much lower than past technologies. The breadth also in terms of the type of occupations that they can replace labor is also larger. But these are all quantitative differences. About Antonio's comment on new sectors and so on, it much depends also on what is the time horizon that you are thinking, no? Because when we think about displacement and workers at risk right now, that's something that we're thinking about 5-10 years onwards. No? I don't think that there will be such a large increase in the number of sectors of occupation that will happen in such a short horizon. While this is, of course, a concern for a more longer horizon, but perhaps it's not the urgent question right now, given the magnitudes of the problems of the labor market already existing. And I agree also with Antonio that the next step is to combine this type of model with models that we already have about unemployment, about the informal sector. I would be much interested in trying to combine the two. It's a larger task than the one that we did for this particular paper, but I think that could deliver interesting insights. And I'm sorry if I don't answer all the questions, but Phyllis did a good job answering most of them anyway.
Antonio, you have the last word.
Just a quick comment. Many have mentioned adoption rate, and we at the fund have, actually, I see one of the authors there, Giovanni, have developed this index of adoption rate. I think that we have to enrich that, looking at the structural characteristic of the labor market. In the sense that if you think that the task model, what is important is that you can disembundle, take out some task and rebundle to something else. Thinking about an assistant or secretary, they spend 30% of the time answering this phone. You invent the answering machine. But if you cannot move him to do something else, you have zero productivity gains because you still need an assistant for the rest, 70%. So you have to think how to reconfigure your labor force so that you have you can take fully advantage. And I know some institutions in Washington, including mine, that took 20 years to adopt fully answering machine, simply because people who are used to answer machine continue to sit there. And
All right. Okay, great. Thank you very much. If we can put our hands together for this great group here. And now off to real food.
We invite all participants to join us at the campus hotel. Please follow our friendly colleagues and staff.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Please take your seats as we continue with our second session. For this session, entitled Trade Policies, please welcome Ms. Dorothée Bocanfuso, Ms. Nadia Ali, Mr. Ayman Tibi, Ms. Koralai Kirabeva, Mr. Mehdi Bortal.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all. And I will speak a little bit in English, and maybe in French also. Okay, then thank you to be there for this session of trade policy, and especially on firms in this context. And it's why I think this session will be very interesting also. Then we have three articles, and I think you know the rules now. 20 minutes by paper for the presentation, and after we will leave the floor to my colleague, Professor Bartal, and after we will open the floor for comments and questions. Then the first paper will be presented by Nadia Ali from Columbia University, who works on how change in market access cost, corporate taxation, and employment subsidies shape firm performance. And the paper, the title of the paper is "What Do Market Access Subsidies Do? Experimental Evidence from Tunisia." Nadia, the floor is yours.
Test. Thanks for having me. I'm very happy to present this work, which is joined with Giacomo De Giorgi, Aminur Rahman, and Eric Verhoeven. And by ways of motivation, we can start by reminding people that promoting exports is a key policy goal in many countries, both in the developing and the developed world. There's been a large amount of export-related measures in recent years, many initiatives that provide financial incentives for firms in foreign markets. And we also know that exporting has very positive effects on firms. So we have evidence that this helps firms in terms of quality, in terms of productivity, wages, working conditions, technology adoption, etc. Now, do we know whether export promotion programs actually work? We don't really have an answer to this question. Their effectiveness is still unclear. We've had lots of non-experimental evaluations, but these have had varying results. And these evaluations have mainly found effects on the extensive margin, so new products, new destinations, rather than sales in existing products and existing markets. Right? And of course, there's perhaps some persistent concerns about differences in unobservables between the firms that do go on to be selected for these programs and ones that don't. So in this paper, what we do is we collaborate with the Tunisian government to evaluate their financial support program for exports. This is called the Tasdir Plus program in Tunisia, which had two goals. One is increase and diversify exports, and the second goal was to diversify exports. What did the program do? The program gave a 50% subsidy for fixed market access costs, and I'll define what we mean by that in a little bit. But essentially, variable costs were not eligible for the subsidies. We have around 487 firms in our randomization sample, and we had a big budget for these randomized grants. Now, we talked earlier, Professor Aynaoui mentioned the need to access micro data from our region to be able to speak about the effectiveness of these programs. And we've been very fortunate in that in this paper, we were able to exploit lots of rich data. So our research team was able to coordinate a data sharing agreement between the Ministry of Finance and the Center for Promotion of Exports, which allowed us to access administrative data from the program itself, but also detailed product-level transactions data. We were also able to use data from the Statistics Office, where we observed sales and exports, employment and wages, and we also conducted baseline and endline surveys. And for the sake of time, I'll tell you already that essentially what we find is big effects on the intensive margin, so contrary to what the literature has found before. So we do see increases in exports in existing markets. Unfortunately, we don't see a lot of impact on the extensive margins of destinations and products, and we'll try to say why that is. Okay, so as you may know already, Tunisian exports are concentrated in very few markets. So a large share, as you can see from this graphic here, is in Western Europe, right? France, Italy, Germany, and this prompted the Tunisian government to try to diversify exports, right? So here's a snapshot from the website of the Tasdir Plus program, where it says the goals are to diversify markets, focusing on non-traditional markets, as well as to diversify exports to include new goods and services with high value-added, high technological content. Now, a big thing that I'd like to spend some time on is this was the first randomized control trial in Tunisia. This is a picture of one such randomization session. And what we did is we invited firms that were eligible for the program to attend these public randomization meetings at the Center for the Promotion of Exports. And this was well received, actually, in the media, which people essentially appreciated the transparency of the selection process, right? So one thing that the Center for the Promotion of Exports told us is in previous iterations of the program, I would get these calls from these firms saying, why didn't I get selected? Well, why didn't you select me? Right? This time around, essentially, he could come back and say, I had nothing to do with the matter. This was entirely random, right? And here, this was sort of admirable from the point of view of the willingness of the government to let us come in and evaluate this program in a very rigorous and scientific way, and to experiment, really, to take a risk, right? And we believe that this is the way forward for more impact evaluations in the region, right? This willingness to try to implement such methods. Now, the firms that applied had to meet certain eligibility criteria, right? So there were private resident firms. They needed to satisfy a certain financial condition. Now, why is that? It's because the program is designed as a reimbursement, right? And so the firms needed to have a certain minimum level of liquidity to be able to front load those expenses and get reimbursed later on. The firms submitted a business plan, and the business plan included a plan for exporting with some eligible expenses, 2 to 3 target destinations. We conducted the randomization in 5 rounds, starting in September 2018 and ending in December of 2019. COVID, unfortunately, overlapped with the program for a significant period, and we'll talk about how we interpret that in our analysis. The firms had a 1-year window for spending the money, and the eligible expenditures, as I mentioned, we interpret these as fixed market access costs. Now, what do I mean by that? These are expenses that include promotion, prospecting, firm development, product development. So by promotion, we mean things like publicity, promotional materials, attending fairs, developing your website, things that are supposed to help you enter new markets. And what we found later on, this is not a spoiler anymore, is actually it helps you even increase your performance in your existing markets. The program also subsidized prospecting activities such as market research, etc. It was not eligible to pay for variable inputs, right? So labor, intermediate costs, etc. So this is why we interpret this as fixed market access costs. This is going to matter for how we discuss our results in light of the workhorse trade models. In the literature, I'm going to skip that largely in this short presentation, but feel free to take a look at our theory section in the paper, and happy to discuss afterwards. Okay, so as I mentioned, we were very fortunate to get access to this high-quality micro-level data, right? This enabled us to track the performance of both the firms that were selected for the programs and those that were not, right? This was crucial to be able to say something about how the program impacted firm performance. And I mentioned the customs data here, which is transaction-level exports and imports, administrative program data, and baseline and endline surveys. Briefly on the samples, as I mentioned, there's 487 firms in our randomization sample. Now, for these, we're going to restrict our attention to those for which we see sales and exports available in the administrative data from the tax authority. And I'll discuss how, essentially, I'll point out the samples as I go through the results. Okay, in terms of the empirical strategy, very briefly on this, we know we're looking at our main outcomes of interest here: exports, destinations, products. There's going to be some zeros. There's an active literature on how to deal with this. So I'm going to show you results with two strategies. One is the ANCOVA two-part model, where we're going to have on the left-hand side an indicator equal to 0 or 1 for any exports, and we're going to have log exports only for continuous exporters, right? And we'll control for the outcome and the reference here. Now, this is going to be a restricted sample. We're only looking at continuous exporters. And so what we'll do in the second strategy is to use a Poisson model, and there we're going to include both the extensive and intensive margins, and you'll see that the results largely tell the same story. Okay, so let me tell you a little bit more. I already mentioned this. I think the timeline was that it started in September 2018. We had these successive randomization rounds. And so in every round, what happened was there was a call for applications by the Center for Promotion of Exports. Firms applied. They were screened by the team. They were surveyed. And then they were assigned a random number and randomly selected for the program. Okay, so let me jump to the results with the remaining time that I have. The first thing we see is that there is a large effect on exports of this program. This is using the 377 firms in the randomization sample for which we see this data, and we see that the exports increase by around 39 log points. This is a large increase given the baseline mean. And we see a positive but imprecise effect on the probability of exporting. Now, I show you the same specification with the Poisson model. Here, the difference is that you can see we have the full 377 firms because we're including firms for which exports are 0 at baseline. The coefficient here at 24 log points is lower, of course, now that we're including these firms, but you see that the effect is robust and positive. Now, I told you at the beginning, the key goal of this program from the government was to diversify, right? So I showed you exports increased, and we see a positive and robust effect there. What about the key goal of the government? So here we're going to use the customs data that we have. So we aggregated the firm level, the destinations, and the products. And here we don't really see an effect on this diversification margin, right? And so we report again the effect on exports using the sample from the customs data. And we see that the effect on exports is still there, roughly similar magnitude, but we see no effect on the number of destinations or the number of products. And here, the products are measured at the 11-digit level. Now, one question is, this increase in exports, could it be crowding out sales domestically, right? Could the firms be improving their performance abroad at the expense of their performance domestically? So we look at an indicator in column 1 for whether the firm sells domestically. And in column 2, we're going to look at log domestic sales and log total sales in column 3. Now, the effect in column 3 is positive but noisy, but we don't really see a reduction in domestic sales. We think of this as sort of being consistent with maybe some of these expenses that the program subsidized being also useful for domestic performance, right? And so if we're talking about website development, that might help you with your clients abroad, but it might also help you domestically. Okay. Now, one question is, the firm increased its exports. What about employment and wages? In my motivation slide, I told you about all of the exciting effects that exporting has on employment and wages. So here we're going to rely on, again, micro-level data from the Social Security Agency on formal employment. Now, this is important. I say formal and I emphasize that because, as you already know, in contexts such as Tunisia, informal employment plays a big role. And so whenever we talk about employment, we need to take into account the fact that there's these unobserved dimensions that we're not able to capture in the official statistics, right? And so here again, I'm reporting the effect on exports for this sample. And in terms of employment, in column 3, we're not seeing much an effect there. In column 4, we're also not seeing any effects on average wages and the wage bill. Granted, this is in 2021, right? The earliest randomization round was in September 2018. They started to implement their plan in 2019. This was 2 years later. COVID hit in the middle. You might say these things take time to materialize. That could be true. There's also something to note about Tunisian institutions. Let me see if I can click this button, maybe not. But I can summarize that essentially, as I mentioned already, informal employment is something we can think about, right? So to what extent are we able to capture the true employment effect if the firms are hiring informally? It could also be that firms have slack, right? Unfortunately, we don't see number of hours worked, but it could be that the firms are redirecting their existing employees towards more activities. Another notable thing about this context is the prevalence of collective bargaining institutions. Now, these set minimum wages at the sector level, right? And these could be constraining wages in a way that would explain the lack of effect here. Okay. Now, we also conducted a survey. So here, the collaboration, again, I'm going to emphasize this because it's so important. The Center for the Export Promotion collaborated with us to survey these firms when they applied, right? And the idea was to capture things that we're not able to see in the administrative data. So here we were interested in the mechanisms, right? So what are these firms doing that could be, what are they spending the money on? How is this money helping them achieve this substantial increase in exports that we see, right? And so here what we do is we ask the firms a series of questions. Again, both control and treatment firms, and this is crucial. And so we ask them, were you able to establish a new contract in your destination market? Were you able to establish a new foreign distributor? Were you able to establish a new foreign affiliate or a new representative? We also ask them other things, other ways in which they could have spent the money, right? Did you spend on certifications, on new technology, etc.? And what we see here for our sample is that there is an increase in the probability of establishing a new contract and a new foreign affiliate. The effects on participation in international fair are positive but imprecise. But this is suggestive to us, of course we can't say this with certainty, but it's suggesting to us that the firms may have used these subsidies essentially to increase their penetration in existing markets, right? Okay, so in terms of other findings, I mentioned already the effect on total sales. We explored heterogeneity. right? And so we looked at firms by trade regime. So in Tunisia, there's a regime of totally exporting and non-totally exporting firms. Totally exporting firms benefited until very recently from a large set of incentives for exporting, including easier access to foreign currency and other facilities in terms of their access to in terms of the customs procedures. And we find that the effects are largely concentrated in these non-totally exporting firms, right? Which we think makes sense. These firms weren't benefiting from these incentives already, so maybe the program was enough to help push them towards the threshold to increase their exports. We see larger impacts for smaller firms and crucially for firms with a quality certification at baseline, right? Suggesting to us that some initial readiness of the firms to go ahead and perform well abroad is important, right? Of course, we're not saying that the quality certification caused this. We're just saying that it seems that these firms were the ones that benefited the most. Okay, so let me then conclude. Just to remind you, we're looking at subsidies for these fixed market access costs. There's some non-trivial implications for theory that I skipped over here, but would be useful to discuss for those of you who are interested, because our findings are sort of surprising, because the workhorse trade models actually say, look, these fixed market access costs are only going to help you enter new markets. We're finding that they help you in existing markets. Why could that be? We also had COVID-19 that may have decreased firms' willingness to take risks, that may have pushed them to focus on the markets that they were already in. I should also say, also relevant given in the region, we need to talk about the bureaucratic constraints to firms applying for these programs. Firms needed to submit a very detailed business plan, right? And so that may have pushed them to focus on existing channels because it was maybe more secure or there was more of a guarantee to be approved. So those could be playing a role in our findings. And looking forward to your comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Nadia. Thanks for this presentation. And now we continue with the presentation of Ayman Tibi from University of Mannheim. And I think we had a conditional on policy. Then I let you present your paper. Okay. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ayman. I'm from the University of Mannheim doing my PhD. Today I'm gonna present this paper titled Conditional Trade Policy for Peace, the Economic Effects of Qualifying Industrial Zones in the Middle East, so QIZs. So let me introduce and motivate the research question by saying that although it's not very widespread, but countries may use trade agreements to promote peaceful relations among their allies. And related to this question is an institution or an agreement that I'm studying, which is the Qualifying Industrial Zones Agreement in the Middle East. This agreement basically grants Egyptian and Jordanian firms duty-free access to the US market. So firms within this agreement get to export to the US tariff-free. However, this is conditional on satisfying certain Israeli input requirements. So firms that want to use this agreement have to use a fixed amount of inputs from Israel. And this is also, there's another condition, which is that the firms have to be in designated areas within Egypt and Jordan. Now, the question that I'm asking is, can these type of conditional trade agreements designed to sustain peace generate some sort of development, and how to design them optimally? There's little causal evidence on the effect of such policies. We know a lot about trade agreements that are designed specifically for economic outcomes, but what about these type of geopolitically motivated trade agreements? And there's scarce literature on how to design such policies. So what I do in this paper is I evaluate whether the QIZ program generated measurable economic benefits in Egypt. So I'll also come to Jordan, but The main focus will be on Egypt. And it exploits variation in the timing, location, and sectoral exposure to the agreement. And then I will develop a partial equilibrium model that embeds this trade-off, the trade-off that the QIZ generates. So basically what you get is that you lower your tariffs, but you also have to pay a higher cost of Israeli imports. So there's this trade-off between lower tariffs and the input requirement. And then I want to investigate the role of the input requirement to learn about how to design these policies. So in general trade agreements, but also in such trade agreements which are geopolitically motivated, how to kind of pinpoint these input requirements is important. So let me give you a short institutional background. This agreement was basically established in 1996 as a US initiative. So it was the US which fostered it, and the idea is to support peace treaties through economic development. So there was peace treaties signed between Jordan and Egypt and between each of Jordan and Egypt and Israel, and the idea of the US was through economic development we can basically stabilize this peace and deepen it. And it was first implemented in Jordan in 1998, and then in Egypt in 2004 and 2005. At the end of 2004, beginning of 2005. The key characteristics, as I said, the zones, the firms that qualify for this agreement have to be within certain zones jointly designated by the countries. So the host country, Israel, and the US government. And it provides duty-free and quota-free access to the US market to products produced in these locations by the firms that qualify, and it requires a minimum Israeli input share, which was 8.7% in Jordan and is 10.5% in Egypt currently. So it's significant because it's also an unprecedented non-reciprocal US market access for Arab countries. So the Egypt or Jordan through this agreement could access the US market, but the US doesn't get access, duty-free access to Egypt or Jordan. And of course, it conditions on economic cooperation with Israel because it's a US geopolitically motivated thing to do. So this is a map of where the zones in Egypt are. And as you can see, in Egypt, the zones were basically demarcated as administrative boundaries. So the US, Egypt, and Israel would agree on certain administrative regions within Egypt to host these zones, basically. And then they got expanded throughout time based on Egyptian request. So 2005, 2009, 2013. Now, most of the companies in Jordan and Egypt, here I show you in Egypt, that actually used this agreement were within the textile and apparel sector. So they constituted around 90% of the companies that used this agreement. And this has been a problem kind of for these countries. Of course, at the beginning, they benefited a lot, but they would like to also benefit in terms of more high value added sectors, such as chemical sector, other types of high value added manufacturing, and so on and so forth. So if you look at some aggregate statistics and you look at the left-hand side, and on the left-hand side, I plot Egyptian textile exports to the US. And on the vertical axis in 2005, you have is the year where the QIZ agreement began, basically. And I also have a synthetic control, which basically matches over the pre-period in terms of textile exports to the US, Egyptian textile exports to the US through data from other countries. And you can see that there's a huge increase so by around $1 billion in terms of textile exports to the US after the QIZ agreement was signed. And at the same time, on the right-hand side, you can see a huge increase as well in terms of total Israeli imports around the same time. So basically what this says is that the QIZ agreement did what it was intended to do. Now, for Jordan, we can notice the same thing. Now, Jordan Jordan had almost zero textile exports to the US before the QIZ agreement. After the QIZ, it increased to about $1 billion. But then Jordan signed a free trade agreement with the US, which was fully implemented in 2010. And you see a further increase in terms of US exports to the Jordanian exports to the US. But if you look at the right-hand side, you see a similar, after the QIZ was implemented, a similar trajectory to Egypt. But after the FTA agreement with the US was fully implemented, you see a huge drop in terms of imports from Israel. So basically, what this says is that the input requirement was a second best for Jordan. It was they only did it because it was tied to the QIZ agreement. And it seems that the firms didn't think that it brought them any advantage to do so, because they switched to importing from other countries or sourcing locally after the FTA agreement was fully implemented in with Jordan. Now I want to zoom in more at the micro level, what happens to the firms at the micro level. And for here, I'm gonna just look at Egypt, and I'm gonna use an Egyptian customs panel from 2005 till 2016. And I'm gonna restrict the sample in this panel for now. What I'm gonna present now, I'm gonna restrict it to the textile and apparel firms that have ever exported. And I'm gonna look at different traditional trade outcomes. So this is basically a data set at the H6 product level for each firm importing and import and export at the H6 product level by the partner country in Egypt. And then we're gonna define what you can call an event, which is a firm's first import from Israel. So treated firms are gonna be defined as firms that ever imported from Israel, and control firms are firms that never import from Israel. And the event is the first import from Israel. And then we're gonna estimate an event study model. So like it's a difference in difference, or you can call it an event study model, where we plot basically before the treatment, so before the first import from Israel, what happens in terms of firm outcomes to the firms that get treated. And we're gonna control for firm fixed effects, period fixed effects, and even subsector by period fixed effects. Of course, there's an identification challenge, which is that comparing the firms that want to import, that imported from Israel and never imported from Israel, they may be different because they chose to do so. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna match between the firms. So I'm gonna match on some firm outcomes in order to ensure that we're comparing similar firms. And this is the first stage results. So you can think of it as first stage results. And what we see basically is a big and persistent increase in terms of the firm that gets treated, so that first imports from Israel, in terms of its exports to the US. So on the left-hand side, you can see the levels, so the total exports. And the right-hand side, you can see log exports adjusted to the literature on the zeros, basically. And you can see a huge increase in terms of the exports to the US that persists throughout time. However, what's more interesting is the second level effects. Is this trade just being diverted away from other countries to the US or not? And what we see actually is that it's not the firms that get treated do not only increase exports to the US, but also increase exports to other countries by even more than what they export to the US. So what this means is that there's some kind of, you can call it productivity gain, upgrading, economies of scale, or something going on, which led to these firms also increasing their exports to other destinations. Now, an important question to ask is whether this is about the quality of imports from Israel, or is it about the market access? And Nadia talked about the importance of market access subsidies just now. And to do that, basically what I do is estimate the same model, but also interact it with a quality variable, which is aggregated at the firm level. So I aggregate this, so this variable Q is the quality of the imports from Israel aggregated at the firm level in each year. And if B2 was positive and statistically significant, it means that firms that were sourcing higher quality imports were actually benefiting more from the agreement. But what we actually see is that this does not seem to affect the results. So it does not seem to have any significant effect in terms of benefiting from US exports or total exports, so exports to other destinations. So the idea is that it seems like it's not about the quality of imports from Israel, but about the market access. And this is also what the Jordanian story tells us. Now, I do a series of extensions and robustness checks, such as some placebo tests and some heterogeneity analysis, in order to make sure that everything is sound. I'm not going to delve into it right now. But what I want to say, maybe to give you more about whether this is a productivity effect, if we expect that there's a productivity upgrading in terms of the firms that get treated, then we might expect also that the wages of workers in treated firms also get increase. So what I do here is that I exploit the expansion of the QIZ regions in Egypt throughout time. So I use the 2009 and 2013 QIZ regional expansions for identification. So I have the labor force survey from 2006 till 2016, and then I use two expansions of the QIZ for identification of the effects of the QIZ on wages. And what I do basically is that now I'm looking at wages as the outcome, log wages as the outcome variable, and I'm looking at the sector which was mostly exposed, which is the textile sector, interacted with the treated regions basically, or governorates, and a time period in which we can see the events over time, what happens to wages over time dynamically. And we control for things such as, so like this is an individual labor force survey, so you can control for individual characteristics such as education, age, and so on. And you can control also for things such as occupation by year fixed effects. So I put in a range of fixed effects in the model, and then I want to see whether the wages of textile workers in the regions that got treated are differentially or on a differential trajectory after the treatment. And what I see, it's a bit noisy, but there seems to be an effect. So on the left-hand side, you can see the effect on wages, and there seems to be an effect which is short-lived. So 4 years after the treatment, there's an effect of around 0.4, so 40% on wages. The average effect is around 14.3%. So textile workers in treated regions get 14.3% higher wages. And there's some effect. I also see some effects on social insurance take-up, which is a proxy for formality. So if a worker has social insurance, then they're most probably working formally, and then we see like a 7% increase in social insurance take-up. So what I want to tell you out of this is that there seems to be some productivity effects which also affect the wages of treated workers. Now, I want to say a bit more about this policy in terms of its design. The input requirement is very crucial in this policy, and there has been a policy debate between Egypt and the US about decreasing the input requirement. And there's a trade-off, as I've said in the beginning, between paying lower tariffs to access the US market, so basically a tariff of 0%, and sourcing inputs from Israel, which are on average, we can see in the data, are more costly. So we need, through a model, I'm not going to show you the whole model, but basically here you can see the equation which basically pinpoints through my model the net benefit of QIZ, so choosing to export to the US through QIZs relative to the most favored nation treaty in some sector and some firm with a certain productivity. So here we have a productivity gamma of a firm. KS basically is some sector-specific factor, which I aggregate because they're not the main focus. We have a fixed cost of QIZ compliance. So the firm must pay a fixed cost in order to kind of export to the US through this QIZ agreement. And there's the input requirement, which is 10.5% for Egypt. And you have this omega, which basically tells us about the tariff saving net of higher Israeli input costs. Through this model, we can basically derive a threshold productivity. Any firm with a productivity greater or equal to this threshold productivity is going to use the QIZ if the tariff saving net of higher Israeli input costs is positive. So if omega is positive and the firm has a threshold productivity above this, has a productivity above this threshold productivity, then it's going to actually use so export using the QIZ rather than export using the most favored nation. Now, the question that I would like to ask is what happens when we decrease the input requirement? In order to not overwhelm with equations, intuitively, lowering the input requirement basically has two participation effects. First, within the sector, it lowers the threshold productivity. So more firms within the same sector are gonna use the QIZ agreement. So as you can see here, in the denominator, productivity plays a role. The input requirement plays a role. So lower input requirement actually lowers the threshold productivity. So within the same sector, you can think about the textile sector, more firms will use the QIZ agreement. But also across sectors, the QIZ, basically by lowering the input requirement, the net tariff saving effect relative to the higher Israeli input costs now changes. So, for example, think about two sectors, the food sector and the textile sector. The food sector has a most favored nation tariff of 5%, and the textile has 10%. By lowering the input requirement, and the Israeli inputs in general are higher by 10% than the average outside. By lowering the input requirement from 10% to 5%, you would allow also the food sector to export through the QIZ agreement, because now the net tariff savings relative to the benefit, relative to the cost of higher Israeli inputs are positive for the food sector. So by lowering the input requirement, we also have a cross-sector participation. More firms from different sectors participate now. Now, what's the effect on Israeli imports? Because now from Egypt's side, why the US is not agreeing to lower the input requirement, it's because Israel is basically blocking that. But if we look actually on the input requirement, we see that the total imports from Israel are a function of the input requirement and what each firm, how many firms basically, the value of exports for each firm participating in the QIZ. So by lowering the input requirement, we lower the input requirement, but also B, which is how many firms actually participate, might rise. So the direction is not clear. You might have lower input requirement, but more firms exporting and exporting more. So actually, imports from Israel might rise. So there's kind of an inverse U shape in terms of the input requirements and imports from Israel in this case. So by lowering the input requirements, we might generate more exports, more Egyptian exports, but also more Israeli imports. So the takeaway is that a lower input requirement can raise both exports in Egypt and imports from Israel if participation expands enough. Now I'm in the midst of calibrating the model for Egypt in order to see whether, given the current input requirement, whether that holds or not. But this is also relevant for other trade agreements in the MENA region. So, for example, bilateral trade agreements or regional trade agreements always have rules of origin. And certain countries may want to reduce the input requirements so that maybe it's Pareto optimal for both countries to reduce these input requirements and rules of origin conditions. So to conclude, the QIZ agreement generates large gains for Egyptian firms that got treated. The evidence points to market access and firm upgrading rather than the role of Israeli input quality. And in the data, you can see that most of the imports from Israel are actually very basic textile imports that firms are sourcing from there. And the model clarifies the key trade-off in designing such agreements. Lowering the input requirement may be Pareto optimal for both countries and for the US. And this maybe has also policy implications for other trade agreements if any regional hegemon or another party such as the EU is interested in actually integrating two other countries, then it's interesting to study this for them. And that's it for my talk, and thanks a lot for listening.
Thank you, Iman, for your presentation. Now we have the third paper presented by Coralie Kirabiva and Lorenzo Rotuno.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just waiting for the slides. To start, so Lorenzo and I will present a paper on trade integration and resilience, and it's also joined with Michele Ruta, all from IMF. So as a motivation, as we all hear in today's first session, that global trade flows are being reshaped by geopolitical fragmentation, higher policy uncertainty, and conflicts. As you see the charts on your right-hand side, one of the charts that Andrea also presented, very similar, shows the evolution of tariffs, import-weighted average in the last 2 years. So there's been a spike in the spring. Since then, they came down, but still remain above the 2024 levels. The second chart shows the trade through ports. And as you can see, the Strait of Hormuz trade collapsed in March of this year. So in this environment, inward-looking policies, such as retaliatory measures, may look appealing, but they can only partly restore market access, and often at the cost of high distortions and inefficiencies. By contrast, it also offers strategic opportunity to deepen regional and inter-regional integration to help support resilience to global shocks. So in this paper, we will examine trade integration, deeper trade integration, as a policy response to support resilience to global shocks. The paper will provide an overview of Middle East and Central Asia regional trade flows and preferential trade agreements. And also it will assess trade implications from deeper inter-regional trade integration by applying quantitative trade models. So the model allows to assess long-run trade effects and efficiency gains, and also examine trade diversification. So looking at the trade composition from Middle East and Central Asia to other regions. So as you can see, the Asia accounts for significant shares, so over half of exports and also imports from the region. And in terms of the inter-regional distribution, the trade tend to be concentrated in GCC countries. And inter-regional MENA and Central Asia trade accounts for about 20%. So this expansion of trade flow has been supported by growing number and depth of trade agreements that increased over time. For the trade agreement, for the measure of depth of trade agreement, we use a data set by Matu and Ruta that construct a depth index that ranges from 0 to 1 based on as a share of a number of policy area covered. So it's a share out of 52 policy areas that include traditional tariff-related provisions, but also deeper provisions focused on services, investment, competition policies, intellectual property, and so on. So as you can see over time, the number of trade agreements increased substantially. So in 2021, it's about 100 trade agreements, as well as the depth of the agreement. So in 2021, the average depth is about 33 provision out of 52 from about 20 a decade or two before. In literature, general agreements with provisions more than 20, coverage of more than 20 policy areas are considered to be deep agreements. However, as you can see across the countries, across the region, there is a significant heterogeneity with number of provisions varying widely across countries. But the depth of the agreement also, it's varies across countries, but it's not that high, even in countries with a high number of trade agreements. So that points to scope for deeper both inter and intra-regional trade integration. And we can look also in these two charts. The first one represents the trade share as a percent of regional trade. And from region, cross-region distribution perspective, Middle East and Central Asia somewhere in the middle of the distribution. So they below some of the more integrated regions, such as Asia and North America, and close to the Africa and Latin America with about 15% share of total trade. This result, we also see it mirrored in distribution of number and depth of preferential trade agreements. Again, the Middle East is in the middle of the distribution. However, the number of deep trade agreements tend to be on the lower side. So the current conflict and the recent conflict made the trade integration even more relevant today. So the conflicts tend to effectively raise trade costs, with policy responses focused on alternative trade routes and stronger logistic coordination. Deeper regional integration can support these policy responses by offering institutional framework to strengthen connectivity, logistics, investment, and thereby supporting resilience to shocks. So next, Lorenzo will talk about how deeper trade agreements affect diversification in trade in the region.
Yeah, so in the second part of the paper, we basically assess the impact of different trade integration scenarios on the GCC and CCCA countries. So we do so using a standard quantitative trade model with many countries, many sectors, and global input-output linkages. So this is a static model which really identifies reallocation effects from trade policy shocks that can vary across countries and across sectors. It's a perfect competition model, so we cannot incorporate any scale or firm selection effects. And also it is a static framework, so we don't have like dynamic productivity or investment responses. All these extra channels, if anything, should amplify what we find in the paper. We calibrate the model for 160 countries and 120 sectors, so there is a lot of granularity there. And importantly, we incorporate in any kind of scenarios the rise in US tariffs that we have observed since February 25. Now, in the rest of the presentation, I will focus on GCC countries because those are the countries that are more directly exposed to the current geopolitical tensions and conflicts. But of course, in the paper, we also have evidence for CCA economies. So a few words about the scenario. So Caroline told you about the kind of state of the play now in terms of trade agreements in the region. And so what we're going to do here is we're going to basically introduce layered scenarios where we progressively add deeper trade agreements, both between countries within CCCs, and between GCC as a bloc and the two major trading partners that are China and the EU, right? So we always have these US tariffs that are going to be incorporated in all scenarios. And then we have first intra-regional integration, so basically integration between GCC economies, then also integration between the GCC and CCA blocks, and finally, as I said, integration with the EU and China. By integration here, I mean basically bilateral tariffs going to zero and non-tariff trade costs being reduced according to basically the depth of these trade agreements. So we simulate different increases in terms of depth, which might seem ambitious, but they provide a reference point for what type of trade and welfare effects we can expect. The focus is going to be, as Caroline said, on trade diversification as a way to attenuate exposure to shocks. We first start from the simulated changes on export and imports, and this is for the GCC countries across different trading partners, let's say, or trading blocks. So what you can see here in these histograms is that these are percent changes, and across all different integration scenarios, there is a robust simulated increase in trade within the GCC region of around 20%. This effect stays there even when we introduce integration between GCC countries and the EU and China, which really speaks to the existence of untapped intra-regional trade potential. Now, these are percent effects, and you can see the big bars there are actually on trade between CCA and GCC when these two blocks integrate. So these are large percent impact, which however applies to very low basis because at baseline, there's not much trade going on between the two blocks. Extra-regional integration with the EU and China generates also substantial trade increases of around 20-30%, which in absolute value is in absolute level is a lot because of course those countries trade a lot with China and the EU to start with. Now you can see that those were kind of broad geographic patterns. Now let's look at the broad sectoral patterns. What we observe is that under the different integration scenarios, here I show you the kind of intra-regional integration on the left, and on the right you see the EU-China integration, so extra-regional. You can see that there tend to be an increase in exports in manufacturing sectors, and this is at the detriment to energy of energy sector. So there is a reallocation from energy to manufacturing, which is due to the fact that at baseline, both tariffs and non-tariff barriers tend to be larger for manufacturing than for energy sectors. Of course, let me remind you, these are percent effects. At baseline, these countries tend to be highly specialized in energy sectors, but still, what these large manufacturing effects suggest is that at least at the sectoral level, there can be some effects towards greater diversification. Now, these were broad patterns. Let's try to be a bit more specific about the trade diversification effects. So taking a step back, conceptually, the question is very much empirical because it's not clear whether preferential trade integration, like the type of trade integration we are simulating here, whether that integration increases or not trade diversification. You might have reallocation from domestic output to foreign markets, which is beneficial in terms of diversification, but also it depends on which markets you are liberalizing with, right? If you are liberalizing with already important markets, then you are probably concentrating your exports and imports. Also, another thing to consider is that in this comparative advantage model, any kind of trade integration will reallocate resources towards comparative advantage sectors, which by itself is a force that should foster concentration, at least across sectors. Now, to shed some light on this, we employ a tail index, which is a great measure for our purpose of trade concentration because it allows us to decompose the impact in three different components. So we have the geographical component, so basically telling us how trade is distributed across trading partners. The sectoral component, telling us how trade is distributed across sectors. And finally, the interaction of the two. which is kind of related to the comparative advantage story, right? It tells us like how correlated is the distribution of what the country does in which like exports or trades in which sector, and to whom the country trades with. Now let's look at first the export side. So here for each scenario, we basically have the blue bars are the total change in this tail index, and then the other bars are the different components for each country in the GCC. What you can see is that on the export side, these integration scenarios tend to promote diversification overall, okay? It is difficult to quantify, but just to give you an idea, we can basically compute the number of country sector pairs that are served by a given country at baseline and in the counterfactual. And then we can take the difference. And this will suggest that, for instance, for Oman, the number of effective country sector pairs served goes up by 35, which for relatively small economy is actually substantial. For Kuwait, it goes up by 7. This is under the EU-China integration scenario. Again, these effects are not huge, but they are significant, especially for economies that at baseline have a production and trade structure which is quite concentrated. What you can see also that there is that yellow bar which measures the interaction term, and that goes towards concentration. So it attenuates the diversification effect. And this is basically the comparative advantage effect force at place, right? It means that countries tend to have more unequal export structures across trading partners. A country exports chemicals to China and food to the EU, for instance. Like it's more diverse. It's more, the export structure is more concentrated across partners. On the import side, the effects tend to be quantitatively a bit less strong. And also the direction is a bit different, and it varies with the integration scenario. So under an intra-regional scenario, you can see that import diversification decreases actually, and this is due especially to the geographical component. So it suggests that basically GCC countries, at least on the import side, are reinforcing linkages that they already have, okay? Whereas when you look at the extra integration scenario, then there tends to be an increase in diversification. It is notable to see also how now the yellow, the interaction component, is actually negative, meaning that it decreases concentration, it boosts diversification. And this is interesting for from a resilience perspective, because this means that basically under the integration scenario, the export structure is becoming more equal across countries. Just to provide an example, it would suggest that a country is now importing in the same sector from different sources. And so this is, it improves resilience, because then if there is a shock that hits one source, then the country is diversified enough in that sector because it can buy from other countries. So to conclude, what we find in this paper is that deeper integration, or at least the scenarios that we simulate, can create market access. And I haven't showed you, but trust me, it's in the paper, it generates also welfare gains in MCD countries. And by the way, all these scenarios were all in the presence of US tariffs. So all these trade effects were generated also in the presence of US tariffs. MCD regional integration is expanding, but of course there is untapped potential, and our results actually point strongly to that intra-regional potential, especially for GCC economies. This substantial increase in intra-regional trade actually survives even when the countries liberalize vis-à-vis China and the EU, meaning that there are strong complementarities, for instance, due to global supply chains. Trade integration, according to our results, can spur diversification, at least in the geography of GCC exports. On the import side, the results are less clear. But overall, the idea here is that these deep trade agreements can become even more valuable in current times where countries face trade fragmentation and different regional shocks. So I stop here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your presentation. Now, I invite our discussant to comment these three papers. Mehdi Bartal, professor at the FGSES.
Hello, everyone. So thank you for inviting me to discuss this session. To begin, I want to make it clear that I'm not a trade economist. So this is a trade session, and I'm not a trade economist. So I approach these papers as an interested outsider, I would say, or as an economist. So rather than focusing on technical aspects, I'm going to emphasize broader questions that interested me in the first place. So I will start with a very brief overview of the three papers, which is, as was said this morning, very challenging. And I will offer then a couple of comments on each paper, and hopefully this will stimulate the discussion. Okay. So I found the three papers remarkably complementary, which makes sense given that they are in the same session, because they look at trade policy from different perspectives. So the first study looks at export promotion at the firm level. So basically looking at Tunisian exports, the main finding, if I can summarize it, is that Tunisian exports increase, mainly through the intensive margin, and little export diversification of products and destinations is observed in this study. So the second paper studies a specific trade agreement through the qualified industrial zones, and the key finding is that this participation to QIZ boosts exports, productivity, and diversification in Egypt. One interesting aspect that was not maybe pushed forward that much during the presentation is that production linkages with Israel weaken in Jordan once incentives, economic incentives seem to disappear. Okay. So the third study is about regional trade integration. So we're going more and more macro somehow. So the question is, can deeper trade integration improve welfare, diversification, and resilience? And the answer, to make it short, is yes. And one interesting result is that regional and global integration seem to be complementary in this setting. Okay. Okay, so a first message already emerges is that these trade policies generally work. So this is the main finding, I would say, from this session. They increase exports, trade, sometimes welfare when it's studied, but they do not necessarily generate the same adjustments. And I'm going to be more clearer maybe on what I mean by adjustment later. So if I start by the first paper, which is by Nadia on Tunisia, this is, in my view, a very strong paper. I think there is a lot of work behind this paper to have this randomized design. It gives credible results, and the main finding is quite clear. So positive effect on export promotion, but almost entirely to the intensive margin again. So this means that there is not that much new products or new destinations in there, which was one of the main goals, to diversify. Okay. So my first comment would be, and this is maybe a kind of traditional comment from, at least for an outsider, I would say, which firms are we learning about? Okay, so you're doing something sophisticated. So the experiment identifies the firms, the effect for firms that are sufficiently sophisticated, financially robust. You mentioned that before, because there is this motive of getting reimbursed in case things don't go well. And and so they apply and satisfy the program requirements. So there is a kind of selection argument being there. At the same time, the paper finds stronger effect for smaller firms, and that you mention it without putting too much emphasis on this. So one natural policy question may arise is, are we looking at the right firms? If you have in mind that this kind of policies are meant to accompany those small firms or borrowing constrained firms, etc., are we looking at those firms, or are we looking at large firms which would potentially export in any way. So what does it, in general, what does it imply for targeting export promotion programs? The second comment I would mention, and you mentioned it yourself during the presentation, was about the evaluation horizon, so the timing. And I guess this is something that will come back in the referring process or whatever. So the program explicitly aims to help firms enter new markets. What you find is the opposite. It's not really successful at doing this. So of course, one argument that can come to mind is building new export relationships may take time. You have a small window of time. So what the conclusion should be? Is it extensive margin effects interpreted as not occurring, or just they require longer horizon to materialize, and you can observe that horizon? Again, that was mentioned before by you, and I think it's already mentioned in the paper, but still I think it's a very important point. The third one is maybe a kind of subjective one. It has to do with the framing of one aspect of your paper, is the relationship to theory. So my reading of how you relate to the literature is that you present the limited extensive margin response as somewhat surprising or kind of puzzling. I wonder whether the contribution could not instead be just framed as new evidence supporting models of market penetration rather than market entry. And there's no longer any puzzle, So instead of saying it's puzzling given the most canonical models of trade, maybe just compare yourself to some other strands of the literature that speak to your results. And I think that framing would be at least as interesting as this one. That's an opinion. So the second paper by Ayman, so this paper on qualified industrial zones in Middle East, I found it particularly interesting because it combines many types of data, macro data, micro data, and also a structural model. And I think that's, of course, important to say something on welfare, for instance. So the policy itself is also fascinating because, The policy itself is also fascinating because it mixes many parameters, I would say, at the same time. So it's several changes at once. And my first comments is just to try to understand, to disentangle the effects of each of one of those things. So what's happening simultaneously is, for instance, this policy is improving firms' access to the US market. So this is the demand channel you're mentioning, and you look at prices, you do a lot of stuff to try to understand the role of demand, and you come up with the conclusion that demand is a small part of the story, and then you turn to supply and you look at wages, formal employment, using labor force survey data, etc. And that's very nice. Still, I'm still a bit waiting for more evidence convincing on the mechanisms you might have in mind to illustrate those supply forces. So I'm hoping in particular whether the structural model can help you disentangle this, and whether you made some some progress in it recently, because in the draft it's written that it's in progress. So maybe you could kind of decompose and get something with simulations, or even you showed us some theoretical results, but I guess you can go even further if you have the calibration. So my second comment related to this paper is on productivity gains, and so what can you? It's really related to the first point. Is can you say more about the mechanisms you have in mind, or you think are plausible or relevant to understand these effects on productivity? One general comment, in your title you have this peace word, and I was looking for peace in the paper, and I saw a lot of economics, but I don't know what where peace is in the paper. Okay, so last paper. So this is the paper by Lorenzo and Coralai, if I pronounce it well. So this is a paper that moves from firms to countries, basically, and it studies how deeper regional and global integration affect trade, welfare, resilience in a quantitative model. Okay. So I think one result is really very interesting, at least to me, is this complementarity between regional and between the regional and the global integration. So the finding that deeper integration with Europe and China strengthens intra-regional trade is not obvious per se. What one might have expected regional and global to be substitutes. So in the paper, you explain this result through input-output linkages, but also through income effects or general equilibrium effects. And I was wondering just what are the relative importances of these two elements in your model? So I don't know if you have the chance to do this kind of decompositions or to compare the relative importances of these channels. So another comment is about trade policy uncertainty. So your model is static. It doesn't mean you can. It's bad per se. I mean, it's certainly the right level of complexity. But I was just wondering, how could you speak to this observation that trade policy is uncertain? So frequent announcement, reversals, uncertainty, etc. Can you say something about this uncertainty, policy uncertainty, using your model or even your insights from the model? To conclude, again, what I draw as conclusions from my reading of these three papers is that evidence on trade policies seem to be, they have positive effects, they matter, it seems quite convincing from all these papers. Now, maybe some interesting questions are now, under what conditions do they generate diversification? So that's a common theme you have in these three papers. A second point is, which components of trade agreement drive the observed effects that you had, Ayman? And the third point is, how does trade integration ultimately translate into resilience? And I think resilience is a big word. You made a lot of efforts to kind of measure resilience. It's basically diversifying sectors, countries, etc. But I'm still not sure to understand how this is properly measured and understood, this notion of resilience. So I think you have three papers that provide excellent building blocks to answering these questions, and I thank you for them. Thanks.
Merci Mehdi pour ces commentaires. Donc maintenant, I open the floor. Yes.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your presentations. I have very two quick questions. First for Nadia. So I noticed R-square is really high in many specifications. So in this type of application, and you have a relatively small sample, so what could be the explanation? Because it's not highly common to have in some models very high, like 80% or 90%. And second question, log export, I think it's not statistically significant, where standard error is large compared to other estimators. So is it possible because of the number of variables you're using, or the setting or identification strategy? Because this is the only variable where you observe a jump and standard error. So would it be possible to cluster it or to change the setting to see if it will change? And for Ayman, so it's a good paper. Honestly, I got lost in some at certain level due to a lot of complexity. So two questions. So the first one, what could be the main recommendation for policymakers if we aim to invite policymakers to intervene based on the results? So what could be to enhance collaboration, to enhance zones? So what could be really the key takeaway message, not what we observe in terms of so the political side, the political economy side. And second, so in triple diff, so what is the identification strategy? Because at certain level, you added some complications to this specification. So what is really the identification? Thank you.
Thank you. Is this working? My question is for Nadia on the. So what I understood is that there's an effect on exports, but you don't say whether this effect is entirely driven by the subsidy itself or there's some effect on the export price, meaning that the price of export for the importers on the other side is lower, in which case you just, Tunisia is occupying markets perhaps that was served by others, and what would be the welfare implications? Because if this is really the case, essentially you're exporting welfare through through subsidies, and you have to fund these subsidies by most likely higher distortive taxation.
Hi. Hello. Sorry, just a quick question also to Nadia, and also it's related to Ali questions and the last question. I think it's related something that it has to be controlled for, which is the exchange rate and the economic world development. I think it is there because of the high R square and the price of exports. I think like actually Tunisia has been through a forced devaluation, which is like actually requires an expenditure switch for so that firms has to jump in also to export more and reduce imports. And this mechanism maybe is absent that might actually improve the results in that sense. And all the best, excellent paper. Okay.
Well, thank you very much. I still have a question to Nadia, if you don't mind. Sorry, Nadia, you have a great database, to be honest. And I come from Lebanon, and we went through that experience of subsidy, which I would explain as heads I win, tail you lose. Right? It's an asymmetric game. The company is a winner if they do the job well, and the taxpayers, as mentioned previously, is the loser here. So the question I have is at two levels. First, in terms of processes that were adopted by the government, whether they had some post-audit examination in their process, i.e. you've committed to a business plan, what did you do after? Did they have that inspection service, taxation department, looking at the outcome of the exercise? I mean, I've seen that your earnings is not significant, which is a bit strange. So no employment, no earnings, nothing whatsoever. In terms of tails you lose, the Tunisian taxpayer is definitely a loser. The second question is related to the structure of the economy in Tunisia, whereby you have some concentration of power in the hands of some oligarchy or big companies, etc. And the question here again is, what is the impact of political affiliation of companies that benefited from those subsidies and the cronyism effect that could happen in that context?
Merci Dorothée. Actually, I will build on the previous question by Salim, starting with Nadia, because clearly, based on the previous work of Laila Baghdadi and Bob Rikers on politically connected firms in Tunisia, there is a clear component of political connections. And I think given I assume that you don't have this variable in your data set, so one thing perhaps that you can do is to look at the World Bank Enterprise surveys in the recent surveys, because there is a question whether in the firms they have some political connections or not. So perhaps you can match this variable with the sectors that you have in your data set and see at least whether some sectors are more politically connected or not. And this will help you control for that. And then a question to Ayman, very interesting, and then theory, empirics, firm level, household labor force surveys. But I just have a more question related to the conceptual level and also in terms of identification. Because we know that for the qualified industrial zones, they are geographically determined in Egypt, regardless of the sector, right? And within those same regions, we have the qualified industrial zones scheme in addition to the special economic zones, the free economic zones, and different other, let's say, classification zones. So how can you really attribute this positive effect, given that it's geographically determined, not sector determined, and that this positive effect is primarily due to QIZs, not necessarily special economic zones or free economic zones like in Port Said or other similar governors. And one last comment on the last paper, very interesting as well. And I was wondering, what do you mean by depth here? Is it more deepening the agreement, extending the number of provisions existing in the agreement, or making the existing provisions more, let's say, legally enforceable and subject to a dispute settlement, in the sense that this distinction that has been made in the literature between the horizontal depth versus the vertical depth itself. Thank you very much, Dorothée.
Thank you. Here, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, just widening maybe the lens a bit and asking a question to Karabeva and Rotono about their paper, because I thought it embedded in it was a very interesting question that relates to our earlier discussion on political fragmentation, geopolitics, and the international system. The way I understood it, the paper asked the question, could deeper integration help the GCC countries and the MCD group at large deal with the consequences of political crises such as what just happened recently in the Strait of Hormuz? A very inviting question related to it, and I would have thought a more obvious question would be, could integration involving not just the GCC countries as they are, but possibly also Iran, become one of the policy recommendations for future avoidance of the kind of wars and instability that becomes costly for everyone? And I would, in fact, argue further that this might encompass down the line even a country such as Yemen, thinking again about how countries and how debates are evolving now and thinking about regional integration, not just on the trade side, but also on the security side and the regional order side. Thank you.
Thank you. Two questions more, one here and one behind. Okay, then three. One here and here.
Okay, yeah, so thanks. I have a question for the first speaker. So the presentation, of course, like the data is excellent, everything is good, but then obviously the part that actually I missed, it's the explanation, it's the analysis. So I really don't really get the point. Like probably this is exactly what Mehdi said in terms of mechanisms. So what are the mechanisms this market access subsidies do affect the firm outcomes? So is it like, again, what Shahir said, probably you can also utilize this World Bank database to explain a little bit like the mechanisms. I can just, probably on top of what Shahir said, like political connection. So probably it could be checking like information asymmetries of those SMEs, or also whether like this improvement of this seller and then buyer matching is improved once SME has a subsidy. So the second question is regarding also what has been already said. It's in terms of the cost effectiveness of the subsidy. So whether it's also enhance the firm productivity and then also the productivity quality. This is what also Ayman said. Thanks.
So my name is Miriam Hamdani. I go here. My question is with respect to the paper on the QIZ. For the synthetic control constructed to sort of do this benchmark between the Egyptian and Jordanian exports before and after the implementation of the agreement, I'm just curious to know what countries were retained and what weights attributed. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last question. Yeah.
Two quick questions about the export markets. So, can I go?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So are the subsidies temporary? That's an important question because it may not be worth to invest. So because there are two issues in the literature. One, what kind of costs are there, whether once or like repeated? The second question is, what is a market? So you're talking about mostly single market of Europe. Do you have any geographical dispersion within France, Italy? So these people may actually be going entry into regions, moving from distributor to direct. So and we know that there is a big discussion of what is a market and what are the costs. Perhaps there is more there that you have in the data.
Thank you. I think we will stop here. And yes, I didn't see any. Ooh. Okay. I didn't see you because.
Thank you. Nisreen Salti from the American University of Beirut. Thank you very much for all the panelists. This was a very fascinating session. My question is a little bit conceptual and maybe related to what Ali asked Ayman, which is that what are some of the implications here? Do you think then that does this mean that there's an effective tool on the part of big powers to incentivize anything? Right? So is this something that we could use to increase female employment, to reduce carbon emissions, to do instead of just, import Israeli goods? Does it work?
Thank you. Then now we have 5 minutes to answer all these questions. Then I will begin by the end because I think it's increasing the number of questions. If you can begin maybe to answer yes.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll take a few about global versus. So thanks a lot, Mehdi, for the great question. So it's true. So global versus regional integration. I mean the results actually when we saw those results, I was kind of a bit relieved because it's also in line with the most recent empirical literature, basically showing that this kind of trade creation versus trade diversion effects of trade agreements is kind of antiquated, and because the deeper trade agreements that we have seen in the past 20 years or so, they tend to have rules that in any case do not discriminate between members and non-members. And so it's very difficult to have trade diversion effects. And now, so there is that aspect because we are considering decreases in trade costs that come from this bigger depth, and then there is the aspect of like kind of global input-output linkages. And it's true. I mean, we could and we should probably differentiate or identify in the model the quantitative importance of those. We haven't done it yet. About uncertainty, that's true. So we can't look at it really properly in a static model. The idea here is to say, since this is a long-run framework, the idea is to say we might be wrong with the exact number. I mean, we might be wrong about where the level of US tariffs will be, but the direction is set. US tariffs will be higher than they were before. And the idea is that, okay, what happens if that level will be kept higher in the long run? That's the question. There is a very interesting question about do we need the integration to avoid war? History and evidence will suggest that this helps. So, but yeah, that it helps, that that economic integration prevents conflicts.
Okay, so I'll answer a few other questions. So one about the depth. So we're looking at horizontal depth. So it's a number of provisions covered, but you would imagine if it's vertical, the effect will be similar or even stronger. So of course the comprehension of the agreement matters. And as you can recall, actually the depth of the agreement, that's what creates not as much as number, but the depth that matters. And the literature seems to show that the deeper the agreement, the more meaningful the economic gains from that. And I think that's also maybe echoing on this broader political considerations. So the deeper the integration and linkages, potentially the high economic gains, but some political conflicts are not go beyond the economic considerations. Yeah, I think that's.
Thanks, Mehdi, a lot for the comments. They were really helpful, and thanks everyone for their questions. Let me begin with clarifying the mechanism that I have in mind for understanding the productivity. Basically, what's happening in my view is that once a firm gets access to the US market, is productive enough to get access, it gets access to the US market, its revenue increases, so it's able to invest more in capital, in building its own productivity, upgrading its technology, and then it can also expand its access to other US markets. Now, what is this specifically? Is it economies of scale? Is it maybe just reorganizing the firm? This is, of course, an important question which probably needs survey data in order to answer better, which could be a way to go forward. Regarding the question on the recommendations that Ali and kind of Nisreen alluded to, yes, I do think that if you give a firm, if you give firms in a certain country access to a huge market, which is conditional, and the country is open to kind of get this agreement, then it works. Like, it generates something in the country. In this case, it generates benefits for the firm. Now, I'm not politically endorsing this agreement per se, but what I'm saying is that it seems to work. Now, you can vary the condition, and it might also work, but what we have seen is that it is tied structurally to the agreement. So what happened in terms of trade is that for Jordan, and this is also what Mahdi told me that I should maybe I should have mentioned more in the talk. For Jordan, what happened is that imports increased up from Israel up until the free trade agreement was signed, and then they decreased substantially. So yes, it's conditional, but it doesn't mean that there will be like a structural change relating these two countries. Maybe conditioning it on other things such as female labor force participation might have more structural effects that change something in the economy itself. But I cannot say that something direct to that. What I'm saying is that yes, maybe this agreement could be, let's say it's not the US, it's Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia wants better relations between Egypt and Syria or something like that. Then you could think about something like that. There's another question about the synthetic controls. So what I've did, this is basically more like descriptive evidence, but I wanted to give it more relative to something, like how big is the increase relative to something. But what I've done is that I used the UN Comtrade data. I removed all countries that are developed and all countries that were involved in the agreement. So for Egypt, I removed Jordan, Israel, and the US. And then basically what happens in the synthetic control is that the algorithm chooses the weights itself in order to minimize the pre-treatment difference between the treated and the control. And there's another question by Shahir on whether there's a correlation between the QIZs, the public zones, and the SEZs, perhaps. Now, what I've done in the triple difference framework is that I've tried to exploit the variation across sector, region, and time. So if so like there's the most exposed sector up until 2015, it's almost 95% of the exports under the QIZ agreement were for textile firms. So what I've done is that I've exploited the exposure of the textile sector times interacted by the expansion of the regions over time. So if a specific sector is targeted, and at the same time a public zone in the same zone is opened in the same time, then yes, this problem might arise. I didn't control for it directly, but I guess this is something that you could do. But what I controlled for is other fixed effects. So all other second order interactions are controlled for. So region by time, sector by time, and region by sector are controlled for in the equation. So that may take care partially of what you've asked about. But yeah, maybe controlling directly for these things is worth doing.
Thank you. Then in 2 minutes, please.
2 minutes, 9 questions. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks a lot for the questions. It's very fun to work on such a controversial topic. So in terms of, I'll perhaps work my way backwards, regional variation, the point that you raised. Yes, I wish we could say that the firms are, to which regions the firms are exporting within a country. I wish we could see the number of suppliers. We don't have the data now. You're right, that is an important, perhaps, dimension of diversification, although I will say that in terms of making Tunisian firms resilient to the shocks that affect the EU market, that wouldn't help them with that, right? They're diversifying within France, but they're still dependent on, they're still perhaps vulnerable to the shocks that affect France. And so, but yes, if we had the data, I'd love to answer that question. Mechanisms, right? So as I mentioned, we use survey data there to say, look, the firms are actually establishing new contracts, they're establishing new partnerships. One thing I didn't show you is we do have a first stage. We do see that the firms, the non-totally exporting firms for which we see the effects, are actually spending the money more on promotion, which is consistent with the story that they're penetrating these markets more. Connectedness, I will actually argue that maybe randomization here decreased the probability of connected firms getting the program, right? Like beforehand, it used to be that there was subjective input by the bureaucrats into which firms get selected. We came in, we said, look, you have no say in this, we're going to randomize. So I would perhaps hope that didn't play as much of a role. Now, I could look into Layla's data and see if there's something we can do in terms of heterogeneity by sector. Very important point on the subsidies and the prices, right? So one question is, are these firms just using the subsidies to make their exports cheaper? We do look at prices and we don't see an effect there. We also don't think that the size of the subsidy would be sufficient to actually make the price lower. But that is a very important consideration that we've thought about. Fixed exchange rates. So the good thing about randomization is we're holding these macro effects constant, right? So everything on the macro level is controlled for, and we're comparing firms within the same economy, which is useful in this sense. Let's see. Some econometric points on clustering. We do it at the firm level, the level at which treatment is assigned. The R squared is high. I think that's a feature of ANCOVA. We have the dependent variable in the reference year as a control. So I think that's what gives us the high R squared. The standard errors of lag exports, important point. We do inverse hyperbolic sine, Poisson, but if you have suggestions on other measures, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all our speakers, and thank you, Mehdi, also for your comment. Thank you, all of you. And I think we finished this session. Very interesting. Thank you.
And we conclude our third session of the day. It is now time for a 30 minutes coffee break.
Should we do it outside? What do you mean? Field trip. Moving around. Cold people, please come.
That's it. I'm gonna.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We have now reached our fourth session of the day, Labor Market Policies. For this session, please welcome Ms. Taline Kuranshelian, Ms. Bailey Palmer, Ms. Gunesh Ashik, and Ms. Nisreen Solz.
Okay, so it's working now. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this session. I know it's late afternoon, so we will keep the session a bit alive to keep you also with us. But also, this is a very important topic for the region because it's at the core of the macroeconomic challenges and opportunities for the region. We all know that unemployment is very high in the region. Although there has been some recent improvement, youth unemployment is still around 30%, and for women it's even worse, around 40%. So when we think about the region, there are maybe a few structural features that we need to take into account, and we have highlighted those in our recent research. One is that job creation has not kept pace with the demographic pressures. Second is that female labor participation in the region is one of the lowest, and which means that there is a huge opportunity to tap resources for growth. And the region's model, where or economic model, where we have oversized public sector acting as maybe the employer of last resort, sometimes of first resort also, has shown its limitations in creating sustainable jobs. So against this backdrop, today we have two complementary perspectives. One from a labor supply perspective, focusing on women's labor supply and job preferences in Jordan. And here we have Bailey Palmer, who has just completed her PhD in the University of California, Berkeley. And the second perspective will be from a labor demand perspective, examining how employment subsidies affect hiring, skills, and capital decisions in Turkey. And we have our second speaker, Güneş Ashik, from assistant professor at the Middle East Technical University. And we have then our discussant, Nisreen Salti, associate professor of economics at the American University, who will provide an overarching discussion and draw out the broader implications. And then we will open the floor for questions. Bailey, the floor is yours.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to present this work titled Job Amenities, Adverse Selection, and Women's Labor Supply in Jordan. My name is Bailey Palmer, and I just graduated from Berkeley, and I'm headed to the University of Illinois in the fall as an assistant professor. Okay, so around the world and also in the Middle East, women often face logistical barriers to employment, like a lack of childcare or transportation. And more women in Jordan, which is the setting of this paper, actually cited transportation and childcare as the single biggest barriers to female labor force participation than any cultural reason. And many of these logistical barriers could be overcome by firm-provided benefits. So firms could offer transportation to their workers as a benefit of employment, and that might even be profitable if secondary markets like the market for transportation are missing or thin, or if the firm enjoys returns to scale and so could offer transportation more cheaply than the worker could purchase that in the private market, like as a taxi. Despite this, female-friendly job amenities remain rare in places like Jordan. And so the question that I'm going to ask in this paper is whether or not adverse selection in the labor market can help explain why. So to explain what I mean by adverse selection in the labor market, I'm going to start with two key facts. So the first fact is that workers generally differ in how much they value different job amenities. So in this literature, a job amenity refers to any non-wage aspect of a job. So it could be something concrete, like a transportation benefit, or something intangible, like flexibility in the workplace. So this is really just a statement about workers having heterogeneous preferences. And the second key fact is that workers hold some amount of private information on their own productivity that employers cannot fully observe until they hire you. So you don't really know how good of a worker someone is going to be until you actually hire them. And so the key theoretical foundation of this paper is that when unobserved productivity is correlated with willingness to pay for an amenity, or how much a person values that amenity, then offering that amenity instead of higher wages can induce selection. And in particular, if the correlation is negative, meaning on average less productive workers value the amenity more, then offering amenities in this way will cause adverse selection. So the possibility of amenities in inducing selection in this way has been pointed out by Alex Moss and Pat Klein in a sort of theoretical way. And we have some indirect evidence of this from a paper by Emanuel and Harrington that looked at a US firm that started offering a work from home benefit and found that this attracted less productive workers. But we have no direct evidence on this, on the empirical relationship between worker productivity and willingness to pay for an amenity in any labor market, kind of in any amenity. And this issue is really important because if adverse selection is severe enough, then employers will not provide these amenities even when workers' willingness to pay for that benefit, or how big of a wage cut they would take in order to get it, is greater than the cost that the firm would face to provide it. And so a main contribution of this paper is I'm going to show, I think for the first time, that adverse selection can rationalize why firms choose not to provide benefits even when workers highly value those benefits. Okay, so the overarching question of this paper is whether or not adverse selection can rationalize why firms choose not to provide female-friendly amenities like transportation. And in particular, I'm going to ask first whether or not low productivity workers value transportation more. If so, if adverse selection does exist, then is it severe enough to make offering transportation unprofitable, and is it the main reason? For example, it might operate, but the main reason why it's not profitable might just be because it's too expensive. So I'm going to ask whether or not adverse selection is like a salient reason. And if so, then what policy interventions can address this market failure? So answering this question requires several different categories of information. We need to understand workers' labor supply responses to amenities like transportation. So if I offer transportation instead of higher wages, how will labor supply be impacted by that? Will more people be interested in that job? Secondly, I need to understand the productivity of individuals supplying labor at different wage and amenity combinations. So if I start offering a benefit instead of higher wages, am I going to get more or less productive people applying? And then finally, I need to understand how firm production and profit are impacted by worker productivity and labor costs at each of the different possible wage and amenity combinations. And so as you can imagine, this requires a structural approach. So what I did in this paper is I partnered with a major research firm in Jordan that exclusively hires women. And I surveyed those women who had either applied to the firm or actually worked at the firm as survey enumerators. So the sort of unit of analysis in this paper is women who are working as survey enumerators, or people who like take surveys. And so I ran a survey in which I measured these workers' willingness to pay for transportation, or in other words, how big of a pay raise would you forgo in order to instead get transportation to and from home as a benefit? And I linked that willingness to pay data to administrative records from the firm of workers on the job productivity. And this data linkage essentially reveals the joint distribution of worker productivity and willingness to pay for transportation, which is going to allow me to identify the empirical relationship between these two things. And then I'm going to fit that data to a structural model of the firm to evaluate the impact of adverse selection on firm outcomes and worker outcomes. So now let's turn to the data that I collected. So the first thing I'm going to show you is a distribution of worker willingness to pay for transportation. So in particular, this amenity is described as the firm is going to send a driver to pick you up from your house in the morning and drop you off in the afternoon. And so this is a histogram of how much workers value that benefit. So the people on the left-hand side don't value that at all, would take no wage cut to get that. And the people on the right-hand side are extremely inelastic and would prefer a job that pays 15 dinars a day and includes transportation to and from home over a job that pays 40 dinars a day with no transportation. And then the black bars represent estimates of how much it would cost the firm to actually provide this benefit to workers, according to the firm. They calculated it for me. And so what we can see is that 57% of workers have willingness to pay for this benefit that is greater than the cost that the firm would face to provide it. And so just from this one piece of information, it suggests that it could be profitable for the firm to offer this benefit, since a lot of people would take a pay cut that is greater than the cost to actually provide it to them. However, once we link the willingness to pay records to information on how productive each worker is, we see that less productive workers value transportation more. So this is a bin scatter. The x-axis is an individual's willingness to pay for transportation, or how big of a raise would you forgo to get transportation. And the y-axis is a standardized measure of her on-the-job productivity. And so we can see that this downward sloping line of best fit means that on average, workers that value transportation more are less productive on the job. And so this is consistent with adverse selection and consistent with the idea that if you offer transportation instead of higher wages, you would get less productive workers. And so there are a couple of other things that would also generate a negative correlation in the cross-section that are not necessarily consistent with adverse selection. So in the paper, I rule them out one by one. In the interest of time, I'm not going to drag you through all of the robustness. I'll just give you a flavor. So one possible scenario that would generate a negative correlation between productivity and transportation valuation that is not necessarily consistent with adverse selection is maybe this is all due to selection into working. Like maybe this is just something about the type of woman who actually is currently working. And so what I do is I leverage the fact that I have this data for both individuals that actually work at the firm, but also people that applied, but ultimately rejected the job. And so I predict who actually selects into this job, and then I selection correct with inverse probability weights. And the negative correlation is robust to this. So there are a couple of other alternative scenarios that I rule out. So if you read the paper, hopefully I have convinced you that the adverse selection is what's going on. And so at this point, we feel hopefully pretty confident that if the firm offered transportation and lowered the wage, this would attract less productive workers. But the more important question actually is whether or not it would lower profit. And this is not entirely obvious because there are two competing forces potentially at play. So on the one hand, offering amenities instead of a higher wage could decrease average productivity of workers at the firm via this negative selection mechanism, and that obviously lowers profit on the margin. But on the other hand, offering amenities could potentially dramatically increase the pool of available labor, since we saw that women really value that benefit. And in any setting in which a firm has market power in the labor market, then access to a bigger pool of labor is going to increase profit. And so these two different mechanisms go in opposite directions, and so I'm going to need a model to disentangle what would happen. So I develop a model of the firm that's based on 4 key facts that are true about the firm in real life. So the first fact is that the labor market facing the firm is not perfectly competitive in the sense that they have significant power in this labor market. And that is mostly due to the fact that, especially in rural areas, women that this firm are hiring do not have a lot of outside options. So like besides being a teacher, there's not a lot of opportunities for women to work in rural Jordan. And so the firm has power in this labor market. So I'm going to model that. The second key fact is that the firm provided transportation could increase labor supply, since women really value this benefit. The third fact about this firm is that worker productivity is unobserved ex ante. This is another way of saying before they hire you, they really don't know how productive you're going to be. So they have a survey, like a application, and the application asks really basic information like your age, gender, location, education, and labor market experience, but that's it. And they don't do any interviews or screening. And so conditional on that information that they elicit in the application, they really have no information on how productive a person is going to be. So I'm going to model that as well. And then finally, willingness to pay for transportation is correlated with unobserved productivity. That was that slope I showed you. And that can induce selection that the firm can't observe or avoid ex ante. So this is the intuition of the model. In technical language, it's going to be a monopsony model in which the firm can use wages or amenities to attract workers, and we're going to allow willingness to pay for the amenity to be correlated with productivity. Okay, so I'm going to use the model to evaluate 2 main counterfactuals to see what would happen under different policy environments. So the first counterfactual that I'm going to use the model to evaluate is I want to ask what would happen if we mandated that the firm offer transportation to workers and allow it to lower the wage, potentially below the minimum wage. So in this counterfactual, the firm lowers wages by slightly less than the cost of providing transportation. So that means that their average labor cost per person is going to go up slightly. And so on the margin, that lowers profit. By offering transportation and lowering the wage, they increase employment by 27%. And this is a function of the fact that many women in this labor market really value transportation. And because this is a monopsony model and the firm is making positive profit on each worker that they employ, an increase in employment is going to increase profit. So on the margin, that increases profit. Worker welfare is increased by the increase in employment, since in the model, people only work if it's utility increasing. So there's this extensive margin increase in worker welfare, as well as an intensive margin increase in worker welfare, since there are many people that would work under either under either scenario, but really like transportation. So they benefit by this policy. Because of the adverse selection mechanism, average worker productivity is going to fall by 2.5%. And on the margin, that lowers profit. So the net impact of all of these different directions is a small reduction in profit compared to the status quo in which they don't offer transportation. And the effect is entirely driven by the adverse selection effect. So another way of saying that is if I shut down the adverse selection margin and keep average worker productivity fixed, then offering transportation would actually increase worker profit. So it's only because of the adverse selection mechanism that offering transportation is less profitable. And so that's what allows me to conclude that adverse selection is the reason why the firm doesn't offer this benefit. So the second counterfactual I want to examine is what would happen if the firm offered 2 contracts to workers, one without transportation and a higher wage, and one with transportation and a lower wage, and allowed workers to pick which way they wanted to be paid. And so by offering workers this choice, it essentially induces sorting. So the type of person that really likes transportation is going to pick the contract with transportation. And the type of person that doesn't like transportation is going to pick the one without transportation and a higher wage. And what this means is that the type of person who really values transportation is going to reveal themselves as someone who likes transportation and someone who would take a pay cut to get it. And so what this is going to allow the firm to do is to pay the set of workers who have higher willingness to pay and are on average less productive. The firm is going to pay those workers a lower wage And it's actually going to make it profitable for the firm to employ these less productive people because they're paying them in terms of the amenity, which is cheaper than wages. And at the same time, they can continue to attract the high productivity types by offering them the wage without transportation. And so the impact of this is that this two-contract counterfactual actually increases firm profit 20% over the status quo, and increases worker welfare even more than the mandate for a couple of reasons. So this second counterfactual, in which workers can choose their preferred type of being paid, increases employment more than the mandate. And so that contributes to worker welfare. And now because workers are being paid in the way that they prefer, this also contributes to worker welfare. And so this worker choice counterfactual is going to increase firm profit and worker welfare above the status quo, which is potentially exciting. So in conclusion, we saw that less productive workers on average value transportation more, which generates adverse selection. And adverse selection is the main reason why this firm is not offering transportation to all workers, because it's not profitable. However, we saw using a model-based counterfactual that allowing workers to sort into their preferred contract could potentially solve the adverse selection issue, making it profitable to offer the benefit and increasing worker welfare. So a couple of policy implications. Jordan has tried mandating female-friendly benefits in the past. They have a law in the books that requires firms above a certain size to provide childcare, but it's widely evaded. And so this paper also suggests that mandating transportation is also unlikely to be effective because we saw that it would lower firm profit, which is going to give firms an incentive to evade the policy. And in a setting without perfect enforcement of these types of rules, it's unlikely to be effective. Instead, based on the results from the second counterfactual of allowing workers to choose whether or not they want the benefit, so that counterfactual showed that it increases firm profit and worker welfare. And so one policy implication of this is that it might instead be more effective to explore ways to incentivize firms to explore new ways of compensating workers and offering benefits. So one possibility might just be an information campaign to encourage firms to consider offering workers optional benefits for a fee. There could also be some temporary tax benefit for offering female-friendly benefits, even optionally for a fee. And then finally, one kind of thing I want to note is that the counterfactual wage in all of my simulations with transportation is below the minimum wage. So this is an informal job, and I think this doesn't impact the interpretation of these results, since the way that the firm would actually implement this is just pay everyone one wage and then allow people to purchase transportation. It's essentially equivalent. But for other benefits where it's not separable and you can't like sell it, like you can't really allow workers to purchase flexibility or dignity in the workplace. And so I think this model provides an interesting kind of edge case in which a minimum wage could prevent the creation of jobs that have higher amenities, which if that amenity would increase labor supply, then it could result in lower employment, which is kind of interesting because monopsony models usually show that minimum wages increase employment. Okay, so in terms of future related work, I think, so this model was a structural model, which allowed me to do lots of simulations and stuff, but I think it would be really interesting to test the predictions of the model with a randomized control trial. So one option that I'm thinking is just doing it in the same context where the workers that we would be studying would be survey enumerators. This would be easy for me to do as a person who runs a lot of surveys. But I think it could be really interesting in other contexts, like in the agricultural or manufacturing sectors. These are natural sectors because it's easy to measure worker productivity in agriculture and manufacturing. So if anyone knows of a firm that is looking to experiment with their compensation packages, let me know. Okay, thanks so much. And these are my job amenities on the job.
Okay. Thank you very much. Bailey did such a great job, and I'll try to keep up with her. She was very brief, very clear. I know you are all very tired. This is the very last presentation, and I know that you are looking forward to hear Professor Velasco rather than me, but I promise I'll try my best to, show you just what we find, what we don't find, and, try not to make it long. Okay, so this is joint work with my former PhD student, and what we do is that we look at a substantial employment subsidy in Turkey, but our main focus is the capital investments of the firm rather than employment, because we have another paper on employment itself. And what we argue is that, there are some, literature, extensive literature, mostly coming from the developed countries because the data is more abundant. Only recently we are seeing more evidence from developing countries because data is also becoming more available. But those, the current literature mostly focuses on the employment aspect because, the employment subsidies are important tools for, protecting vulnerable groups, disadvantaged groups. But there's much less evidence on what happens at the firm level and the decisions of the firms for capital investments. And that's what we are trying to address with this paper. It's important because, when you make labor cheaper, the firms may substitute away from capital investments and they use the cheaper input. But then, this might have consequences over the long run, especially if you are looking at a regional subsidy for the regions where the workers are cheaper. Maybe that's going to, increase the income inequalities or, development inequalities across regions in a country like Turkey, actually. So what we do is that we look at a subsidy between 2006 and 2019. The subsidy is an old subsidy, but the main intervention or the policy reform that we are looking at took place in 2016. And we are, trying to evaluate the impact of this subsidy. We use two policy reforms to identify the effects of the subsidy. I think it's an interesting quasi-experimental setting that we are looking at here. We have an exceptionally rich data set. It's matched employee-employer administrative data. The data is flowing from almost all major institutions in Turkey. I'm going to come to that, later when I talk about the data. What we find is that, the subsidy had some impact on manufacturing firms in Turkey. There was employment growth, especially for micro firms, formal job creation. I'm not talking about informal jobs. And there's a reason for that, but there was some formal job creation at the micro firms. And small firms, not micro firms, but small firms showed also some effect with respect to increased capital accumulation and, increased capital labor ratios. But unfortunately, we find no impact on the skill composition of the firm. Skill composition of employment at the firm level, we really hope that we would find something, but there doesn't seem to be skill upgrading at the firm level. Okay, I'm just going to, skip the literature because, again, for the sake of time and a majority of the evidence on employment subsidies come from developed countries. But there are a few studies that I need to mention with respect to the subsidy in Turkey. So the first one, the Becherman paper, is actually looking at the same subsidy that we do, but they are looking at a much earlier version of the subsidy, and they look at province-level employment using aggregate data, and they find some, employment effects. But that was the first paper with respect to this regional employment subsidies in Turkey. I have another paper, the last one, and we are looking at this subsidy again, the regional, employment subsidies, using very, very rich data. Actually, we use additional administrative data as well. And we observe, treatment at the firm level, whether a firm is specifically, benefiting from the subsidy. And what we find is that there are substantial employment effects, but these employment effects are coming from formalization of the existing informal jobs rather than new job creation. And importantly, these, effects are coming from the manufacturing and construction firms, which historically have high levels of informality. and the subsidy affected male employment more than the female employment. And on the cost benefit, I think during the morning sessions there was a question on cost benefit analysis of these subsidies. We find that the subsidy didn't pay for itself. So again, we are going to look at the same subsidy in this paper, which doesn't pay for itself. The cost is higher than the benefit, but the cost benefit analysis is in the other paper. And to our knowledge, there's no paper on on the investment decisions of firms with respect to the subsidies, at least in Turkey, and that's what we try to contribute to the literature. Whether cheaper labor induce firms to hire more workers, or whether they use these additional funds to use capital, to invest in capital. Okay. This is the tough part to explain the institutional background. So Turkey has a very high labor tax wage, and in total we have about 40% of the total costs on firms, and some of them falls on the employees, some of them fall on the employers, and you see this 11%. The subsidy that we are looking at removes this 11% entirely, which is going to be quite sizable for a micro and a small firm. But how this works is that there is this 5 points universal subsidy for all firms in Turkey. If they don't have any debt to the government, arrears to the government, they get the 5 point subsidy automatically. But on top of it, if the firm is located in one of the underdeveloped regions of Turkey, they get additional 6 point subsidy. So that's the 11% reduction. And by the time that we are looking at the regions are divided into 6 regions, 1, 2, 3 regions, 1, 2, 3, Istanbul, Ankara, and all these rich places have income per capita above the national average, and 4, 5, and 6 have below income per capita. So you see the blue regions, these are the regions which get the subsidy, okay? But the poorest parts are the eastern parts, and we are not actually looking at those ones because they are so different from the rest of the firms in other places. So our main focus here is the lightest blue regions, the firms in the lightest blue regions, okay? All right, so again, this is an old subsidy, but so it has been around for quite some time. But what happened was that, this subsidy was given only to firms which have more than 10 workers, and the subsidy used to apply to only the new hires of the firm, not all the employees of the firm. What happened in March 2016 was that the government announced that, it's going to give the subsidy to all firms. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter whether you have less than 10 employees. So all of a sudden, for the first time, micro firms became eligible for the subsidy. But importantly, the government also announced that it's going to apply the subsidy to all employees of the firm, not just the new hires. So all of a sudden, if you have 10 workers, all of the 10 workers started getting the subsidy. But then there was another change in 2020, which is outside our scope, our data horizon. But this legislation change in 2020 changed the regime entirely. And, they moved from province-based subsidy to district-based subsidy. So which means that, I'm from Ankara, which is a very wealthy province, but Ankara has some small districts which are poor, and previously in our period they were not eligible for these subsidies, but after August 2020 they became eligible. So we have 99 districts like that, which used to be a part of region 1, 2, and 3. They were not eligible during our sample period. They became eligible later on, but they still had the same socioeconomic development levels. So subsidy regime changed from this one to this one in the future. And you see the orange districts, these orange districts became eligible after our sample period. So what we do in this paper for identification is that we are comparing these, light blue regions, but districts in light blue regions with the newly region 4 districts. Okay, so it's what we are trying to do is that we try to make the treatment and the control, firms as comparable as possible. And actually, once you do some tests on whether the socioeconomic development levels of these districts from the future are different from the already treated districts, we find that there's no statistically significantly difference. Okay. So there are in total 99 districts countries that we use as controls. Again, we try to compare apples to apples because the rest of the firms in other regions might be entirely different from our treatment firms. What we also do is that we look at the firms which existed before March 2016, which means that we shut the firm entry entirely because we don't want the results to be contaminated with firm entry. And we also look at the firms by their type, micro firms, small firms, medium and large, but we do that by their status in 2015. Again, so the control firms are those on the table. The districts are on the table, and the treated ones are the blue ones. And we also exclude city centers because they might have, district centers because they might have, higher socioeconomic development levels. So basic differences, t-tests on their socioeconomic development levels between our treated and control districts. There's no difference at all in our sample period, also in 2022, but we, stop after COVID and we don't look at the period later. We look at, so it's important to mention the administrative data that we are using here does not include subsidy information, but it includes the treatment or the location of the firm. So what I'm going to show you today is going to be intention to treat analysis. So it's not ATT, it's ITT. It's the exposure to the subsidy. And we also include, 4-digit industry year fixed effects and then not to linear trends. And what we try to find is the causal effect of this subsidy on certain outcomes. We look at the manufacturing industry only. So we use this administrative data. So this is one of the best data, I think, existing in the world. It's such an example for the region and for other countries as well. So what happens is that the tax and the balance sheet information comes from Ministry of Finance. Employment information, social security information comes from Ministry of Labor. There is firm-to-firm transaction data. There is export-import data, and you can merge all of these data and use, look at all many outcomes. And it has a lot of information. And for your information, if you want to work with that data set, it's open to non-Turkish citizens as well. And it's exceptionally rich data. I'm running. Okay. So we started with the event study analysis, and what we find is that the pre-trends are not too great, especially for the small firms. But we find that there was some formal employment growth in micro firms, but not in small firms or in medium and large firms. And this is consistent with our other paper as well. There is we find substantial employment effects for micro firms in the other paper as well. So it's about 3%, 2.5% employment growth relative to the firms in comparable region for countries that became eligible later on. We look at the impact on tangible assets. We measure capital stock as the sum of the tangible assets, and under tangible assets we have the machinery and equipment. We have land we have buildings, we have vehicles, and we deflate the values because Turkey is a high inflation economy. And what we find is that there, at least the event studies show some impact for micro and small firms, and that's what the regressions show when you have all these, set of fixed effects. For machinery and equipment, we find nothing. So it looks like the real tangible assets are going up, but it's not coming from machinery and equipment. And it might make sense because, again, Turkey is a high inflation country, and some of the firms might be, diverting these extra funds into vehicles or, buildings or other type of, estate type of investments rather than machinery and buildings. So there's equipment, there's no impact on any firm type. Capital intensity. So what we do is that we, again, look at tangible assets divided by labor, divided by the total employment of the firm. There seems to be some effect, at least for the small firms. The coefficient is quite high. It's 24% increase in small firms. But for the, if you look at machinery and equipment per worker, again, there's no impact. And we ask the question, whether the effects are different across different firm sizes. And what we find is that, the effects are most prominent for the firms with 1 to 4 employees and for firms with 8 to 12 employees, at least for the capital stock. Unfortunately, again, we don't find any impact on skill composition at the firm level. We hope that, there was some skill upgrading, but it might make sense because, as we show in the other paper, the employment gains of the subsidy comes from formalization of existing informal jobs, and these jobs are usually low-skilled labor. So probably what is happening here again is that they are just, converting these individuals and not hiring new engineers or technicians, at least at the firm level. We also looked at other outcomes, like, for instance, firm-level profits, bank credits, because the balance sheet information can be matched with the firm data, but there's no impact either. We thought maybe the large firms are not hiring and they're not doing investments, but maybe these extra funds are ending up as higher profits, but there's no impact either on that outcome as well. And we are still trying to understand what's going on. This is mostly still work in progress, so we're happy to hear your suggestions. And yeah, that's basically all what we have. We find that these subsidies might be helpful for employment creation, formal employment, or at least formalization of certain jobs, low-skilled jobs, but they're not really enough for making the firms invest into more skilled labor. Thank you very much. I hope I didn't really run too much out of time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for my fellow panelists. I think it's very telling that the labor economists on the region are all women. And so this is the one micro panel, so I'm very, very happy to be here. I really want to thank the organizers and our hosts for this opportunity. I have 10 minutes, so I'm actually going to count on the fantastic competence of my fellow panelists to have presented their papers. I'm not going to summarize, unlike the previous discussants. And instead, I'm going to wait for my slides and tell you that I actually approached this a bit as a reviewer would. So this is, because I think I see a lot of potential in these papers, and I think they're, they have fantastic they could have fantastic potential for outlets. So maybe this is a way to get it closer to publication. I don't know where the slides are. So No, still no slides. Okay, so I can at least start off of memory. I'm going to go in the same order that the papers were presented. So the sort of chronic problem of the region of very low labor force participation by women, and Jordan being one of the most extreme cases, and it's this most stubborn gender gap, right? No matter what gets tried, it seems to be there, it seems to be intransigent. And so this paper comes at a very opportune time when Jordan is considering all sorts of legal changes for amenities precisely for women's work. And I think that some of the work that we've seen on Jordan recently speaks, or at least is very consistent with what Bailey finds, which is that the amenities story seems to be incomplete, or we need to dig a little bit deeper into this amenities stories to figure out what, given all the information we see about the lack of amenities, and that being one of the major drivers of women not staying in the labor force, if not joining at all, we see that even for early childhood care and education programs, at least the work of Kraft and co-authors, finds that it has no significant effect on the employment of mothers. So you would think this is the main obstacle, right? Childcare, and eligibility for subsidized childcare does not seem to affect. So this is something to maybe mention with some of the sort of background, the institutional background on Jordan. The other is that Jordanian women are still, even though they don't tend to participate very much in the labor market, are still very much concentrated in the public sector, right? So 55% of working Jordanian women work in the public sector. So again, there's this sort of puzzlement as to why the private sector keeps lagging behind. And so this contribution from a private firm working in the private sector, again, comes at a fantastic time to try to explore, to dig deeper into this persistent puzzle of low labor force participation by women. The other thing to add is the refugee context, right? So there's Syrian refugees in Jordan, and their labor force participation has been rising over time. So to the extent that we think there aren't enough jobs for women in Jordan, then the competition for these jobs is also, at least at the margin, increasing. So these are sort of institutional contexts to keep in mind as we read Bailey's results and understand what these new findings on this private sector firm that hires only women can inform. So my main suggestions were to do a little bit more with the data generating process of the survey that you run, right? So Bailey's looking at women who work at this data research firm as enumerators, as data collectors, and then women who applied to this firm and just either rejected the offer or haven't heard back, right? And so these are the people surveyed. And there's a lot of comparison across these three different groups. But I think that a more detailed description of the survey would be, even in an appendix, would be, of the data collection rather than the survey instrument itself, would be very valuable here, because it's not clear to the reader if a woman can appear in more than one of these subgroups, right? So if you used to work for the firm, no longer work for the firm, but may still apply, so given that these are project-based applications, it's not clear where in the subsample you show up as an observation. So is this a partition of your sample, or is there intersection across these three categories? Any chance that the slides are going to show up? No? Okay. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. Ah. Okay. 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 So that would be useful. And another useful thing is to understand those women that work. So okay. So the other excellent aspect of the context that Bailey is using is that this firm, this is really informal work. So this firm does not currently offer any of these amenities. Right? So that's an interesting subpopulation of working women to look at. But then this is informal work, but this is also work. These are also women that may have other employment. And what's not clear is whether they have amenities from their other employment, right? So only a third of your sample of women currently working or who have worked with this firm, this is their primary job, right? So for the other 2/3, but even for that third, if they have other jobs, are they getting amenities from there? So that's one of the, and that's very easy. So that's a minor revision, right? So it's a really, really easy thing to tackle. There we go. Wow. Okay. So we can scroll through a lot of it. Oh, so one more fact about Jordan, which is, this is a little bit dated, but and I know that this sort of aspect of the labor market has come under scrutiny in other contexts like Saudi Arabia, is that 96% of men support women working in principle. But when you dig a little bit deeper, this is World Bank research, 38% maintain support if the job involves the women working with men in the workplace, and 26% only still support if the women are going to return home after 5 p.m., right? So yeah, there's a lot of barriers. Amenities is one of them, but this is something that, again, we don't control for or don't really see in this study. So we have no sense, or I think you do have some data on that, right? Like whether the men are supportive or not. So that's something to also sort of include and dig deeper about. Okay. Summary statistics. I am such a big fan of summary statistics, and I'm going to say this to both. It's very helpful to know what the overall range of possibilities are for the reader to see where the results fit in all of this. And so I'm a little bit old school here, but summary statistics, I think, are very good grounding. Also, maybe summarize statistics by type of project, because these are heterogeneous projects that the women are working on in this firm. Some surveys are in person, some surveys are via phone, and we're going to see that there's heterogeneity in the preferences of women, which is what you're trying to get at, but heterogeneity in the preferences as to in-person versus phone. The length of the survey instrument, whether the respondent to the survey that the enumerator is administering was a female or male, if you have that type of information, and then if you're paid fixed wage or piece rate. I think these are all very relevant to the remuneration package that you're describing as wage plus amenity, and that you have data on, that it would be very useful to see how this affects your sample. So adverse selection, right? So that's the main sort of argument here, this is what's driving some of the results. One is, are all your respondents Jordanians? So again, very easy question to answer, but it's not there. It's not so clear in the data. And the reason I ask this is because, again, if we're trying to elicit the preference, the sort of preference for work of these enumerators, then there are clear differences between Jordanian women and Syrian women, and this is from UN Women. Again, a little bit dated as data, but you'll see that the preference for working from home is much, much higher among Syrian female workers in Jordan than among Jordanian workers in Jordan. So that's something to keep in mind, because again, we're trying to understand something about preference / productivity. What's your non-response rate? And particularly in terms of the observed applicant characteristics outside of the survey instrument itself. And then here's something that worried me a little bit, but maybe more context on your survey and the firm may address, which is, do we worry about the types of responses that these women that are being surveyed, these enumerators that are being surveyed, are going to give? Meaning, do we worry about women currently working with a firm, do we worry about the sorts of answers they're going to provide to questions like, do you want another job? Is your husband supportive? These sorts of things that maybe a woman is worried to answer at the firm that's currently employing her, or maybe a woman who's still waiting to hear back from the firm is, affected by the good subject effect and worried about, again, eliciting the honest or whatever, or more sort of genuine answers, because they think that there's a specific answer that the firm potentially wants to hear, or even respondents who have turned down the firm's offer in trying to keep good relations with the firm in case in the future they reapply to become an enumerator again. And in fact, there's a very low response rate on a question of whether that a woman who's turned down the job with a firm wants a different job. So I worry a little bit about the response rate and what these responses represent for this reason. I feel bad saying this because of the work that's already involved in this paper and the extra work that this is going to involve. But there is now a new round of the Jordan Labor Market Panel Survey 2025. It's out, it's released. And so I feel like that would be a much better benchmark for all of the comparisons that you do using that labor force data, the nationally representative labor force data. And then again, this is more of showing summary statistics, all the covariates, right? You have so much in there, and it really would be in an appendix, in an online supplement, wherever it is, but it'd be nice to be able to see these summary statistics. A little bit more on adverse selection. This is something that I mentioned earlier off memory. So here is, so I'm just blowing it up from the paper, a third of the women who work at this firm say this is their main job, right? So do we know if they have amenities from their other jobs? In which case their answers on amenities may be, on their willingness to pay may be different. So this is a very interesting table because we're trying to find out what drives this willingness to pay. And it's willingness to pay for different amenities. So transport in one column, childcare in another, et cetera. And these are just bivariate regressions, right? So with a sort of covariates in the column. I would want to see some of the covariates that you've saved for the childcare willingness to pay, their effect on, or their correlation with the willingness to pay for transport. So some of these are not, I wouldn't want to separate, you have the data, right? So show the reader what these bivariate correlations are, but also, of course, and you are quite clear on this, bivariate regressions, of course, can be misleading, right? So here is something from 2019. This is the correlation between female labor force participation by level of education in Jordan and commute time, average commute time in the district. So that if we think average commute time in the district is related to willingness to pay for transport, then it looks like it's very different for different categories of women, right? Very different correlations with participation for different levels of education. So that's another thing to keep in mind. The counterfactuals, very quickly. I would spend a bit more time trying to convince the reader that job amenities do not themselves change the productivity, right? So, you said, of course, there's a correlation, but wouldn't it affect the same person's productivity over time to get a job amenity? As there's a large literature that does say that it does, right? So I would also try to think of other scenarios or counterfactuals, like instead of the driver, and I guess that's, in your survey, it's a driver picking you up from home and taking you to work. But in other contexts, right? So I'm thinking of the context of Lebanon. Labor laws, sometimes what they'll do is they'll mandate transport support, but in the form of just, the value of a round trip public transport ticket. The reason I say consider this is a counterfactual, is it's closer to your counterfactual for childcare. It's also, or at least your survey question for childcare, it's closer to regional labor laws. So this is actually something that the Jordanian legislators might consider. And it's easier to monitor and enforce than currently poorly enforced labor laws. And it's much more economical than the costs cited by your simulation exercise. In fact, with the parameters that you have in question, you're likely to result in a much lower wage gap to be able to afford this type of amenity, and so maybe less adverse selection. Monopsony, I think you have, again, there's more you can do to prove that you have monopsony. Something about the distribution of reservation wages. So again, this is from the older survey of the Jordanian Labor Market Panel survey. And here you see in each pair of colors, the difference between the reservation wage and the actual wage. And consistently for women, but also for men, the reservation wage is lower than the average wage for that level of education. So clearly the firm does have market power, right? There's, the workers are there and willing to work for less than the average. So this actually is something that could, strengthen your case that it is a monopsony. Where there's a little bit more question about the monopsony is whether the pay is discriminating for those workers that are working for this firm. Is the firm updating on productivity as they rehire the same workers across projects? How do you respond to this claim that it's a monopsonist, but then 4.6% of the applicants reject the offer and 8.4% of the offers made are rejected? And I worry that with the current parameter estimates, at least according to your regression results, or at least in the version that I read, even with the same productivity distribution after the amenity, the profits are lower for the firm. So at least with the regression parameters that you have for additional pay for transport and the wage. Moving on to the next paper on Turkish employment subsidy. So it's a lot. It's a pretty intricate data exercise, right? So we're looking at only the light blue colored counties as districts as the treated, and part of the gray as control. Right. So which part of the gray is control? Well, if you could overlap these two maps, it's those parts that are not green in this part. Right. So from the gray, I'm going to choose controls, or Gunesh is choosing controls that are sort of yellow colored. Right. But then in these yellow colors, there are grades of economic development. And one of the difficulties is that, in fact, what I asked AI to do is to overlap these. And you'll see that the treated regions are the light blue. And we're looking outside of the light blue. Forget the dark blues, they're out of the equation. Outside of the light blue, we're looking for controls, right? And there are very few controls in the light blue, outside of the light blue, that are of the lowest level of socioeconomic development. But in the treatment, there's a bunch of counties that are of the lowest socioeconomic development. So I'm a little bit worried about the controls. And I think a stronger case needs to be made about the validity of the controls. I mean, another is if you just look at intervention versus control, here is a map of ICT development in Turkey. And you'll see that, in ICT development, the darker is more developed. So the dark green is more developed than the light green in ICT. This is infrastructure for information, communication technology. And yet you'll see that most of the treatment regions are light green. Most of the control regions are dark green. So yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a, I mean, there are all sorts of regional differences that might make the control a little bit problematic. So summary stats, that's my favorite thing to tell all my students. Firms that drop out of the panel, what happens to them? How do you treat them? Other outcomes, I guess you did look at some of them, but I didn't see them in the paper. County times year fixed effects and general equilibrium results, because you could get that from looking at contiguous counties, but potentially maybe in your labor market paper. Okay, I'm going to skip through and I'll share this with you because I'm completely out of time, to one last suggestion for a different paper perhaps, but given that you have really effectively two treatment effects, one for micro firms and a slightly different treatment effects for firms that that were already eligible before, but now they can extend the subsidy to all their workers. Have you considered regression discontinuity design around the cutoff of 10 employees? This would address this question of two different treatments rather than one treatment, like you're calling it all one treatment, and potentially addresses the problem of imperfect controls, because there you could use firms from the same district, from the same county. And so that's one possibility. But I think overall, these papers are incredibly promising. I think they really score. I can't wait to see them in published form. And I also hope today that Morocco wins.
All right, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. I guess I don't think we have time for questions, but if there is one, maybe I can take. Oh, okay. Please go ahead. And I'll give you also, and that's it. We wrap up then.
Hello, my name is Walid. I'm studying computer science in the International University of Rabat. So my question is for the first person. Your results suggest that giving workers a choice between transportations, benefits, and higher wages improves both firms' profits and worker welfare. So could the same mechanism work with remote works, where employees choose between flexible remote work and higher pay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ramel Hadid from the Central Bank of Jordan. And I like to thank Ms. Palmer for being interested in Jordan labor market, especially for the women labor, as we find that the labor participation for women is very puzzling in Jordan, and because it's one of the most lowest ratios among other countries. And even in the central bank, and we have many studies from other agencies around why this is happening and the lower participation. And I would agree with the many points Palmer mentioned in the study, especially the transportation. Yes, transportation is one of the constraints. And I guess the government now is working on improving the transportation for everyone, not for women only, but that should help in the future for the women participation. But also, as Hussein mentioned, and maybe the child care and child nursery is very important for women nowadays. And perhaps because you choose the firm where researcher, and usually researchers are young women, does not care about this kind of constraints, but other firms might be. This might be a factor. And this brings me to the point on that choosing this example is very, very rare example to have a firm where only women is employed, and especially in Jordan, we don't have many firms that only women are employed, and then generalize the output of the on all Jordan, and might be a little bit biased because of choosing this example. For example, I mean, as the result shows that the firm has two options: either giving amenities and lower the wages, or or keeping the wages, and that will put them on to other options where if they choose the providing amenities, the profit might drop or increase based on two other factors. But again, where's the male factors here? I mean, male is the most important factors that why women is not being employed in other firms where firms have the option of choosing either male or female, right? So this is very important factors, and this is being missing in the study, and generalizing that the result can be implied in Jordan as a whole is a little bit biased, I would say. So, but also if even returning to the example, even having many constraints, and then the firms has to choose to provide amenities in order to attract the female participation, maybe many amenities will drop the wages to what we call in the economy the level of reservation wages, where a person would prefer to stay at home and not work because the wages become at a lower point where it is not attractive to even work, go walking in the morning and go to work. So as you mentioned, having this as mandatory could not help Jordan female participation in the economy. But again, thank you for the study.
To add something, please. This is
Sorry,
Tarek.
we really don't have time. I apologize for that. Let's have afterwards.
Okay,
We will. She'll
No
come
worry,
to you and have continue bilaterally. Yeah, please.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. I'll go in order. So this type of model definitely could apply to remote work as an amenity. The sort of key aspects that would need to be true for this to apply. First, the model really depends on monopsony. If it were a free market, then the model would be completely different. But so if you're imagining a firm that has power in the labor market and does not know workers' productivity completely before they hire you, and the type of person who prefers remote work is less productive, then potentially all of the same results would go through. To the second comment, thank you so much. I'm so glad that it resonates. To the point about whether or not women in my sample don't have kids, around 50% of women in the sample are mothers. On average, there was really high willingness to pay for childcare. I mean, some people had zero because their mother-in-law takes care of the kids, but for people that had positive willingness to pay for childcare, it was quite high. The reason why I didn't model it is because the cost of providing childcare is quite high. And so for the amenity of childcare, the reason why it's not profitable for this firm to offer it is simply because it would be too expensive to open a daycare at the office for that particular firm. I definitely take your point about generalizability. I think when you want to study, like when you want to go inside of a firm, you have to go inside of a particular firm. And part of the reason why I chose this firm is because there were so many women. It meant I had a really large sample, and I could like have statistical power to examine trends. That being said, I think we can still take some of the lessons from this paper to firms that also employ men. I mean, I think the issue of adverse selection could still, explain why it's not profitable to offer these types of benefits, even if there are also men in the mix. But it's definitely, I mean, there's no such thing as a representative firm. And that's part of the reason why I would love to do a future study in which we look at this experimentally in a different type of firm. Okay. I think those were the main points. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Continue with the guide.
We thank our speakers and our chair for this last session. Now, please, we're continuing straight with our keynote session.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mariam. So it is my great pleasure now to introduce our key speaker, Professor Andres Velasco. Professor Velasco is Dean of the School of Public Policy at the London School of Economics and Political Science. Throughout his career, he has combined academic excellence with public services in a way that very few economists have achieved. He has previously held faculty position at Harvard Kennedy School, Columbia University, and New York University, and his research had made important contribution to macroeconomic, international finance, development, and political economy. Beyond fourth, at least academic professor, Professor Velasco was a Chile Minister of Finance for at least 4 years. During that period, he gained international recognition in implementing prudent counter-cyclical fiscal policy, including the accumulation of sovereign wealth found during the copper boom, which enabled Chile to respond effectively to the global financial crisis. His tenure earned his recognition at Latin American Finance Ministry of the Year by the several international publications. He has contributed to global economy governance through advisory role with the IMF, the World Bank, and the G20. And today continued to shape international policy debate through his scholarship, public engagement, and leadership in the London School of Economics. Today's lecture is entitled Economic Principle in 21st Century. Please join me and welcome Professor Andres Velasco. Professor Velasco. The floor is yours. Come in here, Rodi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me get the important business out of the way first. I am from Chile. We didn't make it to the World Cup, so I am cheering for Morocco too. Yes, indeed. A lot of Italians. We suffer from the same disease. And I don't mean low growth. I don't mean right-wing governments either. There's another problem ailing us. In any case, I am delighted to be here. Thank you to the fund for inviting me to this very important gathering. I want to tell you about a project which led to a book published about 6 months ago by the London School of Economics Press. I will say right away that it can be downloaded for free, so I am not making a penny from the ideas that I am about to share with you. And the idea behind this book is very simple. Last year, it was 35 years since something that I'm sure pretty much everybody in this room is acquainted with, the so-called Washington Consensus. The Washington Consensus in the beginning was more of a Western Hemisphere creation. It came after the Latin American debt crisis of the 1980s, which of course reached the United States because many American banks had lent generously to Latin American countries which were refusing to pay. But of course the Washington Consensus went far beyond the confines of the Western Hemisphere. It became to some extent the advice that back then the World Bank and the fund and many other institutions were dispensing. One could also make the claim, although the timing is not quite right, that it was the sort of thing that Ronald Reagan in the United States and Margaret Thatcher in Britain were peddling. But since 1990, when one big fat book that nobody reads anymore containing the Washington Consensus came out, many things have happened. One thing that has happened, of course, is that the world has changed a great deal. I will not list before this distinguished audience all the ways in which the world economy has changed, but there are obviously many. More importantly for our purposes, I think the profession of economics has changed a great deal. Many of the things that today are the center of the study of economics were really not prominent back then, or maybe not present at all. We spend a lot of time thinking about climate change. That was not an issue back then. We spend a fair bit of time thinking about gender equity in the labor markets, and that was not an issue back then. And even political economy, which of course was not invented in the last 5 years, was a discipline that was very prominent in the 19th century, but in the mid to late 20th, politics and economics didn't always see eye to eye. Today, political economy, of course, within academic economics is very, very central. So, given all these changes, a number of colleagues and I, particularly my co-conspirator, a man called Tim Besley, or to be proper, Sir Tim Besley, after a very long taxi ride in London one night, having consumed too much wine, we concluded that maybe we should invite colleagues to reflect on what we know today that we didn't know back then, and to come up with something which may help policymakers formulate policy today under an umbrella which need not be exactly the umbrella that places like the World Bank provided 35 years ago. And the absence of a playbook, of course, is, that may be true or untrue depending on which country you're thinking about. But I'm not from Britain, but I live in Britain, which had a perfectly reasonable government which has just been brought to its knees and thrown out the window. And one reason maybe why this government didn't do particularly well is that nobody could begin to tell you what that government was about, what its playbook was, what its priorities were, what its economic strategy looked like. And as a result, to the extent that we can, that this volume can help policymakers anywhere, and of course including this region formulate a clear set of priorities, we hope we're doing a favor. We hope. And of course, in the last 35 years, we also learned, given the policies proposed by the Washington Consensus, we learned a bit about what works and what doesn't work. So maybe we can keep some things in our toolbox. Maybe we can remove a few things from our toolbox. So that's what the book looks like. We invited 15 colleagues, and here the definition of colleague is broad. Everybody has a connection with the London School of Economics, but that connection is tenuous. Some people have taught there for 35 years. Some people came to tea once, but we consider them our own. My colleagues at the LSE hate when I say this, but there's a very long corridor in the oldest building at the LSE with all the Nobel Prize winners that the school has. And you will notice that some taught there for 35 years, and some that the LSE claims as our own were there for maybe an afternoon. So we're applying the same concept here. We came up with all the big topics and subtopics that you can imagine. We missed one, before somebody reminds me, migration. We should have done something about migration. We didn't. Of course, we began planning this before the release of ChatGPT, so we don't have anything on AI proper, although we do have a chapter on the future of work. And having begun with 15 authors, they each brought colleagues and family and friends, so we ended up with 50 authors from all over the world. More than half of the authors are, in fact, from developing countries. And I say that because, given that this is called London and Consensus, I'll get to that in a minute. Somebody could say, oh my God, this is the rich countries of the North again trying to impose their will on other people. I will not use the expression the global South, which I detest, but the rest of the world. This is not the rich world. This is a bunch of people from all kinds of countries. If you look at the list of authors, you'll find people from Turkey and people from Venezuela and people from Indonesia, etc., etc., etc. Let me spend a minute on why London and why a consensus. London is very easy. We just happen to meet there. but I am a little touchy about that because the first time I presented this book, it was in New Delhi. And, people were not interested in the consensus bit. They were really interested in the London bit. Is the British Empire coming back? I reassure them, the British Empire could not afford to be back. So that is not the issue. But I'm going to be loose here and use three words as roughly synonymous, even though they're not. I will talk about a consensus, or an approach, or a paradigm. And I know they're not exactly the same, but bear with me for a minute. You may wonder why it is that we want to resuscitate the word consensus, or why we might try to put together something that resembles a paradigm. And there are good reasons not to do this. One of my favorite essays by one of my favorite development economists of 50 years ago, Albert Hirschman, he wrote a paper called, the title is there, The Search for Paradigms as a Hindrance to Understanding. If you look for a paradigm, you become too rigid. You try to sweep everything under the same rug, and that is a hindrance to understanding. Danny Roderick, a prominent Harvard economist born in Turkey who has a paper in this volume, has also written that we should beware of economists bearing paradigms. When somebody says, I have a new paradigm, it may not be a bad idea to run for the exits. So if that is so, why are we doing this? Why are we using this term? And I want to argue that there are 3 or 4 reasons for trying to do that, for trying to bring a bunch of different contributions into something that might be an approach or a consensus or a paradigm. The first one is that we economists may not know what works, but as I said in passing a minute ago, we have some idea of what does not work. There are a few things that we simply should not do. If you come from South America, for instance, we have learned the hard way that if you have a very large fiscal deficit and you finance it by printing money, that's going to get you into trouble. I see the Italians in the front row nodding, so yes, that's another thing that we have in common with Italy. Well, you can't print money anymore, but once upon a time you did generously. That was going to give you hyperinflation, or at least very high inflation, and that's going to give you political instability and all kinds of things. So if we can come up with a list of things that you should not do at home, maybe that's a marginal contribution. Secondly, let me get a little bit more substantive here. There's a difference between principles and policies. And you could argue that one shortcoming of the Washington Consensus is that it tried to be a consensus about policies. And therefore, it opened itself up to the criticism that it was guilty of one size fits all. So you do in Morocco what you do in the United States, what you do in Malaysia, what you do in China, that cannot be quite right? Clearly, different circumstances are going to warrant different policies, and I'll return to this in a minute. But that does not mean that there are no economic principles or economic lessons that we can draw upon. And the analogy that my co-author Tim Besley and I like is the analogy with medicine. We argue in the book that we economists should be more like medical doctors, and we haven't been sufficiently like medical doctors. When you don't feel well and you go to a doctor, you don't say to the doctor, hey, doctor, I don't feel well, and the doctor doesn't immediately produce a pill and says, take this and go away. The doctor first sits you down. The doctor wants to know what your symptoms are, what ails you, how you feel. Then the doctor will run a battery of tests, and with the symptoms and the tests, the doctor will say, well, do this, go to the gym, eat less sugar, take this pill. So doctors provide advice in the shape of conditional propositions. If this, then that. The Washington Consensus didn't do that. The Washington Consensus said, no matter what, do this. And that's probably not good medicine, and it is probably not good economics. At the same time, the fact that doctors provide conditional advice doesn't mean that doctors ignore the laws of biology or chemistry. There are principles that govern what they do, but they apply those principles conditionally. We want to argue here that we should do the same thing. So this book is not meant as an assertion of a bunch of policies, it is meant as a reminder of a bunch of principles. And in the different chapters, we speculate about how it is that you might apply those principles and come up with policies, but policies are ultimately very context dependent. The last reason why you might want to have something resembling an approach or a consensus or a story is that without it, you're not going to do very well in political debates. We economists would love to believe, in fact, we do believe, mistakenly, that human beings are persuaded by facts. Everything that we know from our colleagues in the psychology department suggests that we human beings are not easily persuaded by facts. We're persuaded by stories, and stories weave facts together. There's a lot of research in brain science and psychology that suggests this. I was once a politician, and I learned this the hard way because I have a PhD in economics. And I ran for president of my thin and long country and tried to persuade voters with facts. I lost. So I am now trying to do something else. So in some sense, unless you have a story that weaves your approach together, you're not going to be very persuasive in the policy arena. Okay, enough preliminaries. The book, of course, is a very fat book. It has nearly 700 pages. But there are 5 overall principles that Tim Besley and I would like to peddle as the relevant principles. And let me just spend a couple of minutes on each. That's the list, but rather than go through the list, let me go into each for a minute or two. The first one can be stated in a way that's going to make it sound very obvious, but in a minute I will argue that it is not so obvious. The title of the song is, it's not just the money, well-being is the key. That is to say, it should be painfully obvious to everybody, maybe not to our colleagues, but to everybody else on planet Earth, that people, of course, care about their jobs and their incomes and their consumption, but they care a bunch of other things. They care about the quality of the community in which they live. They care about feeling respected. They care about, being part of a political system which listens to them. If you look at, for instance, the research on the causes of populism in Western democracies, it's pretty clear that a lot of the voting for the anti-establishment parties comes from areas in which people feel left behind. People feel that the political system didn't listen to them, didn't respect them, didn't pay enough attention to them. Now, let me phrase that idea in somewhat more academic terms. Beginning probably with John Stuart Mill in the 1830s, economists have believed in the separation of production and distribution. Mill didn't put it this way, but you can find a very nice passage in which he says, look, the market is pretty good at allocating resources for production. So if you want to produce a bottle of water, what you should do is you should let the market decide how many bottles of water with what techniques and technologies and at what prices. And if at the end of the day, you don't like the distribution of income that arises from what the government did, well, we have what the market did, I misspoke. If you don't like the distribution of income that arises from what the market did, well, we have something called government, and government has the ability to tax and redistribute. But these are two separate functions. Government taxes and redistributes, but government, according to this principle, doesn't meddle with the allocation of resources. There's a modern version of that. If you are a reader of the public finance literature, the seminal papers by Diamond and Merlis on the foundations of public finance more or less make the same point in a much more difficult and convoluted way. I'm not a public finance guy, but my co-author is, so he tells me that that statement is not entirely incorrect. Now, the Washington Consensus more or less relied on this. If you want to think about it as a free market manifesto, the market was pretty good at allocating resources. And then at the end of the day, the government could do a little bit. Some governments did a little bit, some governments did very little, but at least in principle, one of the roles of government was to redistribute. Now, That's, generally speaking, a pretty sound principle, but generally speaking is not the same as all the time. That is to say, increasingly, in the world out there, it seems that there are grounds for violating this principle. And let me suggest two kinds of grounds. One such ground is that in order to be able to tax and redistribute, you must be able to increase the tax burden. And that may be feasible in some countries, it's not feasible in others. I gave this paper in France not too long ago, and the first thing that most economists in the room who happened to be French said, oh no, not here. You know, the tax burden is 55% of GDP. We don't want it to be any larger. I gave this paper in Buenos Aires, Argentina, which, you know, collects about 35% of GDP, the second highest in South America after Brazil. And all the Argentines said, oh, we love going to London, but we have to make a stop in Washington first, meaning we need to get our public finances under control before we can do these kinds of things. So issue number one is that maybe the fiscal apparatus is not available for redistribution because you cannot tax sufficiently to do that sort of thing. And that may be true of very rich countries with very large states, France, or that may be true of low-income countries with low fiscal capacity. Many countries in Sub-Saharan Africa, many countries in, say, the Caribbean and Central America tax 7, 8, 10% of GDP, and they will tell you they simply have no political and institutional capacity to tax more. The second reason for violating the million principle is that some of the ailments that seem sort of at the forefront today are not easily corrected by tax and spend alone. I'll give you an example. In many developing countries, cities have grown to be very, very large, very polluted, with massive traffic. I have many Indonesian students at the LSE, and I've learned from my Indonesian students that the largest city in the world is, I didn't know this until 6 months ago, now I do, Jakarta. In the greater Jakarta metropolitan area, 42 million people live. The average travel time from your house to your place of work in the morning is 2 hours and change, and the average travel time in the afternoon or evening coming home is another 2 hours and change. So an Indonesian worker is away from home 12 hours, away from family, away from children, and gets paid for only 8. The other 4 hours he or she spends in a crammed minibus in traffic. That really must count as a big no-no, right? It's unfair, unpleasant, inefficient, etc., etc. But that is not something you can correct by tax and spend. That is to say, you have to introduce a wedge somewhere. You have to make, public transport cheaper, or you have to change the incentives for building. You have to get this city to, become more dense, whatever. And that is not something that you can do while respecting the million principle. And that is, of course, very important for well-being, because if we don't pay enough attention to the non-monetary aspects of well-being, well, we can get countries that become rich, but which eventually don't become very happy. And if they're not very happy, they may vote for the wrong person or undertake the wrong political project. So that's the first principle. It is broad, but not so broad as to be meaningless. I hope with that example, I suggested some applications. Number 2. Growth remains key, but achieving it is more complex than was anticipated. I have to say growth remains key because if you give this paper in Denmark, which I did recently, it's not evident that, university kids in Denmark want growth, but I suspect everybody in this room wants growth. Certainly where I come from, we want growth. The only people who don't want growth are spoiled kids in very rich countries, but that's a very small minority of the world. Now, remarkably, you would tend to think, I used to think, that because the Washington Consensus is typically viewed as neoliberal and, 1980s, you would have thought that it was all about growth. And it is not about growth. If you go back and read the original essay by John Williamson, and you ask your PDF reader, find the word growth in the essay, the word growth appears only once. And in fact, it's not growth of GDP, it is growth of exports. The Washington Consensus is all about static efficiency, which makes sense given the problems of the time. 1990 was not only the time of the Latin American debt crisis, it was also the time of the collapse of the Berlin Wall. So much of the world was thinking about, well, how do we make a transition from planned economies to market economies? And what you had to do, presumably, was to get, let markets rip. Or as it used to be put back then, and it is still put today, get the prices right. Get prices to reflect actual scarcity, etc., etc., etc. But what we know today, 35 years later, is that static efficiency and ongoing economic growth are not the same thing. In fact, we know from the work of one of the contributors to this volume, Philippe Aghion, who won the Nobel Prize last October. For the record, we asked him to write a paper before he got the Nobel Prize, but we were happy that he did. It increased sales. Again, more sales, no profit. What we know from Philippe's work is that ongoing growth is very much related to productivity, and productivity is very much related to innovation. Maybe innovation is at the frontier, or maybe innovation is getting to the frontier, but still, you have to do something differently than you used to. And innovation is not necessarily going to be produced by perfect competition and perfect efficiency. In fact, innovation requires rents, because I am not going to spend a lot of money, say, doing research to come up with a new vaccine, if my profits are going to be diluted right away because everybody can imitate my vaccine. So in the case of vaccines, we have a system for creating rents. It's called patents. But in many other dimensions, we have no such systems. If I find in Chile that a certain export, when I was growing up, Chileans, found kiwis. Kiwis are, of course, from New Zealand, and somebody found that, in the Chilean weather, kiwis grow very quickly. Well, you can't patent that, and therefore you may have spent money trying to come up with that solution. The problem is that the profits from that solution will go to zero immediately, because everybody else in the same valley will say, oh, look at those things. They grow very quickly here. Put differently, you need rents, but there's a very delicate equilibrium. If the rents are too small, there's no innovation. If the rents are too large, then you have the Elon Musk problem. The rentiers become too powerful, and they try to put their big fat foot on the head of everybody else who's trying to innovate. And therefore, what growth needs is a very delicate ecosystem of some competition, but not unbridled competition, and also a delicate ecosystem in which government provides certain public goods which are very, very, very sector-specific. Economists until now have said, well, what you really need is education and infrastructure. But that's not enough. It turns out that you need very specific kinds of education, very specific kinds of infrastructure. And not all governments can provide that. Forgive me for coming up with a personal anecdote. When I was the Minister of Finance of Chile, we signed a free trade agreement with the European Union. And in the south of Chile, which happens to be very cold, it was settled by the Scots. We found it a lot like home. There are a lot of sheep, and we export mutton. And back at the time, people said, oh, we can, sell mutton to the European Union. And all the sheep farmers in Patagonia were very happy. Well, not so easy, because before you can sell 1 gram of animal protein to the European Union, you have to have a slaughterhouse, which is EU compliant, and you have to have freezers which are EU compliant, and you have to have an entity provided by the government that certifies that those animals were not given certain kinds of vaccines which are not EU compliant. And you have to have a transport network which is not simply any old transport network. It has to be one that enables you to get, an animal that was slaughtered yesterday to somebody's shop in, say, Notting Hill, London, the next day. That requires a fairly sophisticated system of transport. Back in the day, England was in the EU, but that's a different story. Therefore, the old story that if you secure property rights and you stabilize the macroeconomy, then growth will follow, doesn't seem to be right anymore. In fact, there's a lot of empirical work looking at the growth trajectory of countries that applied the Washington Consensus, and their performance is very, very uneven. My favorite example is Mexico, a country that is right next to the United States, which liberalized pretty much along every dimension that the Washington Consensus suggested, including opening up the economy, including signing a free trade agreement with the US, and growth in Mexico has been pretty much nil. Per capita nil, not per capita in absolute terms, positive, but very, very slow. So what we need to ignite and sustain growth is a lot more complicated than the Washington Consensus led us to believe. Number 3, the Washington Consensus was crafted at a time of a lot of macro volatility. You know, the name of the game was, of course, macro volatility in Eastern Europe as part of the transition. Don't forget that many countries had very high inflation in Eastern Europe once, you know, the Soviet Union and the Soviet bloc collapsed. And of course, Latin America was always having a lot of macro volatility. So if you look at the word volatility in the Washington Consensus, it's all macro volatility. And of course, macro volatility remains an evil to be fought. And we have learned a few things on how to craft, say, institutions, independent central banks, inflation targeting, independent fiscal boards, and other things that allow us to reduce macro volatility. But we have learned, I mean, we knew this, of course, already, but we have been reminded in a pretty nasty way in the last 35 years that there are other kinds of shocks that are not caused by macro policy. For instance, we had a big financial crisis in 2007, 8, 9, where the macro policy was part of the response, but you could argue that the initial shock was not a macro shock. It was a shock coming from the financial system itself. It was a micro shock, a bad regulation shock, call it what you wish. Then we had COVID, a shock that nobody had ever thought of. I never thought that I would be living in a country where government said, please, workers don't work, and firms, please don't produce, stay home, do nothing. And more recently, of course, we had Putin's invasion of Ukraine and a massive shock to the price of oil, repeated more recently in the American attack against Iran. And therefore, commodity prices and energy prices have been all over the place as a result of political shocks. Now, this means that there may be a role for fiscal policy and other kinds of policies that is stabilizing, but it is not simply managing aggregate demand in the way that either Keynesian economics or neoclassical economics would have suggested. In fact, if you look at what countries have been doing in recent years, every country, say during COVID, acted as what you might call not a lender of last resort, which is a concept we are used to in macro, but as an insurer of last resort. If you look at the IMF fiscal monitor, you know, I get to quote the IMF at least once, during COVID, on average, advanced countries spent an additional 15 points of GDP. Amazing number, right? Middle-income countries, on average, spent half of that, about 7.5, and low-income countries spent half of that, about 3 and change. So even low-income countries added 3 or 4% of GDP on average to their expenditure to fight the crisis. That's massive stuff. And if you do 15 points, my own country, Chile, did about 8.5. I never thought I would see that, but, you know, and it was done by a conservative government, by the way, not a left-wing government. Meaning it is pretty clear that in most countries, and not only in advanced countries, and not only in democratic countries, the volatility of the world economy plus the demands of political systems make it likely that governments will have to play some kind of a role. And I could, you know, discuss in more detail what kind of an insurance role. For instance, in Britain, there was something called a furlough, in which government paid 75% of the wages of a company for up to 6 months, so that companies would not have to fire everybody, and so that the entrepreneurial capital of that firm would not disappear. Now, why is it that government can do this sort of thing? Well, government can do that sort of thing because government is the only entity that can borrow. Not every government can borrow in a crisis, but it's pretty clear that if government can borrow, nobody else can borrow in a crisis, right? And of course, the other side of the equation is going to be that in order to borrow in good times, you have to repay in bad times. That is to say, this principle, if you want, has a left-wing message. Government can do more. But if you want to phrase it that way, this principle also has a right-wing message. In order to preserve fiscal space, and Ricardo Reis from the LSE and I have a paper in which we talks exactly about the importance of preserving fiscal space or building fiscal space, and also about the importance of preserving the special nature of public debt. Why is public debt special? Because typically the government can borrow at lower rates than the private sector. That's pretty special, right? But that special nature of debt is not God-given. That special nature of debt is built. I went into being the finance minister of Chile with very black hair. I came out looking like this. That was mostly because of my attempts to preserve the special nature of public debt. So it can be done, but it is politically hard. Some people get gray hair, some people end up with no hair, or some combination thereof. Principle number 4, there's no good economics without good politics. Again, you might say this is sort of obvious. Politics and economics interact. Adam Smith knew this. Karl Marx knew this. Many other, John Stuart Mill knew this. But if in fact, if you go back and look at the Washington Consensus, politics is almost entirely absent. Or to be more precise, in the original paper by Williamson, the only mentions to politics are about the politics of Washington. If the World Bank does this, will the US Treasury like it? Will Capitol Hill like it? There's hardly any mention of the politics of the countries in question. You know, a cynic could say, well, this was the 1980s, and at least in Latin America, most countries were run by military dictators. So, you know, why talk about politics if some other guy will do the policy making for you? But in the years since, we have learned, I mean, again, we knew this, but the lesson has been reaffirmed, that policies, in order to be effective, must be credible. Credible in the sense that they expect to be there for some period of time. And if they're not perceived to be legitimate, it is very unlikely that they will be credible. The classic example provided by my advisor, guru, and friend, the great Argentine economist Guillermo Calvo, is that if you do, say, a trade liberalization or an inflation stabilization by fixing the exchange rate, which is not perceived to be credible because you haven't changed the fundamentals, or because you changed the fundamentals but you won it by one vote in parliament and that majority is not going to last, well, people will say the tariff is low today, but the tariff will probably be high tomorrow or in 6 months or in 2 years. And if I can buy a color TV from China today, I will do so because it's cheap. Cheap relative to the price it will have tomorrow once the tariffs go up. And therefore, you typically get, with these non-credible policies, well, you get a consumption boom, an import boom. And the fear that the policy would not last becomes self-fulfilling. Because if the boom is large enough, you borrow too much, you run out of reserves, people stop lending to you, and at some point, what do? Well, you go into a crisis mode, you increase the tariffs, circle closed. So it is quite possible that a lack of credibility becomes self-fulfilling. And the lack of credibility, often, not always, is associated with the lack of legitimacy, the lack of support, the lack of consensus that was behind the policy. That's one way to think about it. Another way to think about it, and people like Acemoglu and Robinson have written about this, is that I may be able to pursue what is viewed as a good economic policy today. I have the votes, I go to parliament, I change the law, I do something, I open up the economy, say, or I deregulate the labor market. But it could well be that that good economic policy changes the political equilibrium. Some people get upset, some people are not happy. And the political equilibrium today leads to outcomes tomorrow that get other people elected or change the government, or a government is thrown out or a government is overthrown, and tomorrow the economic policies that follow from that new political equilibrium are not the policies that you're looking for. That is to say, when we think about the effects of policies, we cannot only think about the effects of policies today. We have to think about the effects of policies today on the politics today, which will change potentially the policy stance tomorrow. And therefore, once you begin thinking about politics, it's not simply you say politics matters. That's an obvious statement. It matters in ways that are subtle, but it also matters in ways that are important. The Washington Consensus had absolutely nothing to say about this. Last but not least, what we know today, and this is not a statement about the size of the state, but about the capability of the state. Without a capable state, all the rest is music. What do I mean by a capable state? Well, the kinds of policies that you will advocate, or that you might want to advocate, depending on the principles that we have been peddling, will be the right policy or the wrong policy, depending on a bunch of local circumstances. And one of those circumstances is how capable or incapable your government is. For instance, I'm going to tell you in a minute that the framework of this book is reasonably friendly to what some people call industrial policies. Other people call them productive development policies. I like the latter label better because it doesn't have to be about industry. You don't have to build factories. You could also be providing services, tourism, finance, transport. But clearly those kinds of policies are very intensive in good government. If you're going to have a working relationship between government and the private sector to promote a certain good or a certain sector or a certain export, well, that requires the government be clean-handed, the government be effective, the government can go in and come out, and therefore the government have a sort of an arm's length relationship with the private sector. That's not necessarily the case in every country. It is also the case that if you advocate certain kinds of social policies, the kinds of social policies that you can have will again depend on the nature of the government. For instance, I come from a country with big debates on pensions. The World Bank and the IMF at times, not always, have advocated a transition from pay-as-you-go to individual accounts. Well, individual accounts, take it from a Chilean, are very hard to manage. And the regulation and the system around them has to be quite sophisticated. And not every country has what it takes to run such a system. You can also be Argentina, in which the government decides to nationalize the accounts one good day, or other countries that shall remain nameless, in which the money in the account simply disappears overnight. And as a result, what the right pension policy for your country is will depend on what kind of government capability you have. Last but not least, even for very basic stuff, government capacity is very important. Allow me one last anecdote. I was involved advising a country which shall remain nameless during the pandemic. It was a country that had a lot of fiscal space, and the government decided that it would be a good idea to make cash transfers to citizens, low-income countries. And they had plenty of room to borrow, so they did so. Problem was, this is a country in which most people didn't have bank accounts. Most people didn't have, were not bancarized, as they say in Spanish. And as a result, the government said, oh, no problem. You don't have a job or you've lost your income because of the pandemic, come queue up outside a bank and you will get a cash transfer. People got the transfer. People also got the disease. So you can have a very good policy, cash transfers to low-income households at a time of a pandemic, but unless you have a government that is capable of depositing money in your account, that very good policy is in fact a very bad policy. And you could go on and on thinking about these examples. So this is not a statement about the size of government. This is not socialism against capitalism, left wing against right wing. It is simply the statement that you need certain kinds of governance before you can discuss the right policy seriously. So that's a framework of the book. And in the 672 pages that follow, we apply these principles to 10 topics. And don't worry, I'm not going to discuss each of the 10 topics. I'll just list them and then come to an end. I've mentioned one of them already, what it takes to have an activist fiscal policy. You have to preserve the special nature of public debt. We have a whole section on credit market development. Credit is important, but clearly the kinds of credit you're going to pursue are going to depend on the kinds of institutions and regulatory frameworks you can provide. The same holds for what we call productive development policies. I said it already. It may be a good idea to correct certain kinds of, say, coordination failures or market failures by means of a government policy. But what you subsidize or what projects you guarantee or what credit guarantees you provide, the devil is in the details, and a lot is going to depend on local circumstances, on the quality of government. Directing technological progress. This is, of course, the big question today. We're all worried that our jobs are going to be driven out of existence because some machine will do them better than we are. But as many people, and again, I'm going to cite my friend Darren Acemoglu, have pointed out, you can invent something called AI, but AI in itself, may help you cheat on a paper if you're a student. But the applications of AI are the factor that will change productive activities. And those applications will not come ready-made from the sky. The applications will have to be designed by firms. And firms respond to incentives. So you can perfectly well imagine firms responding to AI by designing applications that are complements to human labor so that you get more jobs or better jobs, or you can very well imagine firms designing applications which simply get rid of every worker because, they're too expensive, or because they go on strike, or because, they give the boss dirty look during the coffee break. And as a result, we can do something about the direction of technical change. Trade policy. We have a great chapter in the book by Dave Donaldson, a Canadian economist who's a professor at MIT. Dave says, look, all the empirical research we've done in the last 35 years suggests that, in fact, the gains from trade are real. They're big. They're quantitatively big. And we can show that using techniques that were not available 35 years ago. But, of course, the other side of that coin is that they produce generically winners and losers, and therefore we need to have the kinds of policies that we economists always advertise but never get applied, or very seldom get applied, to make sure that, in fact, these are Pareto superior policies. I could go on that point, but I want to move on. Pre-distribution policy. What's a pre-distribution policy? Is whatever it is you do before the government comes in and redistributes. So another way of saying what I told you 10 minutes ago about breaking the million separation, another way of saying the same thing is to say, well, the government needs to go in and affect not simply what happens to the distribution of income once production has happened, but you need to intervene while production is going on. And you can imagine provision of public goods, provision of certain kinds of education, taxes and subsidies that introduce wedges, change incentives, etc., etc., etc. Social spending. I already gave you some hints. The right social policies, whether in transfers during a pandemic or whether in the realm of pensions, is going to depend on a bunch of things, including fiscal space and including state capacity. Place-based policies. It's an ugly phrase, but a very important one. We economists were trained to think that where economic activity takes place, it doesn't really matter. If people in the US, if you're from Gary, Indiana, and there were no jobs in Gary, Indiana, economists would say, oh, move to San Francisco, go to work for Google. Of course, not most people in Gary, Indiana will get a job at Google, but even if they could, we have learned in the years since that what happens to those communities that are left behind matters, and that there are very negative externalities from that kind of migration, and also that that kind of migration may increase your income but not necessarily increase your welfare, because you rather liked being in your town, you rather liked having your family around, you rather liked, I was going to say playing in the same football team, but that would apply to Italy, not to Gary, Indiana. Well, American football team, etc., etc., etc. Jobs, wages, and gender equality. People care about their jobs, but they care about the respect they get in the workplace. Workers care about the kind of control that they have over firm operations. They also care about notions of fairness in pay. And last but not least, cohesion and political empowerment. All the things that I told you about the credibility of policies, suggest that policies in themselves can make themselves more or less legitimate, but there's also what political scientists call process legitimacy. The process by which you come up with policies will also endow them with legitimacy. This is something that historically we economists didn't think about, but today we should. So let me simply end by saying I've only given you a taste of what this book is like. There are many rich applications, whether in the area of gender and the labor market, the future of work, trade policies. Pick your favorite topic. And if you don't want to read it in your Kindle for a price zero, you can get it from Amazon for something like £50. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much, Professor. I think we have time to take 3 questions, or only 3 questions, please. Take a seat, please.
Make them easy questions.
Oh, yeah? No?
Yes.
Oh, okay. No, it's not. I'm part of the organizing committee, actually, and thank you so much for the fantastic lecture. I don't think we could have asked for a better keynote at this conference. We were very inspired. At the same time, I was wondering, given that what you presented is such a holistic blueprint with very sensible ideas for policymakers around the world, including at the IMF, how do we gain traction for this? How do we implement this in practice? Since, as you rightly noted, politics and elections are not always won by facts. So what would be your suggestions how to really gain traction for these ideas and help us at the institutions, but also policymakers in the field to implement them in practice? Thank you.
Jihad? Here? We have no microphone.
So I can do this without a microphone.
No, because there's translation.
Barry has a deep voice.
So at the end of the day, it all boils down to state capacity. So I wonder whether you might say something about steps that can be taken to build state capacity. In important respects, the literature suggests that state capacity is predetermined. If you're a resource-dependent economy, you have less incentive to build the administrative capacity you need to do all these good things. State capacity is shaped by history, but given all that, what can be done to try to develop the capacity needed?
Jihad and Shahir.
Thank you very much. It's a really fascinating presentation. I think I agree with what Sasha said. This is very nice way of shaking the discussion and our minds. I have 3 questions. The first one, I'm wondering why you decided to challenge or discuss the Washington Consensus of the 90s, and this consensus, or I would say the principles and policies of both institutions have evolved a lot since the 1990s. And I'm not sure that if you look at the current consensus, you will see things the same way as they were in the 1990s. And therefore, why you went back to the 1990, not to the current policies of the fund and the bank? The second question, I agree with you on the dichotomy or the difference between policies and principles. But I was nicely surprised to see in the 10 points, the word policies came 6 times. Therefore, it's interesting that at the end of the day, when it comes to applied economics, it has to translate into policies. And it has to become something that has trade-offs in the reality of the context. And the context could differ from one country to another. The third element about
I understand the premise, but what is the question?
The question is, I thought that in at the end, you will come up with principles. But what we saw were more policies than principles. And my question to you is, at the end, everything that has to do with public, it has to translate into policies because it has to be action driven. And my third question is, if you want to do a kind of comparison between what you are predicating in the London consensus and what is predicated by the latest research of the Washington consensus, do you see a large gap, or do you see a gap that maybe could be wide in certain areas and narrow in certain other areas? And is this due to the fact that it comes from different perspective because you have certain number of authors and every author has the right to express views, while in institutions you have to represent an institution view? And therefore my question here is, the composition of the authors makes it different from what an institution has to write and reflect as a coherent set of views.
Please, there is many hands, but we have to stop at 7. Okay, donc to be clear. Roberto, go ahead.
So just
So I was told 3 questions, so we have 6 already. But
Just-
I'm
just-
South America, I am mellow.
Just to follow up to what Jihad said, let's go back to the principles. So how what you just said is different from the old principle that maybe predates the Washington consensus, whereby there are market failures and government failures. And when there are market failures, there's a role for government. And when there's government failures, you should let the market act. Now, the way we interpret where the market failures are may change over time, may be different now than 20 years ago. And the way where government failures are, it may be different now than it was 20 years ago, but those principles still apply. Why would that be why would we feel the need to change that basic principle that we were applying 20, 30, 50 years ago? And I think we should still apply today.
Shahir, rapidement.
Thank you to Hemi. I think. Okay. Thank you very much. It's really interesting and very enlightening. I just have a question in the same spirit of Sasha's one, but more specifically on the Middle East and North Africa. To what extent those principles are, that they can apply in a context where the political economy the political economy setup itself is different on the one hand in terms of the political regime, anocracies, autocracies, and so on. That's on the one hand. And on the other, to what extent also those economic principles are applicable in a framework where most of the policies are time inconsistent, in the sense that we keep on stabilizing the economy because of different external shocks in the short term, and it becomes more complicated to converge to the long-term steady state or adopt more long-term oriented reforms. Thank you very much.
2 last questions in 1 word, please.
Thank you. I want to build a little bit on Barry's point. We live in a region where there's a great deal of uncertainty, changes, wars, riots, fragile countries.
You heard that anyway, I guess. We live in a highly volatile environment. Many of us who are policymakers point to the fact that the most important thing, and you mentioned it, is building the capacity of the state. It is not obvious how you go about building the capacity of the state, and what does that take? We have the principles, we can admit those principles, we buy into them, but actually building state capacity is a very, very difficult task. You'll have a lot of history, culture, and what you've inherited. So building capacity is not a trivial matter. So if you have any pointers in that direction, we'd love to hear it. There are millions of people without jobs suffering across our region.
Last question, please.
very quick question. Related to the possible applications of the book, I didn't see the foreign aid and the UK perspectives towards cutting foreign aid for national defense. I don't know if it's one of the possible applications of this chapter or not. Thank you.
Yes, it's yours.
Thank you very much. Very good and difficult questions. So I will provide insufficient answers, but let me try. I will begin with the last one because it's the easy one. This is not a book about the UK. Certainly it is not a book pretending to justify whatever the UK government does or does not do. I happen to think that was a very stupid choice by the UK government. I hope by saying that my work permit will not be removed. Well, the government is no more, so I guess there's nobody to do that. But yeah, we don't have a lot on foreign aid, but that is a different discussion. But certainly on the UK, that was a silly policy which I would not endorse. So there were 2 or 3 themes. Let me try to sort of organize the 8 questions which I wrote down by theme. Theme number 1, so what's new? You know, are these the same old principles? If you tell me these are the same old principles and we're just rediscovering, I will not lose any sleep. Because I would tell you that precisely one of the problems of the way we did policy in the 80s and 90s is that we didn't follow the principles. I'll give you one example. We know as economists that a minimum wage has radically different effects depending on the nature of the labor market. As I was walking in, I heard monopsony in the labor market, so that's why it's in my brain. So if the labor market is perfectly competitive and I impose a minimum wage that is above the market clearing levels, you're going to have unemployment. But if the labor market is not perfectly competitive and I impose a minimum wage, in fact, I could have, you know, lots of gains, including more employment, depending on the details and the elasticities, etc. So yeah, that's an application of a very old principle. I mean, we've understood about monopoly and monopsony for at least 150 years, right? Can we say in good faith that our take on minimum wages always respected that subtle analysis? Probably not. We know, for instance, on fiscal policy, that there is a neoclassical case for borrowing and consumption smoothing. And we also know that there's a Keynesian case for borrowing and consumption smoothing and aggregate demand management. Can we say that the Washington multilaterals always respected those 2 principles when arguing for or against a given fiscal policy? Probably not. So yes, I am all for economic principles. Problem is that economic principles get tossed out the window very simply, because, you know, we engage in a lot of bad economics. You know, when I was growing up in Latin America, you know, the Chicago boys would get off the plane and they had been in the country for about 5 minutes and they knew what you had to do. You know, that was bad economics. It was just bad economics, period. It was bad Chicago economics. So in a way, we're here going back to some basic principles. Of course, I would argue maybe enlarge basic principles because we know more about Schumpeterian growth than, you know, people did 150 years ago. We know more about, you know, people's utility function and the non-pecuniary components of it that we did 150 years ago. We know more about things like behavioral responses and not fully rational behavior. So yes, these are old principles, but in new bottles, if you want. State capacity. Barry said state capacity is a predetermined variable, and that's absolutely right. That is to say, wake up in the morning and there is the capacity that there is. But that doesn't mean that you cannot change it, you know? The stock of debt is a predetermined variable. I wake up in the morning and I know how much debt I have, but I can do lots of things in the course of the day to change that stock of debt. I could make it bigger, I could make it smaller. And state capacity is also a little bit like that. My co-conspirator, Tim Besley, wrote about a dozen papers published in all the big journals, Econometrica, blah, 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 on the economics of state capacity building. And one way to summarize that literature is simply to say that state capacity is an investment decision. You know, you can decide to invest by building a bridge, or you can decide to invest by building an internal revenue service. They're both going to be expensive, they're both going to be difficult, they're both going to have some opposition, but in some sense, they're both intertemporal choices. I do something today so that I will get some benefits in the future. Yes, building an institution is a little bit harder, first of all, because the initial politics may be harder. Secondly, because some non-purely economic factors will matter. You know, some countries have more of a tradition of paying taxes than others, but it can be done. And the third thing I'd say about state capacity is that, you know, over time, it is not so hard to find cases of state capacity having been built. Let me give you two examples, which will make this whole discussion a bit more concrete. It is not the case that police corruption and per capita income are very well correlated. That is to say, you can find low-income countries in which the police are very corrupt, and you can also find low-income countries in which the police is not very corrupt. In some countries, you know, maybe over 50 years or maybe over 100 years, people have developed standards, developed habits of mind, developed mores, a sociologist would say, that are self-reinforcing. Because if nobody bribes the police, well, I'm not going to bribe the police either. And if no policeman in my station takes bribes, well, I'm not going to be a policeman who takes bribes. And these are long processes. But if you look at economic history, there are plenty of examples of this. I'm not an economic historian of Scandinavia, and there are several economic historians in the room, including this guy here. So what I will say is, careful, but, you know, we think of Scandinavia today as being extraordinarily clean-handed. Well, in the late 19th century, Scandinavia wasn't so clean. And in fact, after losing a few wars, and particularly the Swedes, went into an emergency mode and said, we need to do something. And in fact, a lot of the very strong and admirable institutions of the Swedish state were built fairly quickly in the first 2 or 3 decades of the 20th century. They were not pre-existing. Well, let me give you an example which is closer to my experience, and this is going to sound a little bit self-referential, so forgive me. A lot of what I did when I was finance minister of Chile was to try to build institutions and rules for sound fiscal policy management. The fund today advises countries to have a fiscal rule, and last time I checked, the fund said something like 85 countries had a fiscal rule. It's probably more now. But, you know, a fiscal rule has to be legislated, and getting it through parliament is hard. A fiscal rule needs an institution, because if you have a surplus, you're going to have some money. Where do you put the money? Who manages that money? How do you provide the transparency to ensure that the money will not disappear overnight? How do you build a track record? Because if, in fact, you know, you save a few billion and then the few billion get dissipated because of bad investments, well, that's not going to be fun, and the whole credibility of the institutions are going to disappear. At the risk of sounding jingoistic, I think over the last 25 years or so, Chile has managed that. And interestingly, it was done by left-wing governments. I don't think right-wing governments could have done it, because, you know, left-wing governments had the credibility to say saving is important, having fiscal space is important. You know, when you're a finance minister, you're always thinking that you might lose your job. And because I was a technocrat in a government of socialists, I was always fearing for my job. And I realized I was not going to lose my job one day when I heard my boss, the president of Chile, a woman who had been a member of the Socialist Party since she was 14, she said, when countries borrow too much, a fiscal crisis eventually comes. And when a fiscal crisis comes, it is the poor who suffer, not the rich who put their money in Miami because they knew what was coming. I heard that and I said, I have at least 2 more years on this job. So, you know, we build institutions, and we have a fiscal rule, and we have a fund, and the fund has rules, and you can go online, and if you know, Chile has about 40 billion in cash, and if you want to know exactly where the money is, you'll be able to find out. We were hugely prudent on what we did with that money. We were the only country in the world that didn't lose any money in our fiscal fund during the world financial crisis. You know why? because we were in cash. We were so ridiculously conservative that we had basically cash and short bonds of G3 countries. So almost by definition, you couldn't lose money. So, is it perfect? No. Has the rule been violated at times? Yes. But I would say that we built an institution. It's about 20. It dates back to 2000, so it's 26 years old. It's not perfect, no. But most politicians, will acknowledge that it exists. And whenever politicians don't stick to it, they apologize, and the press goes after them, and they say, "You promised a surplus of 2%, and you only delivered 1.7. What happened?" And the politician has to apologize, whatever. So we've created certain political habits over 25 or 30 years. There's always the risk that people could take to the streets and burn all the buses, and the thing could vanish overnight. But at least over 26 years, it has held. Last but not least, sort of the application of this to this region. I used to hate it when people landed in my country and they had firm opinions, having been there for about 6 hours. And I think if my arithmetic is right, I have been here exactly for 6 hours. Although I lived here as a child, surprise, surprise. My father was Chilean ambassador to Morocco between 1963 and 1966. I was a little boy like this. So that doesn't mean that I really know anything about the region. What did I want to say? Yes, I am aware that political circumstances change. I am aware that liberal democracy is not uniformly distributed across the world. But I'm also aware that every country is political. Maybe every country is political in a different way, but every country is political. And you need political support to implement policies. You need political support to make policies sustainable. As somebody asked, you need political support to take a long view and not a short view. So many of the issues we discussed here of institution building, of credibility, of political economy will take on a different form, will have a different flavor in different countries, including in the MENA region. But ultimately, the issues are not too different. And so that's why we dare call it a consensus that may have broad applicability. I could go on and on, but I think it's time to get a break. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much. This brings us to the end of the first day. Thank you, all of you. Thank you, and have a wonderful evening, and see you tomorrow for the next session for tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Touhami. Thank you, Mr. Valesco. And thank you all for these valuable contributions.
Just a quick announcement, please. If all speakers could go out the door to the right, to the stairs, so we can take a group picture with all the speakers, please. Everyone else, please go left. Thank you so much. Apologies, speakers, discussants, and moderators.